Test. Test, test. Yo. Typing is okay, right? Like it doesn't sound too bad from my mic when I type. Okay, let me turn this down, mute this. Wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Hi. Hi guys. How you doing? Hello. It is me again with another broadcast. Broadcast. Alright, mate. Music. I cannot talk. Musica. Or I watch videos. I don't know if I've. Oh yeah, I have this one guy. Just wanted to. Maybe I just put in like fucking all his videos. Oh, dude, my fucking OBS is scuffed again. It's so cringe. Why does it do that? It's so fucking lame. Every time. Like every single time I start OBS, it's like fucking layout is like this and fucking this. Like why the fuck would this ever be this fucking wide? Basically this is enough, dude. Like I don't need more space for this thing. And it's same with this. I mean it's kinda nice that the buttons are bigger, I guess, but also like if they're this size, who cares? Then again, you know, it's like in hindsight, if I think about it right now, like I could probably do some goofy shit here, huh? Like my stream information could just be here. A little goofy, but I mean it's not like I need it a lot. My sources could be here. Actually, my stream information doesn't need to be here. I mean, honestly, just have it remain as a tab here. And I could have my sources here. Then I have all my sources in one. I just have a fucking massive ass. I don't really need this. Yeah, something like this. The issue is usually I have my chat here. But yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I do usually have my chat here. Now what? What I put here? Maybe I just move my chat over here or something. So put this here, this here. Let me close this. Open this, move that here. Okay, I think this one doesn't have to be so fucking massive. All right. All right. Whoops. I literally clicked this video just for the boobs. Yep. Indeed. Town sense. It would have been funnier without the DS. Townsend. Yo, Yusuf, I get it. How you doing? Let's go most popular. Oh, I already had the baked onion one. Pemmican legendary videos. Fried chicken in the 18th century. Nice. Can I just... Does autoplay... Oh, let's see. Jeez, man. Wait. Okay. Move that here. And boom. I'm in like one Discord group that's like for playing CS, and they keep calling, and then it's like, yeah, I don't know, then you get called. Wait a second, you guys can't hear yet?
This recipe
Yo,
is from
Vigmo.
a very, very popular
doing?
cookbook from the early 19th century. It's the New System of Domestic Cookery by Rundell. It shows up in a lot of different places. And it's interesting because here in the early 19th century, we can start to see a shift in cooking. And the idea that something as simple as this shows up into a cookbook, you know, usually those 18th century cookbooks are a bit more fancy cooking. This is simple home cooking. Let me read to you this recipe. It's so very, very simple. Roast onions should be done with all their skins on. They eat well alone with salt only, and cold butter, or with roast potatoes, and with beetroots, So again, they're
Oh yeah, Vigmo, I highly recommend using the survival guide.
She doesn't tell you what
Yeah,
temperature to
but
bake
picture in picture, I'm not sure if that works with autoplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I'll try. I don't know, I guess autoplay isn't even on. Huh? Doesn't really matter. Where is it? Picture in picture. There we go. Oh, it's tiny. Tiny. Alright, I definitely don't want it in my game, obviously. Something like this. Put that here. Man, that sucks that he died. Was that your first death? Have you played WoW before? Yeah, I should probably play the video, huh? Okay, so...
This episode is so very simple. It's an 1808
Tonka.
recipe for roasted
Oh, never mind if you want to...
along with us as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the
Yeah,
18th century.
But it's fine, it's better this way because then I don't have any...
This recipe is from a very, very popular cookbook
from
the early 19th century. It's the New System of Domestic Cookery by Rundell.
Wait, was the Nova, it wasn't your first step, or it was...
It's interesting because here in the early 19th century, we can start to see a shift in
I'll hop on after this dungeon, bro.
the
Okay,
idea that
very cool. Yeah, I saw you played a little.
Shows up into a cookbook.
You're obviously a little bit
those 18th
behind
century cookbooks are a bit more
right
fancy
now,
cooking.
but you'll probably
this is
catch
simple home cooking. Let me read to you this recipe. It's so very, very simple.
How's the
Roast
video?
Onions should be done with all their skins on.
Huge.
They eat well alone with salt only,
How's the video volume, by the way?
and cold butter, or with roast potatoes, and with beetroots, So again, the directions are almost, there aren't any really. She doesn't tell you what temperature to bake them. So we're going to take the idea of baked potatoes and say, what happens if we want to bake an onion? That's what we're basically going to do here. Some of these recipes from the similar time period talking about doing it in a Dutch oven. We're just going to do it in a standard oven today. You could do it in an earthen oven. That'd be really good. And we're just going to be using a standard largish medium yellow onion.
Oh yeah, Tonka, I got my wand.
Exactly
I made my wand.
Kind of onion we should use. She's probably thinking you're going to use whatever onion you have available to you.
It is very useful.
No, for real. This is all we're going to do. She said,
I borrowed
make sure
a little bit of
these with the
linen
skins on, so don't peel them.
from
We don't cut them.
the
We
ZCU.
just
I think Zara gave me
roast them.
the
We just
post.
bake them. Well, we could do it in a Dutch oven,
wasn't
but we're just going to take these just like they are, put them in our oven. And again, same kind of temperature and time as you would a baked potato in the same size. So maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes at 350, you know, whatever you would do with a baked potato of a similar
the
size.
era of
So
the Z.
let's just put these
Quark.
in the
This guy's called Quark. I'm surprised how many like names are still available. Isn't there like only 2
There are
servers
onions.
for
They've cooked
NA
up
hardcore,
and they've cooled
right?
down
Or
just
classic,
enough so that they're not too hot to handle.
which is
Again,
kind of
these
crazy.
cooks, 35 minutes, 40
Because
minutes.
I'd expect like a
I
ton of people to play.
believe
Huh?
that what we'll do here
I guess
is
not that
to
many play
extract
WoW
them
hardcore
from their shell. I just want to cut the very bottom. If I can get it to cut, it's so soft. Just cut the very bottom off. There we go. And now we can just squeeze it right out of its shell and into our serving dish. And just take that right out there. And there is our onion already. And we can cut this, add a little bit of salt. So let me cut this.
Fucking walking simulator, this game.
Frankly, this may have
I
been
wouldn't be surprised
the
if
easiest recipe that we've ever
names
done
are
on
available
this
once the
channel.
character dies.
But I'm very
It's still not
interested to
deleted.
see just how it turns
I
out.
don't think it is.
You know, I enjoy baked potatoes and I enjoy
because I
onions.
reuse
and
my
I
character
couldn't
names
imagine
sometimes.
a dish that
I
was
can't
just
reuse
this
them
simple,
as long as I have
especially
not
showing
deleted
up
a character,
in a
even though they
cookbook
died.
from almost the 18th century. It's the early 19th century. So let's find out here. She says that you could eat it just with salt, and that's the only thing.
Sag.
Let me tell you,
Yeah, but
these are really, really good.
like again, it's
All by themselves.
surprisingly few people, I guess.
Not usually we have something.
So
you know,
most names are
onions
kind
like
of
this, maybe
available.
with a pot roast.
Glorp, unfortunately, was not available.
That might bring in a bunch of other flavors, but this
Otherwise,
is
most
just
of
the
my
onion
characters
by
would just be
itself.
named Glorp.
And
Yeah, my druid died.
with
Yes,
butter
no.
and
Yeah,
salt.
yesterday morning.
It's amazingly good.
That was
Truly.
fucking bullshit, man.
I can imagine.
It's crazy that this is
If
just
you weren't
normal
well to
water.
do it, if your
Doesn't
larder wasn't
fucking
full,
murder your
if you didn't
character
have any
immediately.
meat available to you, you
It's,
could
I
have a
don't know,
very
man.
good meal on just onions roasted.
Whatever. Water
Amazing.
cooler
If
anyways.
you're interested in other historical recipes, especially that emphasize the onions, make sure to check out this wonderful Spanish recipe with fish and onions.
Where's the quest to get your Void Walker summon?
Some days I just want to get away. Life is too complicated. I want to get in my wooden sailboat
How do you get
and
that?
sail away. That idea is nothing new. Hundreds of thousands of men in the 18th and early 19th century did
what that is.
exactly that same thing. And while they were able to get away from it all, they found themselves doing a job that was harder than imaginable.
First zone on the city.
Every
there's
day I
a-
study the 18th and early
I get it,
19th
it's level 10, right?
It's my job.
How do I get it?
I love it.
Why does my guide
For
not tell me
fun,
yet
I
to
dig
get it?
even deeper into shipboard life of this time period. The memoirs and books by the people who lived in the time period. Samuel Kelly, Spavins, Dana. These books are
For some
great.
quest.
They
Huh.
give
Oh, I
us
see.
a glimpse of what sailors' life is like in that time period from actual sailors, not from somebody from the outside. If I really want to have fun, and what I do for fun is read and
Apparently I
listen to
have just
the Patrick
accepted-
O'Brien
am I blind?
novels, the Master and Commander series.
Creature of the Void. There
Aubrey
we go.
and Mattress.
Is that the quest?
You may know the Master and Commander movie. I love it. This common sailor's life is fascinating. What always amazes me is the work that these common sailors have to do. It is probably the most difficult and dangerous job in this time period, and it was done by hundreds of thousands of men. They are working before the age of steam. They've got nothing to propel these ships but sails and ropes. And these ships are very fragile, and they're putting them into the most dangerous circumstances on the earth, dealing with horrible storms, rocks you can't see. It's just incredible that anybody survives at all. And they do this over and over and over again every day of their lives.
Feels good, man.
Sometimes it's the most monotonous thing ever and nothing happens. And then 10 minutes later, they're fighting for their lives, literally. Sometimes after a storm or maybe a battle, or just before you're coming into a port, there are opportunities when the sailor has a chance to have a feast, to have a special meal. They may not have anything different than they've ever had with their typical rations, but they do have an opportunity to combine things they normally wouldn't to make a special meal, to make a feast. That's what we're doing today. So the first dish for our hardworking and hungry sailors is going to be a peas pudding. Now, they're eating peas pudding at least once a week, and sometimes every single day. But their peas pudding, this everyday peas pudding, is just these dried peas boiled in a bag. That's it. That's peas pudding, nothing special. Ours is going to be a little bit more special. We're going to take our peas, we're going to boil them for about a half hour or so. Then we're going to take them out of their bag. We're going to add some butter right into the middle of this clump and a bunch of salt and pepper. And then we're going to close that back up and boil it some more, another half hour or so. And it's going to make this wonderful infused flavor inside of this peas pudding, which is normally a very, very plain dish. They didn't get butter every day. They got butter maybe once a week. So this is special to be able to add pepper and salt and butter into this peas pudding. It's going to give it a great flavor. This dish goes by a couple of different names.
Damn, one is pretty good.
Of course, or
Holy.
dog's body, which the sailors more likely
No, man,
would have
it's
used.
quest 7. I thought I got
In
like
Samuel Kelly's memoir,
I'm reading
as
it
an
for the
18th
first time.
century sailor, he speaks of peas pudding. He says, our daily food from month to month was
Like I said,
only
indeed,
beef and peas pudding
good.
for dinner and for supper. One of the most important aspects of getting a ship ready for sea is provisioning. You have to have the supplies on board to feed all the men for the
Probably
trip
don't
you're
need
about
to
to take.
put all my
Probably
food
times two,
that much of a times
because you don't know how long your trip
on
might
them.
take. Sometimes your average trip might take 3 or 4 weeks, and then another time of year it might take 4 months. So you have to have lots and lots of provisions on board. What are the provisions? You're going to have salt meat, so salt beef and salt pork. You're going to have lots and lots of sea bread, or ship's biscuit. We know it today as hardtack. You'll even have a special room on board the ship, tin lined, so that the rats can't get in, that you store all this bread in. It's got to stay dry. We also have other kinds of provisions. Oatmeal,
Massive.
dried peas. We're going to have butter and cheese. So the dish I'm most excited about here is the main dish, lobscouse. It's got a fun name to it. It's one of those names that nobody's quite sure where it comes from, but it is classic lobscouse from the 18th century.
By the way, give you guys game
The
audio.
main component here in lobscouse is something like salt pork, which the sailors are eating a couple of days out of every single week. We're going to take some onion, again, kind of a special treat for sailors, and we're going to take that onion and brown it a little bit in a frying pan. I'm going to toss in potatoes. Again, a special treat for a sailor. We're going to put in some diced up potato into these onions. Once it's cooked up, it's going to go into our pot of water with some chopped up salt pork. If we're using salt pork, we want to start off with the water cold. If we were making our lobscouse with fresh pork, well, we'd put those pork pieces in with those onions and brown them. Toss them into the hot water already boiling. We're gonna let those boil a half hour or so, maybe a little bit longer. And then comes the extra special part of lobscouse. That is ship's biscuits. Ship's biscuits are the thing that sailors get each and every day. Almost a pound of ship's biscuits each and every day. And ship's biscuits are almost inedible in the state that you would get them. These are just flour and salt, a little bit of water. You knead them up into these hard little biscuit shapes and they get baked at a very low temperature for
Bro,
a
I
very
have
long time. You're
lots.
driving out all
Fucking
the moisture. They
hoping that-
last a long time.
Hello, sorry about bothering
They
you.
do go bad
I'm not
and
reading all that.
bugs and weevils find their way into them, but the sailor's going to eat them anyway. The ship's biscuit is going to thicken and
Oh,
add
you,
texture
famous.
to our lobster.
Let's go.
Right now it's just a soup, but this will go in and give it a real stew texture.
I was
The
reading that.
small parts just thicken it, the bigger parts
Keep
just stay
clicking the wrong
nice
buttons.
and chunky. They'll add to it. They'll make it seem like
another dead
twice
guy
as
over
much
there,
meat
Jesus.
is what's really in here. We find
Holy, these fucking dark
lobster
ones are the
shows
number-
up in dictionaries and
Number
literary works
one
in the
deadliest in
18th and
Tristfall
19th.
Glades.
And you
Number
never find it in
146
cookbooks. You're not
in
gonna
Hazara.
find it there because
Holy.
sailors aren't writing down their
That's
recipes. But
crazy.
the dictionary reference
It
here in the
does
Dictionary
bad
of the
somehow.
Vulgar Tongue from
Not even
1780
deadlier.
gives us a quick snapshot. What is
Eyeball reveal?
lobscouse? It says a dish
At,
much eaten
1,000
at sea,
followers.
composed of salt beef, biscuit, and onions, well peppered
Bro.
and stewed together.
There's two player corpses right next to each other. What happened here? Who cares? Can't see from all the fucking icons,
These
man.
two main dishes are ready: the dog's body, peas pudding,
it's already got
and the
them.
lobscouse. And let's give this just a little try.
You already saw it for free. Damn it.
This is not something I eat every day, that's for sure. But you can tell this
Oh,
was
I didn't even
special.
notice. Okay,
That
salad,
butter
salad,
flavor and the
slain.
salt, pepper infused in it. This is what I really want to make sure to test. This is the lobscouse. Oh, are so good. This is going to be completely different
And
than what a sailor gets each and every day.
many people
Different
farming
texture.
separately
It's got
here.
a different mixture of things all put together, cooked in a way that
Captain
they're-
Perrine.
you don't get every day.
Never mind, I'm not gonna. Wait, I'm
We've
supposed
got
to
our
kill him.
vegetables.
All right.
We have our meat, our protein, but we need dessert. We need to set this. So we're going to make this savory dough. They called it plum duff. It is a boiled dough made with flour, sometimes with
Ding.
suet or with
I didn't even notice I was
slush
close.
from the ship's galley, and
Huge.
the sweetness, raisins. They would have pounds and pounds of raisins just for
Nice.
this dish.
Oh, no.
There are truly some harrowing stories from this time period, written by the sailors.
Congrats. Thank you.
in
Reacting
days
to
years
food videos.
past, about coming
Yeah,
down
imagine doing that.
and just
Yikes.
how incredibly difficult it was, having to run up on deck
Oh, what's that?
in the middle of the night.
Blacksmithing.
You don't know exactly when.
Copper
You
chain
haven't
west.
slept
Do we
more
have
than 4 hours, no matter what.
blacksmithers?
The decks are icy. You have to climb icy rope ladders 100 feet above the deck and bring in a sail that's as hard as a board because it's frozen solid. Again, without a single light to see
Internal, yeah.
in the middle of the night. And then you have to come down on deck. And is there anything to eat? Well, if the weather's been really bad, you can't
Dialogue.
light
What
the
what
galley
dialogue
lights.
is in this game?
So there's no warm food. I can't even imagine it. For a meal, we have to have a drink. What did the sailors want? They wanted grog. In home waters, they got a gallon of beer a day.
Wait, I have
That
to
wasn't
do
what they really
something
wanted.
else. I never
Once
noticed.
they were out of home waters, they got grog, which was
Loot parents'
rum
chest on the
mixed
ground
with
for
water. 3 to
some
1.
grimoire.
That's the drink they
I didn't
wanted.
even notice.
It's the drink we're
I
gonna
have to kill him again. Great. Oh, and
These
that's another
men
guy.
were not
That's-
well paid.
Okay,
They were
Jesus.
drawn from the lower classes, and yet they were asked to do an impossible job, probably the most dangerous and difficult job of the time. And without them, we would have no 13 colonies. We wouldn't have overseas commerce in any shape or form. The world would look completely different and much, much poorer. This is a wonderful feast. Our sailors are going to love this. It makes me want to buy it.
Oh my god.
Welcome to Townsend's Great Frontier Cook-Off, and it starts now. Our contestants, Ryan and Michael, have 3 hours to impress me. They have to use certain ingredients. pork, seafood, and cheese. They also have to use
not ideal.
3 different cooking techniques: a
But we got through it.
fricassee, a pudding, and a sweet dessert. This is meant to be a meal, so everything has to come together and be served at the same time. I'm looking for several different things. Watching what their technique is like, what the food obviously tastes like.
Jesus,
Is it
they
good within
respawned
a
already?
historical context? Is it
What
just
is this
based
shit?
on a historical recipe, or is it a particular historical recipe? And also,
Okay, let's
how
hope
good
they
they
don't
are
track
at
me.
explaining what
What
they're
the
doing.
fuck was that?
Good morning.
What fucking
I'm Michael
respawn time,
Drew.
dude?
I'm a historical foodways demonstrator. I've been doing that
Hyper
about 10
spawning.
years. Young reckless Ryan
Oh,
has challenged
perfect.
me to a cook-off.
Thank you.
I'm going
See
to
ya.
be producing
Don't
some hors
die.
d'oeuvres,
Okay, let's
an
hope.
entree with
Set
some
the
support
umbrella.
materials and a dessert. And my hors d'oeuvres are cheese loaves and shrimps buttered on civets. My entree is a pork olive. I've got a white fricassee of mushrooms and a potato pudding. My delicacies are
Don't need to let our brother
bacon
die.
wafers in a wafer press. I'll be filling them with a raspberry jam and whipped cream. My main concern is
Okay.
not getting them done, but getting them all hot and ready to eat at a given time. I haven't done that before, so we're shooting from the hip on this one.
Because many people
Hello,
are
my
around.
name is
Oh,
Ryan
I
Kerr.
see,
My
I
main
see.
objective
Okay,
today
that
is to
makes
take
sense.
Michael down. I've been working at Townsend's for 9
Hey,
years.
Rotten
And the
Macher.
thing that I have on my side
Was good.
I know
Oh, sorry,
what
right now
food
I'm not doing
John
SR.
loves.
Now that I
I've
think
worked
about
with him
it.
every day.
Probably shouldn't
For 9
put in
years,
the
we've gone
title.
on trips together, we've camped together. I know what
But oh
he
well,
loves.
I leave
I'm gonna
your
use it to
request
my
in there.
advantage. What I'm doing
You.
today for the
Hello,
fricassee,
boy.
I'm doing a lobster fricassee. John's not
Boy.
always huge into seafood, and I
What
know
you
this,
doing,
so I'm gonna
boy?
hide it in this super buttery sauce. It's gonna be good. And then for pork, I'm doing pork a la Norman, which is one of our favorite dishes. We've done it a few times on the channel. It's fantastic. Dessert's gonna be a white pot. It's also another fan favorite. And I've got some surprise cheese toasties to go in there too, which I know John loves. I'm giving him all of his favorite food, and I'm taking home the win. Okay, so the biggest concern here today is timing. We've got a lot to do, and a lot of it takes the same amount
Almost
of
a grown
time, but I
man.
have to time it, so I'm doing pieces of it here
Surely.
and there. When everything comes to the table, it's still hot, because I don't want him to chew on something cold and rubbery, so I gotta make sure that it's all timed perfectly.
First thing I'm doing is starting my brazier. I need to get a bed of coals going. The first thing I'm making is a force meat. I've collected some gravies. In this time period, gravy isn't like your grandma's thick gravy for Thanksgiving. It's the drippings from some piece of meat over the fire or in front of the fire, and then you add things to that. So I've got some different meats, and I've got some mushrooms and some other veggies I'm going to add to that to make myself a force meat, which will wind up being a spread on my entree. I'm just going to mince up my mushrooms here. Earthy kind of a touch here. I don't need many. That's going to be good with what I'm doing.
It's good. Kind of like this channel with very
So the first
medieval
thing that I have
and
to do
simple cooking,
is
I
get
guess.
this
Oh.
water boiling. It's going to take a while over this fire. I don't know when I'm going to use it. I don't know how I'm going to time
Such
that
a
just yet.
fucking
Because the lobster will only
fantastic
take
setting
8
they
minutes
always
to
have.
cook, but then it's got to cool down before I can process it. I just want the water to boil so it's ready to go when I need it. I've got to wait for this fire to take off so I have some nice coals to work on. So I forgot a paring knife. Sometimes when you're cooking on the frontier, you don't have everything that you wish that you had. So I'm going to be paring these apples with this big chef's knife, and it's going to take me a little while. The apples are going to go in the pork a la Norman. What's going to happen there is they're going to give these really nice, sweet, soft pops inside of this really rich dish that's got a buttery gravy, lots of rich things going on, but they're going to be these
Will the
pops of
summons
apple
avoid
and even some lemon
use
zest in there to
rules
give
of
some
summoning
brightness.
and blah blah blah.
They were familiar with the same
okay.
onions we
Surely
use
that's,
today. They would refer to a yellow onion as
easy,
a
right?
Spanish onion. And then they would use some of the phrases we use also
Yes.
now. Boiler onions, these are boilers. They're just immature, medium-sized onions. I'm just using part of one of these. This is gonna simmer so long, all this is just gonna cook down to nothing anyway. Getting some black peppercorns on this. But I've got
Shall we take
allspice
this
or
first?
Jamaican pepper, and I use white peppercorns. I'm just gonna let this simmer for almost an hour of our 3 hours here. It just, all these components have to break down and thicken. I may add some flour toward the end if it's not thick enough. I hope to reduce the liquid content by half. So it's just gonna sit on the side simmering. My entree is an olive. And in this time period, olive could mean the olive that you eat with a Bloody Mary, or it could also mean to stuff or to spread.
Come on.
And I'm producing a pork olive. I'm going to take what is essentially a pork chop, and then I'm going to take this reduced, thickened spread that on the piece of pork.
Metal Gear Solid Ground
roll it
Zero's
up,
playthrough when, by the way?
and then bake it.
I got a lot of other
I'm using
games
just
on my
an
games I want to
inexpensive
play list
sweet
before
wine.
Metal Gear Solid. In
Can you
fact,
smell
something
it?
on my list.
It's you want to taste it?
Let me check actually.
Yeah.
Never mind. It's,
This is our beautiful piece of pork that we're
Neat.
going to make the pork a la Norman with.
which
I'm just
reminds
going to
me.
cut it up into some chunks.
Oh.
And I think that that's going to be the main ticket here is to get all this
Message
kind of
Metal Gear Solid
busy
has to be
work
none
done,
has to
and
be
then
on
we
number
can
one
have time
spot.
at the end to pay attention to
You're sure about
details.
that?
I'm not sure how much John is
Let
going to be
me
judging
tell you what
us
other
on
stuff is on there.
presentation, how
You got
something
Half-Life.
looks. A lot of times,
Still haven't played that.
18th century
Stalker.
food can
Black Mesa.
kind of just
Okay.
live there on
Technically
a
Red
plate,
Dead
not looking
Redemption
too pretty.
2
Although
is
they did have a lot of really
I
wonderful
already
plate
played that.
presentations. I want
Papers,
things to
Please.
look good
So
because
wanna
I
play
know that
that.
you eat
The
with your
Binding of
eyes first
Isaac.
and then with your
I don't know if
hands
I'm
and
ever
your
gonna
mouth.
play Soma, but
So when it
it's
comes
on
to
the
the
list.
table, I want to look nice and pretty.
Morrowind. Metro.
I know Michael and Ryan
wanna be a
really
Frozen by.
well. They know me. It's going to be a lot
City
about
Skylines
their
2?
choices
I don't know
of
if I'm
their
ever gonna
original
play that one.
dishes and
I
how
know
they
Van
pull those
Pizza.
off. I know they cook
Synthetic.
well. You know, if it were me and
Gosh, really,
you know
that will be
getting
a fun
creative,
game.
this is the Great
I've heard it's
Frontier
pretty good. I
Cook-Off,
don't know.
and one of the choices is
Clueless.
seafood. What are you going to do there?
Perform a lockout skip
If it were
position.
me,
You
I'd try to find crayfish.
in the
and
highest
do
part of
something
the
with that.
staircase until it looks
That's
like they're
tricky.
floating and
I
logging
doubt we're going to
out
see any crayfish
back
today.
in.
We'll see what they do, Bruce.
Okay.
As I said earlier, I'm going to be producing wafers in a wafer press. I've got
Here,
an
for
early
example.
1800s wafer press that I'm going to use. What I'm going to produce next is
many
a
tabs open?
raspberry jam, which also just needs to set for a while. And that's going to go inside the wafer. Well, I would say it's cooking a little fast. We're okay.
It's
not
not
gonna hurt
log
it.
out skip.
See that Michael's already got stuff in
Make sure you're on the
saucepans
staircase
boiling
that's further
on
down,
the
and not the
surface.
one
Well,
behind me that's
What's
further
going
up.
on over there? I'm
Log
just
out
cutting
and it
up
looks
meat
like your
still.
character
You're
is
just
floating.
cocky. You're a
and then
cocky.
I'm not
back in.
cut. I'm saying I'm
You're
behind.
a cocky young cur is what you are.
I'm behind is what I am. Look at you cooking
Okay.
already.
Yeah, yeah. You got time, you'll learn.
Michael is not a lie down opponent. He is really good. I've got to bring my A game if I'm going to beat him.
Yeah.
But I have to beat him.
Honestly, I'm excited that you want to do this. It's fun.
Which one did he show?
I haven't done this before, and
I haven't either.
probably won't do
this
it again.
But
This,
the thing is
It depends on if you win or not. I may retire if I win.
we camp
Portal
together
trainer.
at events throughout the year. We've got time in the vehicle together.
What is that?
I need to have this. I can't hear from him over and over again of how he
fuck.
won. I can't have our friends coming up to me at events saying, I can't believe you let Michael beat
I
you.
can't believe it.
I got to win.
Fuck.
Yeah, those chickens
From
get much
Mage Town
closer.
Butters.
I may change my mind about what the fricassee is going to be consisted of. I'm just going to take sugar and throw it in here. I'm going to get it warmed up first.
Okay.
Once it's been going for a
Wicked.
while, I'll just set
What's
it
that?
aside. It'll just sit here for another couple hours.
Hey,
And
let's
the
go.
whole thing will cool down.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
stir
yeah.
it occasionally. But it'll
It worked.
thicken. The pectin will be released out of those little seeds, and it'll thicken. I want
Except
it
honestly,
cold
I didn't
for
even
my
get
dessert.
to
I don't
fucking
want
sell
time.
my
I don't
shit.
want it to melt the whipped cream. I'm just going to get that. It's one of those things I'm going to
Oh,
get
by the
done
way, do I
early,
have
and just
a
have it
better
set
minion
aside so I
now?
don't have to worry about it. So I just want to stir this a little
Oh,
bit.
let's go.
Get it
Do I summon
all
both?
uniformly warmed
Oh.
up. You can see what's already happened
that's
before
cringe.
I even mash it.
We're going to dust this a little bit with flour.
Can I have both minions summoned,
make
or
sure that
is it
everything's
like
just real
only
coated.
one minion at a time?
And we're going to throw some butter in the pan.
By the
We're
way,
going to brown this pork.
one.
We don't
Okay.
want it wet. We also don't want it dry. That's looking pretty nice right there. When we brown this pork, we're going to start to create a roux.
I
We're
keep
gonna start
forgetting
create
to
a
do
wonderful
the fucking
gravy
drain.
for this pork all in one. I don't know anything that Michael's making. And I'm trying to think. He said he hasn't made any of the dishes that he's making today. I don't think I have either, although I've seen some of them made. So right now we just got a nice tender sear on all this pork. I don't want to push it too much. I'm gonna go ahead and get this off the heat. Go ahead and put the apples and the onions all into this pan that's got all this fun going on.
Let's go.
And later we're gonna combine everything together and put it in the Dutch oven.
Don't chop.
I'm
Easy.
just going to mush the daylights out of these raspberries. I made these raspberries.
Those
this
berries
jam,
are looking delicious.
in my very first video I shot
The
with
berries
John,
in a video?
and we put them in, and we rolled up some pancakes, some thin wafer, some thin
I'm not
pancakes. I've
comfortable
never
in
made
the
the wafers
concentration.
on
Clear that.
location before, so I've only done them at home. So I haven't experimented with any of these. So I'm just gonna let this sit now. I'm done with it simmering. I need to taste this. I don't want to kill John. I may just stop and just do that. That will win
Easy.
just right there. No, you just keep going.
Oh, thank you.
Can you see the chickens? They've been our friends. And if you could just pan where I stand, and then just look at where Ryan's standing, and then you understand why the chickens are Ryan's best friends.
I don't want this to cook down too much. I just want to start the process of getting everything married together.
Nice.
I'm pulling the apples and the onions on and off the fire just to regulate the heat. I don't want them to cook too much. I just want to get all these flavors started married together. But I don't want to soften it a whole lot.
Oh, yeah, I
because
can
it's gonna stew
now
here in a
summon this
minute.
guy.
All right, so now the pork, some cider, everything's going to go in the pan together. Going to get going, and I'm going to get in the Dutch oven. It's going to stew for a half hour, 40 minutes.
For some onions.
We're going
Not
to get
the
some
worst
lemon zest going
combination.
on in here
Apples
for a
you
bit of
can,
brightness, a little bit of
or
acidity.
like
It's going to
contrast
make you take a bite
combine with
and be like,
a
wait,
lot
what's
of
going on
weird
here?
things.
Take another bite. Just depth
What
of
can this guy
flavor.
do, Yevin?
Something to make the judge go back again and again, trying to figure out what's going on. Also, remember, I know who I'm cooking for. There's never enough. This is where we're starting. I mean, there's enough nutmeg for me, not for the man.
I like this guy.
Time
He's
to put on
cool.
fire.
We're about 45 minutes in. From now on, I think I'm going to jump in there, start asking questions, seeing what they're doing.
It's way tanky,
because
holy.
I think they're going off the rails. Seafood was one of the choices.
Yeah.
Your choice is
Lobster.
okay.
Yeah.
So is that a real frontier kind
Oh,
of
they
thing?
don't
Is it
stack. That is so
frontier cooking?
cringe.
Well, it depends
is
on
so
where you're at in the
cringe.
frontier, I
It,
guess.
actually, it's that's not okay. I'm gonna give you that one. I'm gonna give you that one.
Thank you.
Okay, so you decided not to use the whole lobster, just
I know that, yeah, just the lobster tails. I know that you are not historically the most seafood loving person ever. So I think that I can cook this
How many
lobster,
soul shards should I
chop
farm?
it up small, get a lot of flavor
even have
out
that
of it
many.
into a fatty broth, and make sure that it's just really delicious. That's the point.
So my batter for my wafers is pretty simple. A couple of spoonfuls of cream, a couple of spoonfuls of sugar, and a couple of spoonfuls of flour. And they ask for orange petal water, which I could not find to save my soul. So I'm just going to introduce a couple of drops of orange juice into it. I know
these
that's
cookies.
very intense, but hopefully it'll disseminate in the rest of the
That
fluid.
was
because
literally
the,
your
orange
childhood.
petal water is very mild because I don't know what it's going to do. I think it's it. The recipe is 1769, so I just don't know what the intent was.
Okay, the tone is a lot
I'm gonna
more
do the best job I
consistent
can
here
with what
with this
I've got.
guy.
Ryan has only picked things that John likes. Got
Oh,
it.
it's also
Less is
applying a
the
damage over time. That's cool.
I'll be right back. So the next thing I'm going to do is melt some butter because I've made my batter. I need to butter the surfaces of my iron, and then I heat it, and then I pour some wafer material in here, and yeah,
it's gonna happen.
It's
because
gonna.
These wafers are not easy to do.
they're hard to do.
I mean, we did wafers in a couple different episodes,
Oh,
and
yes, I don't remember seeing that.
Okay.
the Gunston Hall one.
Well, we don't
and
need more
then,
soul shards
Ivy
for
and I
now.
did wafers, and challenging. If you
Yes.
do it like the recipes, they're very challenging.
No,
So you're gonna fake it.
no. I'm just going to keep turning them out, and if they turn out good, that's great. And if they don't, they don't. All right, we are going to get this baby ready.
Wait, why is it not?
Now I got to think about this. Mock me. They're going to make it to the table. Yeah, I may get 2 good ones out of 20 tries, but they're coming to the table. Even if I have to steal that timer and turn it a couple more times.
We are 1 hour in, 2 hours left. 2 hours left, guys.
Is there a hotkey to auto
I'm
attack?
not positive what's going to happen.
Because so far I only know when I like click an enemy, then I auto attack them. But
They're impossible to pull
yeah,
off, and I'm making a mess on
that's annoying. I always have to click the enemy to attack them.
I don't think I'm hot enough. I think you're right on this one. Like I said before, it's a fine line between.
Like, why do I
not hot
stop
enough and too
attacking
hot.
here?
How'd that first wafer turn out?
Well, it didn't, and
Well, the first one never turns out.
well, we're gonna see how this goes. It's the first of several, I think. Most of these are high risk, high reward.
I'm nervous about Michael making wafers. If he can pull it off, that might win it for him. They're hard to pull off. They're really hard to do. I'm using bread for two different reasons. One is, along with the pork all Norman, I am going to serve cheese toasties. The other reason is I'm going to make a white pot, and white pot needs bread. It needs a bread pudding. I'm feeling like I need to get my thoughts together real quick. I gotta wash some dishes. That's what I gotta do.
Easy.
Try number 2. I have no body. It's too thin, or my batter's too thick, and they want it thin. I think I have to be hotter.
With white pot, you're
West
essentially
what
making a
argument
custard. I'm nervous about
mills.
it because it's not a dish I've made before. I've made bread puddings. I've made custards, but this one has an expectation of. It's really one of our favorite dishes.
The
And so if I
devlog
don't pull it
add-on
off,
also shows
I'm gonna
you
get docked
like where the
points.
most people died and shit.
I'm making this up as I go a little bit,
Monk's
which is
ass.
how I like to cook. Now we need to put some sugar in here. We need plenty of it. A little bit of nutmeg.
Wait a minute. Let me see. What are you doing here?
White pot. We're doing a white pot. And
Obviously, you're cheating with that right there.
I'm gonna put allspice in it as well.
Okay.
It calls for nutmeg,
Okay.
believe it or not.
Okay. I just
Well,
didn't want
there's
you to play favorites.
Oh, me?
I need to come up with another concoction for dessert. Or just serving a bowl of raspberry jam with whipped cream, which I'm not want to do yet.
You're giving up on the wafer.
Not yet. I've only done 2.
Michael's trying to do wafers. Good luck, Michael. I've worked on wafers for hours, and unless you have the wafer iron just really hitting, I think it's really one of those things, probably in the 18th century, that was
Parappa?
done
Okay.
in a kind of a factory setting where they would spend all day making wafers, because once you get going, you just keep
Parappa.
going. But in this setting where there's a time constraint, it might take an
I'm
hour.
not lever
before you
working,
start
so I don't
getting
need
a
this
good
shit.
wafer. So,
Can I,
that's
because it's
a
green, can I
wager.
disenchant
There's
it?
gonna be
Probably
some
not,
well-done
right?
lobster. I forgot about my lobster.
Guess I'll try.
Color looks good. We'll see.
Haven't even
I just
gotten
don't want it to
10
be
of these.
rubbery.
well, here are the lobsters, probably the tails here. They're probably overcooked. This is the fun part of this episode because we're not fixing it as we go. Like
Okay,
in
you
a
cannot-
regular cooking episode.
Can I move my
if there's a
fucking...
mistake or we need to
can.
do it a second time.
Why did I not do that
we don't
earlier?
normally see that. Sometimes we show that in an episode. In this episode, we're not cutting any of those out. If they mess up, if it doesn't work, you're going to see it. And if he struggles to get these lobsters to be
okay, I'm
edible,
surprising.
then so be it.
Has Michael even made a wafer yet?
No, I've tried 2.
You know, I've got 2 dishes going.
I noticed that your lobster was in about 3 times as long as it should. John will enjoy chewing on a rubber ball.
Ooh yeah. You see that? That looks good right there.
Alright, do I just sell silver bar? Probably, right? I don't need it.
Now what I don't know is if I'm supposed to put
Malachite.
it back in there, or if
Is
this is
it
hot.
useful for enchanting? I don't think it was, right?
Nope, I think we're done with this.
Alright, just sell it.
I'm making an announcement, Ryan. I'm scrapping the wafers. Although it's against my nature, I don't have enough time to keep fussing with this, and I'm going to keep rolling. I didn't bring anything extra for a dessert, but I have something I can turn into a dessert. And so that's what
Right,
I'm going
let's
to
see
do.
some people traveling.
So my next adventure is making a force meat to put inside that pork that we discussed earlier.
I've got a well-buttered dish here. I'm gonna lay in some bread, and that's gonna be kind of the top of this pudding. So now we're just going
wasn't
to
expecting
pour our
that.
custard in here. And I don't know, that floated right up. And I don't think it's supposed to. So I'm gonna have to,
I wonder how it's supposed to work.
yeah,
Butter dish, the dish with the butter.
that's your idea.
Bro.
This is what I'm gonna do. First, I'm gonna add bread to this and see what happens.
With what?
Because I think that might cram in there, stick together, and make the right consistency. If that doesn't work, I'm going to scrap this whole thing. I'm going to make a rice pudding, but I'm going to be behind if I do that. Already, I can see that this is starting to help. I'm going to add
How
some
long is
currants
this
to
video,
this
by the
now and
way?
see what happens.
Jesus,
Okay,
man.
so I'm producing a force meat here.
I just
I'm
let it
just gonna cut
autoplay.
up some bacon and mince it up actually.
Got a rare one.
I use some lard. I'm going to throw some breadcrumbs in here.
Should have invited
Sometimes they
him real
call for
quick.
flour. This didn't.
So I could also loot.
Parsley,
Yoink.
little mace, not a lot. Use some salt. That bacon is salty, so I won't need much. I made mushroom ketchup at an event earlier this year. I dried the mushrooms and all the other ingredients I had. So it's really dried mushrooms and salt and allspice and a bunch of different things I had in there from that recipe. Another onion. And this is going to be treated just like my good gravy here. I'm just going to want to simmer it. That's good. Daddy's little helper. Just a thin cut pork chop is all it is. I'm going to cut the bone out of this. I'm going to get this to about half its thickness. I think this is going to shrink up a little bit while it's baking. So it's not really going to be this big. I think it'll probably be at least a third less its size when I'm done with it. There's some bacony, oniony goodness here.
Soldiers and bone casters.
I'm going to wind up using the same skillet I produced my force meat in. Put a little lard in there so my pork doesn't stick.
Right.
The oven
Okay,
temperature
it's
I can
already
tell
at
is
level 9.
way too low. I didn't do a good job
That's fine.
while cooking, keeping the oven temperature up. So rather than hope for the best, I'm going to put a fire in there with it and try to bake with the fire in there. Well, that's happening, and I've got my pork all in Norman sitting to the side. It is
Easy.
pretty much finished. I'll warm it up right before we go to plate. Now it's time to work on the lobster fricassee. And this sauce is kind of complex. We're going to really work on folding in a really good sauce here. So that's what I'm going to start working on right now. Right now we're going to work with the
Jesus.
beef broth. We've got some butter in there for fat, a little bit
fucking
of water.
instant
and I'm gonna
spawn.
put 2 halves of a lemon
It's
in there
like,
just to
didn't even have
and
time
some acid in there.
to walk past, dude. Jeez, man. What is that fucking shit? God damn. That's how you die in this game, man. What fucking bullshit. I mean, I was lucky it didn't track me, but...
That's so good.
Oh, man.
1 hour? How are you doing?
We're in great shape.
Well, it probably also wouldn't have killed me, but still.
Easy peasy, yep.
No problem. Okay. Looking good. They're starting to wear out. We're definitely more than halfway, and you can see the energy level come down on these guys. They're starting to get tired. Things aren't working. This isn't easy. Pulling off, a meal with these many things in it all at once in this kind of a setting, it's not easy.
I'm feeling every moment of 68 years old.
68, holy.
I'm going to start a white fricassee of mushrooms. We're on the home stretch here, and I'm feeling pretty good.
Yo.
Just fantastic.
If nothing else, that's a home run. I forgot the mushroom ketchup seasoning.
There's nothing good about this.
Didn't get any letters right.
These ovens are meant to come up to temp and bake with no fuel inside of them. They're not like a pizza oven, or they weren't used like that in the time period very often. I'm using it like a pizza oven right now, which means I've got a fire
Oh,
on
fuck,
both
wrong
sides of
button.
the pudding. and it could very well burn. I just strained out this broth that I made. It had some beef broth. It had onions, water, salt, pepper, and some lemon for acidity. I'm gonna put it back in here after I've scummed it. And now we're gonna try to thicken it up a little bit, add even some more acid to it. So we're gonna add, we're gonna put it, wine. We're gonna add some butter and some cream, thicken it up a little bit. So I'm just trying to get this sauce to thicken up right now by adding a little bit of flour at a time and stirring it continuously so we get a nice gravy going on. This recipe called for wine and lemon, and I think it's too acidic.
Wait, we're changing the recipes? Why don't you just put Louisiana seasoning in it? It's so much better.
Do you have something to cook over there?
Fix that if you want.
So what I was trying to say is I'm trying to make sure that my seasoning is correct so that it balances everything. Because that acid in there is really nice.
Nice save. So one of the ingredients we need to use is cheese. So this is a cheese loaf, Henry Howard's 1727 cookbook. It's cheese curds. During the cheese making process, you gather the curds and you squeeze them in a press, and that is your cheese. So it doesn't say to discard all the way, so I'm gonna discard some of it. There's some breadcrumbs in here, and a little mace, a little nutmeg.
Don't you think nutmeg is kind of cheating at this point?
I never bring recipes that call for it. This one actually called for it, so I brought it.
There's marshmallows?
No, they're cheese curds. They want me to bake this in a stone vessel, stoneware, and pull it, open its top, put a little butter in, keep it out of the mold, put it back into brown, and that'll be,
Okay,
yeah, we're gonna see.
that's a challenge.
Yeah. Well, this is everything I don't think I want to serve cold. The rest of the things I don't want to serve cold, so.
Ooh, tormented
So
spirit.
I've got a blue tube. Come on. We're gonna go get, oh, see, look what happened. You see that fire? That wasn't like that when I left, but that's what I want.
I'm out of range.
Because I would rather burn this and have to trim some of it for presentation than it not set up. I don't know. I don't know how John's gonna judge, but
Mine's one bullet.
Michael's not gonna give a whole lot of room for error. He's very good.
I need to
I've never cut into a lobster tail without using kitchen shears. So we're gonna figure this out right now.
Huge. It's not a stick where all the enemies are lumped up. I like that.
Oh, this looks great. I'm excited about this. I think that after it soaks in this broth a little bit, it's a little bit over, but I think we're gonna be all right.
Jesus.
There we go. That's gonna be better that way. Because I don't want him to be eating this and being like, where's the lobster at? So here we go. All right. There's our lobster fricassee.
You got 1/2 hour, guys. That's it. That's all you've got left.
Can I move the pop-up window when I
Well,
hover over
They
something because
have
it blocks
just
my
30
backpack?
minutes left, and we'll see if they can pull this
Mine's
together.
one bullet.
23 minutes, Michael.
Yeah, I'm gonna boil a potato in 23 minutes. Because I forgot to do it. Shrimps buttered. Oh yeah, eat snippets. I want my butter melted, but I don't want it so hot that it scrambles, that it cooks the egg. Egg and wine and butter, that's it.
All good.
A little salt.
How's that looking?
Not close. How am I gonna do this?
Someone killed 2 scorpions and didn't loot them. Wow. I just did it for fun, I guess.
Ah, whipped cream.
Smell isn't
Even, it's like hunting,
Are those done, you think?
No.
but only for the pro level
that's
hunt,
whipped cream.
because they need to do it.
I need
Disgusting.
to target something first.
Ooh. We're doing all right.
Are you,
It might
you,
be a little underdone in the middle, but I'm gonna let it
Nice,
sit
dude.
right here.
That was 7 or 8?
We're gonna let
Dang.
that be.
You're multi leveling.
This is looking pretty good.
That's pretty quick. That's pretty. What level? Oh, yeah, I'm level 11. Right.
I'm gonna cut this cheese up
Yeah, plenty of time left.
for some Welsh rabbit. Now it's
Oh.
time to start thinking about not only finishing the dishes, but how are you going to heat everything back up that's already done, make sure that it's good when it comes to the table. So this last half hour or so is going to be high stress.
Okay. Kill Nissa Looter for her remains.
Let's check this loaf.
There's another torched bird.
Ants.
Oh, did it leave? Whatever.
We have 5 minutes left.
Right, we gotta. What a jackass, look at this dude. Intentionally
Make my cheesy toast.
let me
happen right
aggro
now.
them so he could yoink the fucking boss. I will not help him if he gets close to that or something. I mean, he's druid, he shouldn't.
Michael, how can I help?
Make me a Bloody Mary.
Ivy, you want some cheesy bread?
Ivy. Got raspberries here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put down your spoons.
Shit.
That was good.
Good job, buddy.
Fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
Just he buffed me.
We're going to start off with Ryan. What should we start off with?
I don't know. I would save the dessert for last, and
Okay.
then whatever you want to do.
I think we've got some good color. I think the plating was nice. You know, got some nice color here and there, and so I think they look good.
But now I have to
Find
wait.
out. Here's our
Oh, no, I
pork
don't.
a la Norman, which is sort of like a really thick pork stew.
Yeah, with apples. It's like with cider and everything. It's very
Yeah.
appley.
Yeah,
You stay
the apples
gas.
and the pork, really good. You did a good job with that. This is the fricassee, right?
Yeah.
And it's the lobster fricassee, which I have never noticed in the cookbooks
I
before.
was very excited to find
Which
it.
remember which cookbook it came out of?
I've wrote it down. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's not one that we carry.
Right.
And my goal was to try to find a seafood fricassee
Yeah.
so that I didn't have to make 4 dishes.
Two things at once. Yeah. Get ready.
Bottoms up.
Maybe just too much salty. Other than that,
Okay.
whew, man, good. And I'm a kind of a salty person, so
Okay.
um,
I tasted it and it was like, man, that's really acidic. Maybe some salt will help.
I like how
with
he
that,
doesn't
but
care.
I don't know.
No, he does.
no, but the lobster seems good. You weren't worried about being too tough.
I was, yeah.
No, it's good. So how did this white pot turn out? We were really worried about it.
I was really worried about it. When I first pulled it out, it didn't seem like it's set up in the middle. And so I thought, well, I can still plate the edges, right? And but I decided to leave it at the door of the oven to see if it would finish, and it did. I left it there like 20
Good.
minutes,
Yeah.
and it finished
Yeah,
out. I was
no
really
problem.
excited.
And you made a sauce for it.
I
see
did.
that.
Yeah.
Man,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
getting hungry. Maybe I get some more food.
Texture is perfect, especially with the top here. It's got some, thickness to it, and You know, the raspberries look good. So
How's the mint with it? I didn't know. I just did it for, I thought maybe it would smell fresh. Take it, leave it.
yeah,
okay.
they
It's like a
look good on
toggle.
there.
People pizza.
I don't know about the. Boy, I could eat that all day. No, that's
I
good.
probably should have done it.
No, excellent. Well, here it is, Michael, looking like a typical table setting in the 18th century. Very nice. I
What
see
the
you
fuck
brought
is
a
up with
drink, which
70V
is
again, man?
Bribing
fine,
the judge, yes.
unlike somebody else's. But
Oh,
that's
there's
all
a
right.
Gregor.
What have we got here?
Well, for our hors d'oeuvres, we have a cheese loaf. It's cheese curds and some other things too fixed to mention, baked and served as, and then shrimps buttered.
Right.
That takes care of our seafood
Right.
and our cheese. Entree is a pork olive and a white
can you
fricassee
not run
of
away?
mushrooms and a potato
Come back.
pudding, which I didn't pudding because
Yeah.
I didn't plan wisely.
Okay.
My time. And then for dessert, we have a raspberry with cream.
So this is the cheese loaf,
Yeah.
and this one's from Newest Way, all the way 1726.
1726.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna come back? Oh,
It's different, I know.
What kind of cheese was that?
go on,
Just a
get him.
cheese curd, mozzarella cheese.
I think it needs that butter on top.
Smell it.
So we've got in our shrimps here. Butter shrimp. Well, you know, how can you go wrong? Butter shrimp.
Lots of ways.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's got wine.
Is he arguing only
A
me?
little bit. This didn't have a lot of seasoning. I let the wine and the shrimp take it down.
Right.
I could have salt and peppered it, but that's not what it called for. And then the mushroom fricassee.
Okay. This is your fricassee, huh?
Yep.
Very whiny.
It's less winey than they said. They were wanting me to have equal parts of some
Wow.
things. I cut
Wow.
back on that. And it's a cheap white wine, a sweet wine. I don't.
Careful, don't take
once
too
again, they
much
just
fall
say white
damage.
wine.
Follow
Yeah.
the way
And I'm
behind to
thinking of what they
safety.
would have had.
A potato pudding, huh?
Well,
Gurgnoise
what's missing
and
is I didn't
Mogrel
flour
Stuten
a piece
for
of
the
linen,
Ichor.
boil it, bring it
Ichor,
out,
Ichor.
and spread copious amounts of sugar on top, which is what the
The
recipe.
maggot eye, Lieutenant
So,
for his
At the last
paws.
minute, I
Okay.
gave you potatoes, which is better than nothing.
Okay,
So I missed
okay,
the
well-
pudding boat. For that alone, I don't deserve to
Oh, the pudding boat. We
Yeah.
missed it.
win this. Yep. I set sail and just on the horizon, it was lost with all hands. The SS pudding.
The olive is very
pork
interesting.
olive.
It's like a stuffed, basically pork choppy kind of, you know, a pork loin or something like
I
that.
made a gravy, a good gravy. I made a force meat, spread the force meat on it, rolled it up, browned it, and then let it simmer in the gravy. So the force
What was
meat's
in the
got-
force meat?
Oh, brother, bacon, a little beef, a little pork, mushroom ketchup, the dried, and a little red wine, butter, mushrooms,
Yeah. You got some nutmeg in it? Make sure.
Yeah.
Good.
as far as you know.
Very nice.
There you go.
Very nice.
I've got more of
I
that.
think I made my controls too complex.
I
My,
would do that
my brain
twice
is
before you
constantly
start.
getting confused and I'm hitting the wrong buttons.
So obviously you had some struggles. What were the difficulties?
I have
I spent too much
control
time trying to
1
get the wafers
for
to work.
commanding my
And,
guy to
and I
attack,
simply
have
forgot to
1
have a
for my
potato
curse, and
boiling
have shift
water.
1
So
for my
I didn't
attack.
get the pudding done. So
Okay.
that's
Then I
one thing
also
didn't
press
do.
F5 for
Everything
my
else I did.
Shadow Bolt or
And they are the tastes that
well,
were the
I mean,
recipe
those are
that
mouse
you
buttons,
fuss
you
with.
know.
We can not like it
Mouse
today
button
because
for
it doesn't have
corruption
some seasoning that we're
and,
used to. It's not the way it
immolate.
was. So trying to get these to be the way they were.
It's a little goofy.
The competition is over, and these gentlemen, Ryan and Michael, did a wonderful job. We don't normally do something like this where it's timed, where we have to see the mistakes, where we have the struggles. It was fun to watch, especially as I'm relaxing
Yeah,
on the other side,
noticed that, yeah.
watching you work. So very, very nice, and you all brought great dishes. Do you have any last words before I
hell.
give my final judgment?
It's way too scary.
It was fun. I'm not used to so many things in a time. You know, I'm used to doing a couple of all day, every day. So that was that
Okay.
was fun and
Get
interesting.
him.
I wouldn't mind doing it again, whether I win or lose this time.
Very good.
But I wouldn't change what I did. I brought things I hadn't done before for the most
I
part.
just
except for one
realized
and
disabled my add-on
and
again.
I don't know that I'd change that. I'd probably do the same thing again.
Why are
and
add-ons so
have some
buggy?
successes and some failures.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd never even seen this lobster fricassee
Not
until
later.
last night, and it was fun to just bring it and try
There's
it.
the classic cast bars.
A lot
Oh.
of dishes that I've seen on the channel from before I worked here, or
Oh, no, it
before
was that one.
I was doing any cooking, so it was a lot of fun. Thank
I
you,
just
Michael,
watch,
so much for
maybe it's
having it.
showing them. And
It was a
just,
lot
I
of
don't know.
fun.
Whatever.
My pleasure.
There are a lot of different ways we can judge food like this, historically and taste-wise, and even the choices. I think if I was looking at sort of the main dish and the historical concept, I think I'm going to go with the olive, because I that's not something that's done a lot, and I really like that. The pork a la Normand had a great taste, but it's a little trickier to research and lock down.
Why's 20
And
the
so
next one?
That one's a little iffier if you really want to bring out the paperwork and say, okay, that's where this one is based off
It's
of.
kind of like the guts of a Cheshire pork pie,
It is.
but without the pie.
Right. So that one's a little trickier. The side dishes or the, Michael's appetizer of the cheese curd, I like the idea, especially where it's coming from. I don't know about the taste part of it though.
It's flat.
Yeah.
It was it
Right. But if you're
per
judging
the recipe, but it,
right, if
yeah.
you're judging it on historical, here's an interesting dish, then
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
If you want this is the appetizer that is the yummiest. Well, the cheese bread.
Just cheating.
Yeah, it's just totally cheating. But it is right out of the books. It's very historical. So there's that. I certainly fricassee wise, hey. Obviously, the lobster fricassee.
A lot safer this way. I've
nails
not
it,
been
even
hit
if
in a
it was
while.
just that little
That's
bit too
pretty cool.
salty. And when it
long
comes
as
to
the fucking
dessert-wise, well, Ryan, the
White
white
Walker doesn't
pot.
die.
Hello.
We Gucci.
This one you have struggled with those wafers.
Yep.
That's too bad. You probably should have fought those a little bit more at home so you could come in and just nail those.
But he
wafers.
needs points for trying wafers. That's really
Well,
difficult.
truly, I mean, if you're looking at difficult level,
Yeah,
but
right.
but he wasn't able to pull that off.
Yeah.
If he could have nailed those and brought them in, then yes. But there's no wafers here. So and the white pot.
Easy. This guy killed me once.
Even though you struggled with getting it baked right.
Yeah, right.
So hey, really good. Now it's
Follow
time
the
to
character
announce
because I was
the
using
winner
this stupid fucking
of
speedrunning
the
guide.
first Townsend's
Told me to go here way too
Great
early.
Frontier Cook-Off.
Jeez. And then I also had like fucking
Ryan, he
hyper
did
spawning,
it!
which also sucked.
Now, there were some good ones here. You did a great job, Michael. But overall,
good job,
Bro,
baby.
I'm
Ryan
full.
did it.
I'm so
might
excited.
Be
I'm
because
so
I
thank you,
filled my
Michael.
inventory up with
Worthy
social
opponent. It was
notes.
very fun. I am so excited. I can't believe I won.
Should have won. Those are great dishes.
Let's go. He won.
Thank you so much for
didn't even
watching
look at
this
the-
first experimental episode.
too
If
focused.
you're interested in another one, please tell us in the comments.
Ranged attacks are so much nicer because they can't flee from those as easily. They just double skip. I don't know. Whatever.
We usually think of fried chicken as, well, traditionally an American dish. But today I'm going to share with you
Bro.
an old English recipe
Why am I
from 1736
in the
that
fucking
I think
cooking
will change
marathons?
the way you make fried chicken. Thanks for joining us today.
Wait, that's a
18th
live
century
stream?
cooking.
No, it's a premiere probably. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
The recipe today
Cooking.
comes from the little recipe book by
I mean,
Nathan
whatever,
Bailey
you know.
called Dictionarium Domesticum from
2-hour video.
1736. And it's an odd little cookbook. It's set up like a dictionary, so it's in alphabetical order, and this recipe you find under marinade. So that's where we need to start with this recipe, with the marinade. Now this one's actually pretty simple. It starts off with the liquid portion, which is
Cook book.
lemon juice and verjus or
Cook-like.
vinegar.
Cook-
Verjus
cook-
is actually a
cook-like,
very common
yeah.
ingredient you'll find in early 18th
Cook,
century
yeah, bread.
recipes. It comes from the juice of unripe grapes, unfermented. And while it's very sour, it actually has a very mild flavor.
Right,
If
what
you're
do we
going to
throw out for
use
this one?
Vinegar, the vinegar that would
Shit.
have been typical in an 18th century, especially English setting, would be malt vinegar. In the time period, they called it wine vinegar, but it's actually malt vinegar today. If you can't find that, or you want to use something that doesn't quite have that kind of a flavor, then you can use cider vinegar or even distilled vinegar. Lemons were available as well, depending on your location and your social position.
Oh wait,
And
this is not a
interestingly
Murloc?
enough,
Doesn't
lemon
have Murloc
zest
in the
or
name?
lemon peel was the
Or are we
second
Gucci?
most common type of spice you'll find in many
Too much
of
shit.
the 18th
Okay,
century
this is
cookbooks.
worth
So,
14, yeah.
very
Thanks.
common. In this case,
I'm
I'm
good.
opting for the juice of 2 large lemons and an equal amount of distilled vinegar. The recipe suggests salt, pepper, cloves, and bay leaf, but no real amounts here, except for the number
Well,
of
how's
bay
making
leaves,
a
2
cup?
bay leaves.
Yep.
So we're guessing
just watching.
Wait,
maybe
I'll
a
read you
teaspoon of salt,
your name
a
in a moment.
teaspoon of black pepper, and a quarter of a teaspoon of cloves. And the last ingredient is something called chibols, and we had to look that one up. That's
Not UN
spring
sucks.
onions, or as we would call it, green onions.
Not
I've got
UN.
about a half a cup. Shallots
Am
are
I reading
something
that
that
right?
you could
Thank you for the follow.
substitute in
Appreciate
this
it.
place.
Peace out.
Shallots were very common in the
Appreciate
18th
it.
century,
You doing?
and it would probably
What are you
make a
doing? Oh,
very
that was the wrong button.
flavor in
Oh
it.
my god. Taunt them. Thank you. Jesus, this guy is so good. Just taunt on them both immediately.
The recipe calls for quartering your chicken. I've actually cut it up into individual pieces so that it'll go a little farther. The recipe suggests marinating
juice.
this chicken for 3 hours, and you should probably stick to that. If you use some of the more powerful, like the malt vinegar, it can really enhance the flavor too much. So 3 hours is a good time. We're coming up on our 3-hour mark, and it's time to work on the batter portion. And this is a little bit different than what I'm used to. Like our marinade, the batter
I
is also
hate that I
very
have to
easy
throw
make.
out an
I'm
item just to
using
use
about a
this
cup and a
instant
half
cast,
of
one
flour,
single
just
use
regular
item, yeah.
all-purpose flour will
Like
work.
why?
And enough
Just
white wine, like
let me use
a
it,
Rhenish
man.
wine would be
Whatever,
good.
I don't need that.
Adding enough
stuff,
to make
but
this
still.
into a thin pancake
Whatever,
batter.
whatever.
And finally,
I'll
I'm
throw
gonna
this out
add
because
the
I
yolks
need
of
inventory slots
3
anyways.
eggs. You can top this off with a little more wine if you need to
Massive.
get to the right batter consistency. And finally, a teaspoon of salt will finish this off, and mix it so that it's nice and even. If you don't want to use wine, you could
Why are they
use cider
talking to me?
instead, or maybe just water. There was no suggestion of the particular kind of oil to fry in the 18th century. They would have used a large
Just do it like this.
or even
Okay.
a clarified
You tell me.
butter. You can use the modern oil of your choice. We are deep frying with oil right over the
There are
open fire.
bags for
Obviously,
just
you have
soul
to be
shots. Oh,
very
that's good to know.
careful, when you're doing it like this. You want to heat your oil to about 350
But do they take a back spot?
degrees.
I
A
assume
little
so,
shimmer at
right?
the top, definitely not smoky.
Are they bigger than at least? That would make sense. Yes. Was that a yes for all my questions? Oh, am I
Fry
done
this
with these?
in
I guess so.
batches of 3 or 4 pieces, maybe 5 pieces. Really, it depends on the size
Do
of your
we do?
pot.
They always
And
want
I'm
you
not
to do
sure
all the
exactly
fucking
how
shit
long
at
you wanna cook
once.
it, but you want to get to
How
the
much
point
inventory
where the
space do they
color is a
expect me to
nice
have, man?
light mahogany brown.
Fuck. This button.
Now, before we serve this, there's just one more component that we need to do: fried parsley. Now, you may think
Why does
that's
this guy have to be a
strange,
fucking
but trust
cunt?
me, you'll love it. Before you fry this parsley, make sure it is very,
I could
very
link
dry.
you some
Completely dry
in
blot
party
as
chat.
much
Oh,
as
you want a
possible,
party?
or the results can be disastrous. Fry it in small batches for several
Lopas.
minutes until it gets nice and crispy. We'll crumble this over the chicken as a tasty garnish. Well, there it is. It
Yeah.
looks wonderful. Let's find out just how it tastes.
Bro, why is this hill here? Like this.
Wow.
Goofy.
18th century fried chicken. And the flavors are definitely a little different than what you're used to. That marinade does something really special. You get a little bit of that lemon flavor comes through, just a little bit, a hint of that wonderful
I
flavor
call
and the
cloth
crispiness.
bag. Wait.
Fried
Yeah, that didn't work.
parsley is really interesting. I really love this recipe. This one is great. Who would have thought? 18th century fried chicken. It's great. I love this one, and I think everyone should try it. I want to thank you for coming along as we experiment. We try these really interesting things out. This food from history. I want to thank you for joining me.
It doesn't
as we
work.
savor the flavors and the
Rope
aromas
Arcmate. No.
of the 18th century.
Oh, unlucky. Is it maybe, do you need an
Hi, I'm
add-on
John
for that?
Townsend, and today we're embarking on a series about baking and roasting.
I know
in
you
this
can,
very
you know, link like
versatile
this.
utensil here, the Dutch oven. Thanks for joining us today on 18th
Like,
century
this,
cooking.
yeah. Nope, I mean, like, huh? I think it was shift.
There's a very
Yeah,
interesting
shift.
book that was published in the early 19th
Oh, that
century. It was
seemed to
published in
have worked,
1837, but it was actually written
Southern
in
Spirit, do you have
1832,
completely
and it's
discussed?
by
Oh no, that's a
Catherine Strickland
quest share.
Parr. It's called The Backwoods of Canada. And she originally wrote this book as a series of letters to her sister talking about life on the frontier in Canada. And it's really amazing. She has a whole section of the book where she talks about Dutch ovens, or she calls them bake kettles. Now, as a regular proper English woman, she probably wouldn't have used something like this in her regular
That's the
home.
quest, oh yeah.
But
I done this
she
quest like 3
definitely
times.
found they were amazingly
Fucking
useful
Wakura eyes.
on the frontier. And let's hear a little bit about what she says about bake kettles. She says, "At first I was inclined to grumble and rebel against the expediency of bake pans or bake kettles. But as cooking stoves, iron stoves, and even brick and clay-built ovens will not start up at your bidding in the bush, these substitutes are valuable and perform a number of uses. I have eaten excellent light bread
You need a
baked
bag?
on immigrant hearths in one of these kettles. I've
no,
eaten
actually.
boiled potatoes, baked meats,
Wait, how do you
excellent
say
stews, good
something?
soups, and all
Normally.
cooked at different times in this
no.
useful, universally useful utensil. So let it not be despised. It is one of those things particularly adapted to the circumstances of settlers in the bush before they have collected
forgetting.
those comforts about their homesteads, within and without, that are the reward and the slow gleaning up of many years' toil." So you can
Rawhide
see
Grave
how
Brother.
much she loved to use this very versatile
Oh, they don't
tool.
even want me to
And you know,
slay
it's one
gnolls.
thing to say fry in one of these, or bake a soup, or cook a soup or
mongrels,
stew
what? No, wait,
in a kettle
mongrels.
like this. But it's another thing to learn how to bake and to roast it, where you really have to regulate the temperatures. That's what we'll be focusing on today. Again, it might not seem that easy, but with a little study, we'll get it. So let's look at the anatomy of this Dutch oven for a little bit before we get started warming it up. You can see that it's got a lid. It's a special lid. Dutch ovens,
There's no grave
this
promise.
lid, this idea, the rim on here is specifically so that we can put coals up on
Yeah,
top of
clear it
this
up a
and
little
them
bit.
not fall off. This really is sort of an
Before I get
an
ganked up like
American
this.
invention
God damn it.
right there in the late 18th century and early 19th century. Really kind of sets these apart and makes
It's
them
very useful,
specifically
the-
good for this purpose. So this helps with the specific idea of Dutch oven baking, which is that we want to have heat underneath the cooking pot and we want to have coals up on top to give you heat from both directions.
No,
Now,
thank you.
one of the things that'll happen is once you
All
get
these
this
random
idea,
ass
you'll
builds.
think,
I don't
"Oh,
even
know
know what
I'll
builds
just
do yet."
pile coals up on top of this pot." And that really is the problem. We don't want to have too much on top, or else we'll just overheat this. We'll get too much heat
No,
in
so it's nice,
too rapidly
nice.
and burn whatever we're cooking. So it really
Mine's
is
when
a
you picked up.
balance between getting enough heat below and above, but not too much. That's what we're going to be
Wicked.
studying here in just a moment. Another thing we really need to bake in this properly is a good bed of coals. So you have a lot of pre-prepared coals. You can't cook with flaming logs. You really need to have a
Where's the
nice
fucking
deep bed of coals and coals you can
rollers?
keep getting from the fire. So if you don't have a
can't find
good
any.
bank of them ready to go, then you might run out just when
This
you
doesn't
need
work with
more.
X. Oh,
Also,
lucky.
there are environmental factors.
But I
to
think it works in chat, right?
consideration.
Like, I can say...
Ambient temperature outside really isn't that important that you have to really keep in mind.
Well, it doesn't work
But
for
wind
quick backs,
is. If
at
you've
least.
got a lot of wind coming in, it'll hit that pot and take away the heat. And so it can be very difficult to bake. So if you've got a windy situation, you're going to need to protect that Dutch oven
Where are
baking
these grave
area
robots at,
from
man?
a lot of that wind. You'll need to make some kind of a windbreak. If you go searching online, you'll likely find formulas for baking with Dutch ovens. And the formula usually goes something like this. If you want to get to 350 degrees, you take the inches of your
Is the
Dutch
name of the
oven, say
guide
10-inch
wrong or
Dutch
something?
oven, and you put 3 up and
Oh.
3 down. You take
Rawhide's
the number
grave
of
robots.
inches, you take
I have no
10
clue where they
charcoal briquettes, and for the
are.
top you'd put 13 on, and you'd do 7
This
underneath,
thing
so
leads
3
me, like,
minus and 3
on random spots.
plus. But since we're not using charcoal briquettes, usually in a
Mongol,
historic
whatever.
atmosphere
Because
like
I
this,
fight
we're
some
going
more
to be
Flathead
using
Mongols probably for the liquor, right?
hardwood
For Iker.
coals. So they aren't the same size as a charcoal
moles, I
briquette,
don't know.
and they usually burn much hotter. So we have to experiment
And
more. We have to
I have a
use our
headache today for
experience
some reason.
to get the right temperature. So when we're baking in a Dutch oven, we're trying to get the air temperature inside the Dutch oven to oven temperatures, right? 300, 350 degrees. We don't actually usually want to have our actual food right up
So there are
against the
20
Dutch
slots
oven.
and 24
So
slots,
we want to
slot
bring
bags
our
for
food
soul
up
shards. Nice.
off
What's
of
like the
away
max
from the
size
walls.
normal
So many times we'll use
bag?
a trivet, something like this. Sometimes we could use little stones and a
How
baking
big can
dish, especially
can
if
our
we're baking
everything
bread
back
or
get,
some
basically?
kind of pie in our oven. We want to have the pie plate up off the bottom with a trivet, and we want to bake in something like this. Again, we're trying to get the air temperature up to the right. To give you an idea what's happening inside the Dutch oven, we've actually got
18
a modern
centimeters.
heat
Okay, I
probe
see.
in here and a little device, so we can actually read the temperature of the inside of the Dutch oven. As we
It
put
is
coals
worth
on
it
top,
indeed.
and underneath, we can watch, and that will give us an idea about exactly what we're going to do in the future. Let's start off experimenting with just a scoopful of coals down below that we'll spread out, and another scoopful that we will spread on the top of the lid here, and make sure they're all around the edge, not necessarily in the center. There you go. It's only been a minute or two, and just that handful of coals has
The
already
chances of you
raised
getting
the
one is
temperature,
0.001%. Oh, you
160
can't
degrees
buy
and
them
still
or
going
craft them.
higher.
That sucks then. Okay.
Okay, our temperature seemed to level off at about 200 degrees. So let's put another
Let me guess, I'm not
scoopful,
allowed to.
a light scoopful
You're
on
busy
the lid
looting.
and see what happens.
Fucking.
So it's been 10 minutes so we've
Yes.
had just 1 scoop at the bottom, 2 scoops on top. Our temperature is already to 260 degrees. So you can see it really doesn't
What?
take too
Oh,
long to
because
get
you
it
are
up
also
to
in the party.
almost
Wow.
baking temperatures. Obviously, we'll need a little bit more to get it to where we would want
You're
to bake
busy
bread or
looting.
something.
Fuck you. Oh, it's closed again. God damn it.
You have to really be careful
Because
about
nobody
taking the
probably
lid off and
does
checking
molten
you're
core on
baking a lot.
HC.
If you do that, you'll extend the baking
I see. I don't know what that means, but so 16 slot bag is. Oh, okay. Sorry, the 18 slot bag. Okay,
Well,
that's
we're
the
just about
chances.
to 350
Those chances are
degrees in the internal
0.001.
temperature here. We've got
16 slot bag is the
of
biggest you can
hardwood
get, I
coals
see.
underneath,
Okay, I mean
and
that's
3
pretty good
scoops
still, I
up
guess.
on the lid. And this is a
Molten cores are
12-inch
40
Dutch
man
oven.
rate.
If
Yeah,
you're
okay.
making a smaller Dutch oven, obviously,
I would not
you'll
want to
need
be part of that, I
fewer
think.
coals, and a bigger one, obviously more coals.
Also, it's
And
hard
as
to
these
set up
coals die
way
down, they'll
too
need to be
few people in
replenished.
hardcore
So you can see you have to be
that are
careful. You
especially
have to be
probably
watching this all the
on the
time.
level
And the more you bake
required
like
for
this,
that, I
the
assume.
easier it will become. So there's a
How do
lot
raids work?
of
Do you have to be
heat,
max
not
level
only
for
going
raids?
down from the lid of this, but coming up off of the lid. And one of the beauties of Dutch ovens is you can
Look
stack
where the
them
grave
up to
robbers are.
conserve your coals, so that this set of coals on this lid will actually be the bottom coals for another Dutch
Yes,
oven
you
that's
have to
up
be
on top.
max level then.
So we preheated this oven. It's well
Okay,
up
we have
into
to go
temperature.
here.
In fact, what we'd like to do is go ahead and bake bread.
Also need
while
to
this is
do
hot. Now, bread
attunements to get
needs to be
entrance into
really
a raid.
hot, 450,
See what?
425
I don't know what
degrees. So we
attunements
put
are,
an
but
extra scoop
sounds like
down
effort.
below and an extra scoop on top. Now,
Yeah, I
as
wouldn't
long
want to
as
do
you do
dungeons
Dutch
or
oven,
raids.
It's
I don't
completely
know, I'm
level
too-
on top,
I
and
have no
it
clue what
should
I'm
be
doing here.
about up to temperature. And I've got
That
some
sounds-
dough
oh, quests, I see.
already ready to go in the oven. This is risen, so let's get it in the oven and get it baking.
Sounds scary. I would probably just die. Then Ella. That's the wrong button. Come on.
Well, here's the bread. It's well, it's not right out of the oven because I let it cool down. It's still
The
really,
one
really cool.
for
The problem with
Onyx,
baking
yes,
bread at an
Leia
event is you
is the
really
longest
need
one,
to
and
let
there's
it
just one
totally
boss
cool off, maybe
in the
even
raid.
all night
God
long
damn.
until the next day for the crumb to set up. Now I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna rip this bread open. We're gonna have some right away.
Yeah, apparently
It
grave
smells
robbers are
wonderful.
somewhere
It's
over
still
here.
steaming inside.
Yeah,
The crumb
yeah.
had set up enough, so it should be perfect. Bread right out of the oven. Wow. This bread was really, it really was not so difficult at all in the Dutch oven. You have to pay attention to it. You have to have
There we
some
go,
experience,
finally.
experience, and you have to do some. You probably have to fail on 3 or 4 loaves before you get it. This one probably can use just a
cool.
little bit more heat underneath.
Gives me the
But
buff.
again, I mean, we're still learning, and
1 out of
it
8.
is so simple, and you can do it at an event without great quantities of equipment.
Oh, Doom
Just
tosser.
a simple Dutch oven.
We don't have much
Bread
space
is so
for the meat.
wonderful when you can bake it at an event. I'm telling you, everybody will love you. Hi, I'm John Townsend. We're continuing our series in Dutch oven cooking. And in
This video is so
episode,
fucking
we'll be
long,
baking a
holy.
roast. In
17
1837,
minutes in.
Catherine Strickland Parr
2
wrote a
hours.
little book called The Backwoods of Canada. And in this book, she's giving advice to folks that are going out into the frontier of Canada. And she has some amazing advice about not shunning this particular cooking device. And she calls it a bake kettle. And today we call them Dutch ovens. She talks about how highly versatile they are, that you can bake breads, you can cook meats in them and roast in them, all these different things. Today, that's what we're going to do. We're going to roast beef in a Dutch oven. So today's recipe comes from the little cookbook called Domestic Economy. It's 1794, and it's Maximilian
Come
Hazelmore.
on.
And this recipe is called rump au ragout. Basically, we know it as pot roast.
Maximilian.
So the ingredients
Ooh.
we're using today really haven't changed. It's
what do I
basically
ditch
just
for
like
this
a pot
one,
roast you would do today. I've got a 2.5-pound rump
Wait,
roast.
Tomka, do you
and
see
we've
this
got
window now
carrots and
too? Could you
onions.
just yoink it?
So
See
you know,
that
let's
layer?
put this together. Let's season this with
Because
salt and
I have
pepper
full
on
inventory
all
space, and
different
then
sides.
technically you could yoink it, but I don't know if you can see the window too,
Now.
or if you're too far away.
Dredge this in a little bit of flour.
Otherwise, I guess I throw
Okay,
away
this looks good. Let's brown it in the pan.
proximity, I see.
Okay, let's get this pan nice and hot to brown this. This is already probably pretty much up to temperature. Let's toss in some of our butter here. Yeah, it's hot. And here goes the meat. You want to simmer this until it's nicely browned on all sides. That side looks good. Now that our meat is browned on all sides, I can remove it from the pan and deglaze the pan. And I'm doing this with cider. The original recipe actually calls for the use of small beer, but of course you really can't find that today, so cider is going to work fine for this. I'm using maybe a cup or 2 here and just scraping all the gunk off the bottom of the pan. Now the meat goes back into the pan, and we will place around that some onions. I've just half sliced these onions. There's 3 or 4 here, and 3 or 4 carrots cut up, not too small. Now we can
Yum,
put
yum,
in
yum.
this special little onion. You see this onion here. It's an onion that's got cloves in it. This is very, very common in 18th and 19th century recipes, and we'll just toss this in right up on top. And now in go some herbs. I've got thyme and rosemary. We'll put those right up on top. Next comes beef broth. I'm going to pour this until it's maybe 2/3 the way up the side of the roast or so. That looks good. Now we can put the lid back on, and we're not going to put it back on the fire, but we're going to put it on a very regulated, a very controlled area. We want this to just bake at, say, 300 to maybe 350 degrees tops. So we don't want to just set it on the fire. It would cook too quickly. We want this to take 3 hours to cook. Now it's time to get this cooking area ready to bake. I'm going to put a layer of coals down first. This is a little more than I would normally put down because this ground is wet. But these will probably die off pretty rapidly.
Come on,
We'll
man.
come back and check. Now that that's in, let's lay the oven on top of those. And now I'm
what
going to
the
put
fuck?
in a layer
on
of coals on top of the lid. Now, it's just a
guy
little bit right around the
already
outside edge.
respawned.
We don't want to just heap this up. It'll get way too hot. Now, let's keep watching this. Every 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to come back and check this
Fucking
oven
hell.
to make sure that we haven't gotten too cold or that we're not too hot. And make sure to take this off and check the lower bed to make sure they haven't died out. Remember, not too much at the bottom. So every 10 or 15 minutes when we check underneath, we also want to rotate the pot as it goes. So we're going to rotate the Dutch oven 90 degrees, and we're going to rotate the lid 90 degrees to keep that heat even as possible. Now let's check underneath this oven and look. Oh, yes, these lower coals are way too cool now.
Grab
I
that.
need to put a few more coals down underneath to keep
Tama.
that heat going, and I'm going to check the top. This still feels really good, so I don't need to add any top coals just yet. Our beef has been in the Dutch oven for well over 3 hours, and it's very done. So I'm going to remove all the contents of the Dutch oven here, the gravy, the meat, and the vegetables. And now in this empty pan, I'm going to put in a little butter and a little flour. We're going to make a roux and brown this butter and flour up. And now we can return the gravy back in there so we get a nice thick sauce. And after our gravy is thickened, in go the mushrooms, about a half a pound of mushrooms sliced in half.
Yum. Damn. That looks good.
The shadows beckon.
I'm
Well,
hungry,
this
man.
it smells terrific. It smelled terrific the whole time while we were waiting for it to be done. It looks wonderful. Mushroom ketchup is one of those things that we could have even put into the gravy. I'm going to put a little bit up on top because I know that'll add just a little bit that I really love. There we go.
Oh, Tonka, do you want some
And
health
now
potions?
let's give it a try. The meat was done to perfection. Nice and tender.
Oh, right. I
And,
didn't even notice I
all
leveled
the
up.
vegetables are nice and tender
Thank
too,
you.
but not
Massive.
mushy.
Let's go.
And that mushroom ketchup goes perfectly with this kind of a dish.
Do
This
you
is wonderful
need
and
health potions,
simple.
Tonka? I could send you like
It takes time to cook, but really,
Go level up
such a
with
wonderful
Tonka. Yeah,
dish
he's in
for
a
large setting,
completely different
a
area right now.
family
That's fine.
dish. Wonderful. This came right
It's
out of the
like
Dutch oven. Do not be
over
afraid
here.
to try using the Dutch oven
Let me
for dishes like this. Very simple.
No, I'm good. Okay.
And works perfectly. I want to thank you for coming along as we continue to try these things out, as we continue to savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. Hi, I'm John Townsend. We're continuing our series in Dutch oven cooking. Today we're going to be using the skills that we've learned earlier to bake a pudding, a bread pudding, in one of these Dutch ovens. This recipe is rather simple. It's from
Just
the Primitive
it's
Cookery
learned
Cookbook,
right away. Yeah, true.
1767.
Well, I mean,
That cookbook is available
also
on our
very different
website
spot,
and in our
also,
print catalog. Let's get these simple ingredients together. Our ingredients
be
are
kind
rather
of
simple. We've
slow
got
for me to
3/4
go
of a
there. I
cup
don't know.
of
Unless
flour
you
along with
need someone
1 cup
help
of
me, Tonka.
breadcrumbs. Also 4 ounces of raisins or currants. I've got 2 tablespoons of sugar.
Burns is the best.
And just a half a teaspoon or so of ground
Burns
ginger.
was over
For the
here
wet
somewhere, right?
ingredients, I've got 2 whole eggs
How the
and
fuck
2
did I
egg
land in-
yolks. And 1 cup of heavy cream.
Is this Burns?
Now that we've
Yeah.
got the wet ingredients all beat up,
Wicked.
let's pour them in. Mix the
I've
two
been on
together.
my
We're
druid,
looking
I
for
think,
a
already.
nice, thick batter.
Oh, you're doing the... Right, you're doing the...
I'm going to turn
Crab
this
crust.
out into a well-buttered dish.
Dude, I've done... done the crab quest like
This
4
is
times
ready
now
to go.
because
Let's
I
put it in the
helped
oven. It's a
some
beautiful
other
day
guy
out. There's
yesterday,
very
and
little wind,
I
so
did
we
it
found
myself,
my
and I did it on
previous
2 other characters
experience
already.
with a
I don't think
12-inch
I
Dutch
need
oven
help
like
later.
this. We'll
So,
need about
okay.
2 scoops of coals beneath
Yeah, but don't
and 3 scoops on
do
top.
that to ask.
We want this to bake for
This is hardcore after all.
about
And,
45 minutes
want you to
at
die?
350 degrees. If
And
you
you
haven't
help
watched our
infinity
previous
reason.
episode where we talk about getting these
Yeah,
ovens
yeah,
up to
I'm
heat,
very-
make sure to go back and check
I don't
those
know
out.
what the fuck is going on. Oh. Zombie skin leather. Yum yum yum. Puts an enemy target to sleep up to 20 seconds.
Trust no one.
Bind, slumber sand. Well, I already have faintly glowing skull, the sticky liquid, I guess. The issue is I forget these items when I need them, you know?
I'll let this
Obviously.
cool, and we're going to turn it out onto a
I
plate.
don't think of
And now slice it.
using
And
them.
oh yes, we need
get
finally
the boys
thing
to
that
do
really sets all
RFC
these puddings
sometime.
off is the
Everyone
pudding
has to be
sauce.
level
Do not
40
forget
plus.
the pudding
What is
sauce.
RFC?
This particular sauce is 1/3 butter, 1/3 sugar, and 1/3
Do
brandy.
they want me to
So
buy
let's give this a
grass-fed
try.
I haven't got all day.
Sussy.
Embrace the shadow.
Superb flavors. And that sauce, I could eat that sauce all day.
Okay.
It is wonderful. A great little pudding. Very easy to bake in one of these Dutch ovens. Extremely easy to mix up, and very simple ingredients.
First ever dungeon, baby's first dungeon, okay.
Curds aren't something you find in
Well,
recipe
if
books
you think
today,
we can
at
do
least
it
very
without anyone
often.
dying.
But in the 18th century, it was a common ingredient. In this episode, we're doing a wonderful curd fritter. Thanks for joining us today on 18th Century Cooking. This recipe is from Eliza Smith's Complete Housewife from
Canon-
1758. Very interesting
upstairs.
recipe. The first thing we really need here are
Rage-Fire-Chase.
curds. And what we're going to do today is to make
I
curds
haven't
for
got
this
all
recipe.
day.
You may be able to
That's a
find curds in
Look,
the
that's
grocery
actually
store
better.
today. They're definitely becoming a more
Huge.
popular item. If you can't find them in the store, they're very easy to make. In order to make curds, we need rennet.
What is
Rennet
it?
is an enzyme that's found in the lining of calves' stomachs, and it's there to make it so that the milk that comes in curdles immediately, and it's to make it digestible for the calf. Today we're using animal rennet that we purchased online. And in the
Are these the
18th century,
exact
they
same
would use
ones? God
something that
damn
was
it.
essentially the same thing. They would have had a calf's stomach that they
Yeah,
would
that's
have
it.
dried,
That's the
they
one.
would have sliced that into tiny pieces, and they would use a tiny little piece to put into their milk to curdle it. But really, what's happening here is almost exactly the same thing. The recipe calls for a handful of
Funner.
curds. We've got about a half a
12 health
gallon
because
here.
does pet every
This should,
second per 10 seconds
yield
as long as the
approximately
casted
8
channels.
ounces of curds. I'm guessing
And it
that's
costs
a
me 11
handful.
health.
I've put the milk down here by the
That's
fire.
5 per
I wanna
second.
get it
Oh,
to
I see.
blood warm, just under 100
Yo,
degrees.
hi,
So
fuck,
I'm not
fuck,
put it-
fuck,
I don't want to put it over the fire. I don't want to risk cooking it, heating it up too much.
fuck.
Just,
I still
just
don't know.
by the fire. Make sure to stir
Good
this while
way.
you're heating
How you
it up
doing?
slowly.
Welcome in.
And if you're doing it by
Good
the
Ben.
fire like I am,
And
make
Wayne.
sure to cover it so you don't get too many
you
ashes
doing?
in the milk. So it doesn't really matter what kind of milk you use, either 2% or whole milk, but it does matter whether it's ultra pasteurized or not. You can
Base
use
shift. Should I buy
standard
that?
pasteurized, homogenized milk for this, but if it's ultra pasteurized, it's
Buy
just not
some
going to
milk.
work.
Buy some
The
mushroom.
temperature is perfect. It's taken a little while, but let's get this over and put the
Tamaguchi,
rennet in.
very good, very
The
good.
rennet procedure is pretty simple, but we have to
Let's
do
see.
it right.
I guess I can
We
afford
need
it, huh?
approximately a half a
Let me sell
teaspoon
this
for
and
this
let me
amount
sell
of
it.
milk of the
Fuck,
liquid rennet. I'm stirring this
Follow
into
this.
a quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water. Now let's add this to our milk, but we have to we can't just dump this
She wants
in.
me
We
to
need
buy
to
15 of
slowly
each. Jeez.
drizzle it around so that it gets in
Oh.
here very
Watch over
evenly.
you.
Just a little
Probably
bit
good
at a
to upgrade
time.
this sometime.
And now I'm gonna give it
Okay,
one
as you can see, I'm
very gentle
just over here grinding some WoW and watching some random ass medieval cooking videos.
And now,
Oh yeah,
set
Tonka,
this
where do you
aside,
get
this
the
spoon
soul shard
aside.
bags? Can you just
maybe
buy
we're
them
gonna
for
cover
like
this up and let it rest
I don't know,
for 15 or
somewhere?
20 minutes for this curd to
or are
set
they
up.
like super hard to get?
It's been 20 minutes. It's time to check the curd to see if it's ready to work with. The way to test the curds to see if it's ready is to stick your finger or a knife in, sort of like this, tilt the blade up, and if you see that the curd breaks cleanly,
No,
it's ready.
bag for soul
Now we
shards,
need to
sorry.
cut the curd, and we cut
Wait,
the
sometimes-
curd so that it
Did I
can
checked
release
my
its
own
whey.
WOD
We
earlier?
cut it in a crisscross pattern,
And like sometimes
all the way to the
it's so
bottom,
hard to
about a 3/4
so hard to understand me.
inch wide strips,
Crazy.
one way and then another.
I get one
And now I'm gonna
wall
come in
across.
and
Nice.
actually cut
That's
it at
smart,
an
I see.
angle, 45 degrees away from my grid and 45 degrees at an
Typical
angle
bleeding
in,
horror.
again, to help release that whey.
Can
And
you
we'll do this in
get
the
them
opposite
some other way
direction
too, or
just one more
just for
time. Now we're
wall
going to
across?
let this set another 20 minutes to a half hour so that it can continue to release the whey completely.
tailoring?
Well,
I see.
after half an hour, you can definitely see
Well, I do
that
have
the
tailoring,
whey
huh?
is separated from the curd. Once the whey is separated, you're going to want to put this back by the fire for a good 20 minutes, trying to bring this up to a temperature of, say, 110 degrees or so. This will help it separate
All right,
out
wait,
a
I
little
have-
bit better. Line a sieve with cheesecloth. Now we can pour our curds in.
I think I have
Once
to
this
resort
tied up,
my
I can
shit.
hang
Oh, I
it so
also,
that it can drain completely.
first of all,
Okay, so we had difficulties with the curd here at the campfire, at the campsite. You really need to keep these up to the right kind of temperature or they're not going to separate, right? So we had to fight our curds. So the curds are ready. Now it's time to make the batter. We have a handful of flour. To that, we're going to add our spices. We've got some nutmeg here, maybe a quarter of a nutmeg, some mace, maybe a half a teaspoon, and a quarter a teaspoon of clove. They kind of go together as a threesome in many of these recipes. And now 2 teaspoons of sugar. We probably don't need a lot here because
Hellfire,
some of that's
right.
going to go on the top as they come out.
So much,
After they're
so
done
many
cooking.
spells.
I'm going to set these dry ingredients aside for just a second, and let's bring on our eggs. The recipe calls for 10 eggs. Now, 18th century eggs might have been a little bit smaller, so you might not need so many.
Let me
if you're
see.
using regular large eggs from the grocery store, maybe 8. I got 10 eggs here. I'm going to whisk these up, put them in the big bowl, and now I'm going to sift in the dry ingredients
Something
and
like
try to
this.
get this all mixed in nice, right? Okay, that's looking good.
Okay.
Let's put the curds in. I'm going to break these up with my fingers and put them in the mix and stir it in with the spoon. If it's a little thin, well, you can bring in a little bit more flour. Again, they didn't have exact measurements here. You know, a handful of flour, a handful of curds. You really just have to make your way through this, get it to the right consistency that you feel is going to work. It should be a thick batter.
Wandering spirit.
And now for a little sugar on top. Well, here they are. They look really interesting, and I can tell by the way they went in that they definitely looked interesting in that how they were going to turn out. You can see from this shot internally.
Should I still
they're
cast
very
like all my
dainty
PD damage over
and
10
not
effects?
like, say, an elephant ear.
Or is like the
Find
immolate
out what they taste like.
not worth it? I don't know. Maybe it is worth it.
Hey.
I don't know.
Oh, I love the nutmeg in there. I think the cheese is
Who's
just in there.
Chain Cloak? Why does this one look so
for
fancy?
texture.
It's so
And the cheese doesn't bring a
X.
lot of, kind of a
Always
cheesy
dots,
flavor
okay.
with it because it doesn't have a lot of salt in it.
good.
But you get some
To know that's an answer.
wonderful egginess. You get the wonderful spices that were in there. And it definitely needed a good bit of sugar up on top because we didn't have a lot in the batter. You might want to put a little bit more sugar in the batter than we did to sweeten it up
Yes.
just a bit more. That way you didn't have to put maybe so much sugar on the outside. A great dish to try out. These critters are, you've never had anything like them. I can tell you that right now. We know we struggled with this one, but it still turned out great. I want to thank you for coming along as we experiment, as we try out these things. We never know how they're going to turn out. I love it when we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. We're here today at Conner Prairie in Fishers, Indiana. It's a premier living historic
can
site.
actually-
And
I
we've
can't
got a
look at it. Never mind.
wonderful recipe for you. Thanks for joining us today on 18th Century Cooking. I'm here today with Mrs. Curtis, and she's promised to show me this amazing recipe for Parmesan ice cream. Now, when I first heard Parmesan ice cream, number one, I love ice cream and I love Parmesan, but I thought, now wait a minute,
Two together.
tell me about this Parmesan ice
I
cream.
think you'll
Parmesan
love it. It's
ice
a
cream.
savory ice cream,
Okay.
but it has a little bit of
Interesting.
sweet, and it's very, very creamy, and it's so easy to go down your throat.
I can't wait to try it. Let's get started.
All Right. Well, to begin the receipt, we have to have 6 eggs.
Okay.
We've already tested the eggs, so we know that they all sank to the bottom and they're fresh. So if you begin, let's
Okay.
break
Okay,
each
now
one.
this,
Once these eggs are all in,
like for the first time, it feels like
We'll whisk
I have
those.
like a strat, you know.
to that,
Like I
we're
know
going to add 3 ounces
somewhat
of
like
grated Parmesan cheese.
how do I
If you
fucking
want
not
the
die in this
best
game, you know.
flavor with this
Yo,
recipe, make
ohne
sure
Zucker.
you use actual real
Ohne
Parmesan
Zucker.
cheese.
Hi, how
Parmesan
you doing,
Reggiano,
Sadie?
not any of the processed
come
Parmesan
in?
cheese that comes in a green can. Don't even try it with that. You really want the real stuff.
Now we're going to add
I was
1
like
cup
thinking like why
of syrup.
why is your name
Okay.
Ohne
Syrup is
Zucker?
2 cups
I
of
think I
sugar
get it.
put with 1 cup of water and simmered until it
Okay.
dissolves.
Still recharging.
To that, we're going to add 2 cups of cream. Stir that up.
Okay.
Now that it's well mixed, I have a pot for that to go into, and we'll put it over the fire.
This is ready to go in.
It's just a simple custard.
So we're gonna set this over the fire. What kind of temperature are we trying to get to here?
I would say low medium. As we're stirring with the spoon, every so often we're going to pull the spoon out, drag your finger across the back. So once it's ready, it should leave an open spot that doesn't close up. We'll take it off the fire and we'll allow it to cool for about 30 minutes.
I don't need this.
So tell me a bit about this Parmesan cheese. Where did it come from?
Well, I was thankful that the Zimmermans were going down to Cincinnati. This Parmesan cheese was shipped in from Europe and made it all the way down to Cincinnati. And the Dr. Campbell had requested that I come to make some ice cream for guests. So Parmesan being a hard cheese and being very salted, it is well preserved.
Oh yeah, long lasting, travels well.
Stores very, very good. Now that our cream is cooled down, we're ready to put it into the sabatier.
Okay, this is our ice cream maker, a
Still
sabatier.
recharging.
And we're not filling this up.
No,
We
not
just
at all.
want it, it's only about a third full or a quarter full. But we can put the lid on it now.
Put a little salt in on top of the ice.
So
that
we've
gotten
already got ice in
just
here.
Just a small layer. And the salt's going to make that really cold.
Okay.
So let's slip that in on top.
And now we put some ice around the outside.
Right. Well, as I mentioned, Mrs. Zimmerman has asked me to come down to do this.
Holy.
because the doctor has family coming in. And her brother up in
Wait, I can actually equip this.
has an ice house. And so he
Uh-huh.
doesn't have
Cool.
much left, but he was willing to share in order for the doctor's
Just for this
family
recipe.
to have this, yes. But we
It's-
promised we'd keep him some ice cream.
I'll bet. You better hurry while it's
You
still
better
cold.
hurry.
I don't know how useful that
So
is
we've
though.
got
As a
the
rope.
ice all
As
the
a,
way up, almost to this
warm-up.
bottom rim here. Now I
do
start turning
rogues
it,
use
right?
daggers?
No,
Because then I
we
guess
don't.
I could have
It has
just
to
given it
set
to
for
you, but
about
no, I
7
slow
8
bonded it,
minutes,
so
because
that
during
was
that time
stupid.
it's really getting the canister good and cold.
Okay.
And then once that time has passed, you will get 10
Ahem.
minutes of churning.
I'll rotate.
So warm in the room.
We're getting close. What
Okay.
we'll have to do next is we'll wipe off the top, we'll take off the lid, we'll do a scrape down, because all of the iced cream is forming around the edges.
I don't know if I
close to
care
the,
about this
sabatier. So we'll scrape that
this
down so
stuff.
that the other cream can move in and it can continue to
Get
freeze.
freezing. Okay.
Whatever.
So now that we've scraped down the sides, you can see it's starting to firm up.
Oh yeah, looks good.
So we'll put the lid back on.
Okay.
I'm not going to work it again yet.
Okay.
You're going to let it set just a few more minutes, and then you have another 10 minutes to try.
Okay.
Well, it should be just about finished. It has been about 3 cycles, 10 minutes to churn, 10 minutes in between. So usually about an hour is the amount of time it takes to finish this up.
Well, let's see what it looks like.
No, I think that's a dead player, right? Corpse of bone. Bone and wings.
The consistency looks
Is that-
perfect. We could probably let this set and have it stiffen up even further, but then it would be hard to get out.
Yes,
Well,
Snatch.
I can't wait to try this.
go ahead.
Okay. It does look good. Do you get a little bit of the cheese whiff off of it?
I never
What still
went down.
confuses
Well,
me,
I can
Wigmouth
believe
died
it.
earlier
Well,
and I can't see
that's
his death log for some
really,
reason.
really
Even though it was
good.
also
You
Skyrock.
don't get any cheese texture out of it, but you get that cheese
don't know.
flavor,
Very savory.
Odd.
and it comes in a little later. That cheese. First, it's a
Oh,
little
damn.
sweet like ice cream, and then it warms up.
The salty taste
Oh
to
yeah.
it.
Excellent,
Whatever.
excellent ice cream. You would, I don't think anybody would believe Parmesan ice cream. It's amazing.
Still
You
recharging.
really have to try it. Well, I want to thank you, Mrs. Curtis, for
Okay.
sharing this recipe with us. It is amazing. It is wonderful.
So glad you enjoyed it. I hope the doctor's family enjoys it too.
I am sure
Actually, my
they
mic
will.
doesn't pick up when I do
If you
that.
get a chance to come here to Connor Prairie, if you're in this area,
Why is my mic
you
set up
really
shit?
should come here. This is an amazing site.
Why is it
You
so
will
hard to
love
set
it,
up a
I
mic?
promise
Like, come
you.
on.
Thank you so much
Should
for
just be
coming
one
along
way
with
of
us
doing
as
it.
we discover these amazing flavors. Oh, as we savor these flavors and the aromas of the 18th and early 19th century.
Massive. What do they want me to do?
I'm here today
Collect
with
3
Miss
stacks of
Martha,
linen
and we're
cloths
going to
for
talk
your lesser magic
about
wand,
Ryan
clueless.
Indian bread.
The last
So,
chance
explain to me
to
a
get
little bit
enough
about
before
what
Silver
we're cooking here
Pine
today.
Forest.
We call it Ryan Indian bread because it's made of part rye flour and
Yeah, I
Indian
got
meal,
it.
or
I already
sometimes
got
we
the
call it
fucking
cornmeal.
wand, brother.
And you can use just those 2 grains to make the flour, or you can
Oh,
use
what
wheat
is this?
flour. We've actually put some
That an
wheat
offhand.
flour into it because it's a good way to stretch
Ooh.
your wheat if you don't have a whole lot. See, here in Indiana we have a lot
Awesome.
of corn, so and we grow rye very easily too, and wheat is more of a second crop. So we have a much more abundance of corn. So this is a bread that's good for stretching since we eat bread 3 times a day. But it's very similar to a cornbread, but more of a mix between a cornbread and an Indian pudding.
Tell me the difficulties that we're going to have with corn and making bread.
Corn.
Why can't we just make bread with corn?
Well, you could, but it would be quite dense and a little bit crumbly. So a lot of folks, especially with making Ryan Indian bread, they'll say to scald the meal,
Right.
which add boiling water. But I find that makes a very pasty bread, very dense. If you like that, then that's what you should do. But we're just gonna put
I guess
plain
let's
water
just do
into
it in a
and
weird
then
way.
We're also putting the wheat flour in there to give it a little bit more chew. It'll bind together a little bit more. It'll be a little bit sturdier.
Well, let's get started. What do we need to make this?
Well, first you need to start off with some sponge. Now this is just a regular old sponge. It's got lively yeast into it. We've broken down one of our yeast cakes, which we've made recently. So, but it's basically just about a cup of lively yeast. And then we're gonna add to that about a half a teacup of molasses.
Right.
You can add more or less to your taste. It makes it quite dark if you add a lot of it, but if you like it sweeter, then you just do what you please. And I'm gonna add maybe 3/4 cup of water.
Right.
And then what we have in our bowl is 1 cup of Indian meal, 1 cup of rye flour, 2 cups of wheat flour, and 2 teaspoons of salt. If you want to put that in here, I'll stir while
Okay.
you pour. And once it comes to a ball, you're gonna have to start kneading it. And kneading it is important. Really resist the urge to add water until you really get your hands into it. So I think it's really important to get at least one hand into it, because the spoon's not going to do you any good from this point. And I come from a potter's family, so I like to knead in a bowl. So you're going to want to knead this for about 10 minutes or so until it becomes nice and strong and it's not sticking to your hands too much. Now, don't ever look for it to never stick to your hands. Because of that molasses, it's going to stick.
Oh yeah. So tell me a little bit
shit.
about the leaven that you've used in this. You just had a sponge, but what was this sponge made out of?
Well, you can get it from Lively Emptying, which is like whenever you go to your brewer, you ask for some beer barn, and that barn is what you can use to start your bread. And
Who
you can
healed?
start
He healed himself?
A Lively yeast that you can keep at your house as long as you keep feeding.
Right.
So
Damn, they died in the
basically
same
that was,
exact
you know,
moment.
you just get a little maybe teacup full of barm and feed it some flour and some water, equal parts, and then you stir it up, and then that's that. I would let it sit for a bit, and then that'll make your bread. And if you wanted to preserve that, you could make your yeast cakes. And so to that mixture that I just told you, you should add some cornmeal until it becomes a very stiff batter like biscuits. Cut them into biscuit shapes, and then you just lay them out to dry.
Got you, please.
And that's
Again,
that's
no,
what you
got you,
used to
right?
Yes,
make
indeed.
this, yeah.
So to
And action.
reconstitute
Hi,
this, you
Zamlam.
just crumble this up and add some more
Hi,
water
hi.
to it. 2 of these will make a
Welcome
nice,
in,
little
settle in,
And
grip in.
It'll get
Good
all
job.
active
Okay,
and
let's
alive
try.
again
Yes.
after a few hours or.
And in the
Wasn't
summertime, you know,
leather
it's a lot
leaf
faster
and-
to
Yeah.
make bread than it is in the winter.
How's our ball doing?
It is good and strong now. It's very, very stiff. It's still sticky to the touch. So when it gets to that point, when you've kneaded it about 8 or 10 minutes or so, you want to put it.
ADHD is pretty bad now.
And you see it's very dense.
I notice every now and then, like,
But that
I could not pay attention at all to the
So
video.
I'm gonna
Or
put.
like,
We've got a bowl
did
here.
not
We're gonna
fucking
line it with a towel.
touch, I don't know,
Um,
touch any of the video.
Sprinkle a generous
Blink.
amount of flour, whatever flour you please, really. And then you want to put the
Captain.
good side down.
Okay.
So
So that will be the
Bacon
top of the
slaying?
when we're done.
yes. And then we're just gonna
Is that
let
the
it
guy in
cook
here?
until it.
Didn't I
never
kill
gonna
this
get
guy
double in
just
size.
earlier? Or
When
is
it
it
does
another
get
guy?
that size, it's gonna be too deflated.
Blink.
So just let it get 50% larger. Well, we've got one that we made earlier. And as you see, it's not very tall, but it's gonna be, that's gonna give it just enough chew and rise. It's not gonna be as dense as a cornbread.
So these were the same
Mostly
size?
lurking though, white people
So
said
has
it. That's
grown,
okay.
it's kind of
Most of
flattened
us
out,
are.
and we've got-
Most of
you
the
can see that
people in chat are.
it's grown some, yeah.
Yeah, and it's light to the touch. It's not near as dense as the some air.
That looks great.
Earlier, I prepared the oven with some hot coals from the hearth. You choose a little bit. Every cook knows that you don't ever let your fire go out. So I had some little sticks and some larger sticks, and we put them in there. And with a little bit of some wood shavings, we got the fire going. It was a small fire. We let that burn down a little bit, and then we pushed it to the middle, and then made another small fire. Then let
You remember
burn
that
down,
episode?
and then
Nice.
we put
You watched that guy too?
around the bottom to let the bricks really soak up that heat, and then I pushed them to
Maxwell.
the back and put my door on to really keep the heat in. Now we're just gonna wait until the coals die down completely, and I'll rake them out.
Oh yeah, I need
So exactly
one
how
more
long does it
ring.
take to get this oven up to temperature?
Depends on how long you want to use it. Since we're only baking a couple loaves of bread, it's only about 2 hours. If you want to use it all day long,
Estoy ocupado, estoy ocupado. No, no, pero yo estoy ocupado. Déjame ahora. ¿Ok? No, ahora no.
called the Zimmerman Bake Oven, and
Jesus.
they, asked Dr. Campbell if they could put it on their property. This
That was a
is
Georgie clip? That was not very exclusive.
facility, but it's managed by Dr. Campbell.
This is
and
so
this is
small
a
and
wonderful
in a random fucking
tool now
spot.
that Mrs. Zimmerman has to use. And we
Phone is falling down.
Waters, we provided the clay. It's mostly made out of legume and straw in different ratios. And so it's about 11 inches thick and 30 inches diameter inside.
It's very important to remember stuff indeed. I wish I could.
And it can keep heat for 6
Well, I
hours.
have enough line
Look.
and
So once the
I
oven
haven't
guys
made
saw
the
what just
fucking...
we're
happened.
gonna cast out
Ah.
some cornmeal to see how hot the oven is. If the oven is too hot, the cornmeal will burn immediately. And if that's the case, just let it cool down some.
Rip Georgie's
But,
mother. Oh, did she
if it
die?
just toasts, then it's ready to
Such.
use.
Why the fuck does this fucking vampiric dust bed got a fucking third party? He killed her, okay dude. No he didn't. Did he actually even get through? Go through? It's so quiet for some reason with my voice.
So the loaf is done. The bread smells amazing. I can't wait to try this. I'll let
I
you
don't even
cut
know
into
what Schminschminity is. Aware. I know what a Schminschminity is. I've seen it.
That's wonderful. It's got a great texture to it. What comes out for you the most for you flavor wise?
Definitely the cornmeal. And I would say I would put molasses on it instead of butter. More in it, or more on it, or both. That's how I take my bread.
Well, I really want to thank Miss Barker for showing us this wonderful rye and
this-
Indian bread. It's a great recipe and not
Interesting.
very difficult to do.
Not indeed.
And I really want to encourage everyone who is in this area to come and
Yo,
check out
shut
Turnip
up.
Prairie.
Oh, I didn't
It's an
even notice it.
amazing site.
Already typed.
It really is something that if you're anywhere
Oh,
close,
was
you
it good?
really should
How you doing?
try to come and visit it.
Come
There's
in.
so many things here. I really want to thank
Yeah,
you
it's pretty
for coming
cozy. I like
along
these
with
videos.
us as we savor the flavors
Not
and the
that I ever
aromas
watched them
of
in
the
my own
18th
time because
and early 19th
I don't
century.
know. This is back in the day, I remember, by
Last
the way.
week,
True.
we had
The
Miss Barker.
Godmother
and she
was
showed
literally
us
there.
How to make rye and Indian bread. Today, Mrs. Barker
when it first
is going
happened.
to show us how to make.
We Tamaguchi
Pork
wasn't
a la
alive,
mode.
so I'm good.
That's what it's called. You got it
Yes.
right.
Okay.
I did.
Now that's a
I
fancy
forgot I
name
had that
for it.
emote.
Yeah.
It just really is.
Not a very
called
exclusive PC
cider.
mod.
Okay.
But apparently, folks in Normandy, that's what they eat.
Right.
So a traveler come through,
But
he
that
give you
is
this receipt.
very
That's what he called
August.
it.
Right.
My husband call it pork and cider.
He's still
we got some
lounging.
good hog. It's been about a pound and a half, been cubed up, been fat trimmed from it, some salt, and some
Well,
pepper.
wait, last time we
about
like talked,
half
you
a
had like
teacup
the
of flour,
fucking.
couple of teaspoons of nutmeg.
You still have the
Not
crime
grated,
scene cleaner job, or was that
medium
someone
onion
else?
chopped, and a nice tart green apple. A little bit ago, I put some pieces of fat that I trimmed off the pork into the spider and rendered them off. So we're gonna go ahead and take this good hog, and I'm gonna put it in a dish here, and I'm gonna just sprinkle that flour over the top of it, and it'll be more than cover it.
I see. Random.
And use your eye and use your sense. You
Fucking
gotta
random
cook
was.
when you cook.
That's wicked. Do you still have that job?
Your mouth and
It's
your eyes, your ears.
Unique
all
job, to
parts
say the
of
least, I
it.
guess.
Put in what your family like, flavor-wise, if they like a bit more salt or pepper, and stir that round so
Yeah, I
all
don't know.
that flour gets on every piece of that.
Today it's a little don't brain and low energy because
I need to put a bit more flour there. It should be not dry, but it shouldn't be wet. It shouldn't be like a paste. There, you want to have a bit of dry flour there, and then we'll go ahead and we'll put this right this way. So once you got a bit of color on that pork, you want to take it out the pan. I go ahead and put it right back in that bowl.
switch back to hospital janitorial, but I get called when there are cases.
So the next thing you're gonna do now, if you don't have enough fat in your fire,
Damn,
go ahead and put a
I
little
see.
butter in your spider.
Here we go. Are you like a
Put a bit in,
veteran
and nice into it.
crime scene
And then if
cleaner
you
now?
wouldn't mind,
And they are like
taking them apples, and I'll take the
they need
onions.
your expertise.
So once your onions and your apples is in, and you stir them around a bit, and they start to cook, while you go ahead and sprinkle that nutmeg right on top of them, mix it around, and let them cook just
Oh,
a
I'm
bit
done.
more,
Oops,
just
I didn't
till
even
them
notice.
onions just come a little bit clear.
Right.
And then once that's done,
Holy, that's a lot of quests we get to turn in.
Yeah.
and that's
Should
the
hit
cider.
next level.
Now, if you got your apple trees, why then?
No, I
you
got like
your
3 years in.
Applesauce, dried apples, apple pie, dried apple pie.
3 years in.
Put up cider. So once that
There's a guy who
apple
got
and,
20
onion
plus.
and nutmeg
Okay, damn.
have cooked down a little bit, and that cider's cooked off a bit, well, you're gonna go ahead and add your pork
That's
right back
wild.
in. All them drippings
I would
from
say
that bowl
3
that
years
gathered
in
up,
is kind of
and
like,
stir that round.
well,
Put your lid
not
back
veteran,
on,
no,
then
but
cover
like,
it with coals, and then just back away.
I don't know the English words for all
Holler at
that.
your children for a half hour or more.
Advanced, for sure. You're not a low level anymore. This week, by the way, wait for here. I don't
So it's
really know
ready.
where to go.
Now you make a face like
Awesome
that,
level.
and say something like that, sir. And
Awesome level.
And I understand. Now some folk might look at this dish and they say, well, it ain't pretty, but it ain't always got to be pretty. What matters is the taste.
I'm sure it's gonna taste wonderful too.
I'm certain of it, sir. I'm certain of it. In fact, I'm so certain of it. I'm gonna go ahead and just
Come on, he healed
I
himself.
need to taste.
Hinge.
Okay. Wow. The apple flavor.
Inventory is
Just wonderful.
full.
And that pork is delicious.
Mm-hmm. And more you let that cook, that pork will come more tender and more tender. The nice thing about making any kind of stew is that you ain't got to have an expensive, high piece of meat.
Right.
You use your low meat. You use your shoulder. You use something that ain't gonna have a lot of promise to it until it sits and stews for a bit. And
Not random, how there's just random ass soldiers standing in the fucking
Right. And even if you have
forest. Like
extra the
imagine this
next
is
morning
IRL.
or the next day.
yes, sir.
You have your army
Yes,
just
sir.
spread
Although
out
I
randomly
got
in a forest,
a son
so that
that's
they
near
can
twice your size,
easily
and I
be
don't
picked
have
off one by
I
one.
bet you don't.
No, sir.
Well, I really want to
Like
thank Mrs. Barker for inviting me into her kitchen, showing me how
Is
to
that a dead
make
player? No.
the best darn pork and cider I ever ate. And if you're ever in the Midwest and you have a chance to come here to Conner Prairie, this is a premier living history site right here in the Midwest. Definitely come and check this site out. It is wonderful. Again, I want to thank you for coming along as we experiment here, as we try these different things out of history, as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th and early 19th century. So this one's going to be great. What we're doing today is what appears to be a 190-year-old recipe for curly fries. Well, at least we're going to find out. We recently found this recipe in Mary Randolph's The Virginia House.
Yeah, like, I wonder, fries, are they like, when were fries invented? Because I guess we could have made those like a long time ago when they first discovered fucking potatoes, you know? And they probably had access to pots and oil, you know, and like, yeah, oil, I guess.
Took the time to cut these into a spiral, making spiral fries. Let's get started with this. This is pretty simple. First, we need to peel a couple of potatoes. Then we need to slice these into 1/4-inch thick discs. The recipe now says to shave these discs in a spiral form. This seems to work best if you use the very tip of a sharp knife.
Oops. Can't eat potato. I think fries are all, but chips are relatively interesting.
Now that these have been patted dry, they're ready to fry.
French fries were invented in Belgium in the 17th century. It's good. Good to know. In Belgium. Should have maybe said potato chips. 1853. Cool.
There you have it.
Dude, I gotta
Let's
fucking
find out
search it
what
at first.
they taste like.
What now?
Amazing. Wonderful French fries. Great flavors, very easy to make. Almost a 200-year-old recipe. Yet another amazing, simple, wonderful recipe. I hope you get a chance to try this. Journey cakes are an old world food.
Rice is double
born out of
frying, so makes
convenience.
sense.
Taverns often served
The
them to
tech didn't
weary
came
travelers. They were
to
very
people till
portable and they could be
17th.
taken on a trip. I'm about to demonstrate a very
double
American
frying?
version
What-
of the journey cake.
what's
one
double
that
frying?
uses a new world grain.
Don't they just
Thanks
throw
for joining us today on 18th
potato
Century
snippets
Cooking with
into
Jamestown's
boiling
House.
oil or some shit?
Our recipe
that how you
comes
make
from
fries?
a collection of recipes by Harriet Pickney Horry from about 1770. Let's get started. You're going to need whole hominy, and you can often find it canned in your local
Ding.
grocery store. Now, we hope to do an episode very soon on making your own hominy, but for now, this is just going to have to do. We're using about a pint. We need to mash this into a pulp. You can make quick work of this if you're in a modern
You double
kitchen by
fry
pulsing
your
it in a
base
food
kicker
processor.
chips. So you
Next,
fry
we're
them,
going to
take
be
them out and fry
adding
them again.
2 gill of all-purpose
Fry
flour. Now, the
twice
recipe
first to
calls
cook
for
the
1, but
inside
we've found
and
2
make it
works
crispy.
much better.
Oh, I see, I see.
A gill was a standard unit of
Like,
measure in the
do you have
18th
the
century, about 4
Oops.
ounces.
Fucking
Probably its best known
fucking
use was giving
logo check.
soldiers and sailors
Do you
their
have the
daily
Twitch
rum
add-on?
ration, a
Twitch
practice
emotes
that the
and out of
British Navy
Tonka?
continued until very recently. Interestingly, there was also the jack that was half the size of a gill. We
Jack
offer
in
these
a
on
box.
our website. So, 8 ounces of flour, 2 tablespoons of milk, a dash of salt,
Oops.
and mix it all
Right click
together
here.
well.
I
This
don't.
recipe
Well,
calls for
you're
baking
not missing
these
out,
journey
but
cakes
you could
on
get
a
it.
bannock board. So I've got a nice thin board here that we can use for a bannock board today. The cakes were
It
pressed
has
on
has
and
like a
brought
couple of
before
goofy
the fire
emotes.
until they were baked.
That's a
Dipping
new
my
with Forsen
spoon
emotes,
in the milk
very
and
old ones though.
smoothing this out,
So I mean,
and this will
especially
also
Forsen
help brown
emotes.
the
I mean, the old
surface.
ones are the new
If
ones
you're
pretty
baking
much.
this at home, you can place this on a baking sheet lined with parchment paper. You probably need to bake this at 350 degrees for maybe 45 minutes or until it's nice and golden brown. So to bake with this bannock board, we're going to set it right by the fire, right up close to it. We don't want it to actually burn the board or catch it on fire, but you want to prop it up right up next to the fire so it can bake. This has been cooking about 30 minutes, and we've been watching it rather closely. It's firmed up nicely, and
Alright,
the
it's
color looks
upstairs.
really good, so I think it's ready.
Is it upstairs?
So let's get this off the board.
Where do they want me to go? Oh, it's in the cellar.
So I've got it cut off the board, and it looks like it might have been able to bake a little bit longer. It's pretty soft on the underside, but no matter what you do when you're baking it on a bannock board like this, it's
Holy, it just
more
went
cooked
through
on
so
one
many
side
steps
than
in
it is
an
on the
instant.
other.
What
Let's
happened?
give it a try.
Did it?
Wonderful.
Train enchanting, train
Nice
tailoring?
salty corn
Okay.
flavor,
I guess
just
those are
like I
like
like, really.
double checks
A lot of that
to
flavor is
see
what's coming in from the hominy
if you did
itself.
the
Because
if you're
hominy
up
has
to
such
up
you know,
to the
an
guide or
umami
something,
to it. It's got a
so
wonderful
you can
little
kind of
flavor.
jump
So
into it in the middle of
these
it.
turn out really good, and I suppose, you know, if we kept baking this, maybe even we flipped it over and kind of baked the back side a little bit, we could.
Okay, and
use this as a
they already
travel kit.
realized I
We
made
could
the
put it
fucking
in our
wand already.
haversack and take it on our trip.
So they skipped all those steps.
This journey cake would be a wonderful
Abandoned dark
thing
storms.
to demonstrate
Okay.
at an event, especially for a traveler, a voyager, or a soldier who wants
pee.
something that you can do right at the campfire.
Okay, I
Well,
will
this journey
take a
cake
break.
was a
pee
wonderful
break.
little experiment, and it turned out great. I want to thank you for coming along with us as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. The recipe today comes from Amelia Simmons's 1796 cookbook called American Cookery. This celebrated little cookbook is considered to be the first truly American cookbook. The recipe today is for Indian slapjack, and just like the cookbook, this is a truly American recipe. Pancakes in the 18th century were very popular. A few years ago, we did a series on pancakes. I'll put a link down in the description section. I invite you to go check those out. With pancakes being so popular, it's no wonder that people would have adapted this old world recipe to ingredients that would be more available to them. In this case, where wheat flour would be more difficult to come by in the colonies, it's been replaced by cornmeal. I'll start by beating together 1 quart of milk with 4 eggs. Modern eggs are probably larger than what they would have had in the time period, so you might want to use 3 eggs and 1 egg yolk instead of 4 full eggs. For our dry ingredients, I'll mix together 2 cups of cornmeal, about 1.5 cups of wheat flour, and maybe a teaspoon of salt. In the original recipe, Amelia Simmons calls for 4 spoonfuls of flour. So it's not very uncommon for these recipes to be very, let's say, lackadaisical in their measurements. And so we experimented with this and we found that 1 cup seemed to work just about right for this particular recipe. Most of these recipes seem more like suggestions than really hard and fast rules. Now, if you notice in this recipe so far, there isn't any kind of leavening. Anything like, say, baking soda or baking powder. And it isn't until the mid-19th century, say 1850 or so, that you start to see leavening come into a recipe like this. Now, Amelia Simmons actually does use some chemical leavening in her 1796 cookbook, but not in anything like cornbread or pancakes. So let's add the dry ingredients very slowly while I whisk them into the wet ingredients. Now, this is going to turn out very, very thin, but if we let this rest a little bit, then it'll start to thicken up. While it's thickening up, I'll prepare our pan for cooking these. So today I'm cooking with the brazier instead of over a campfire. So many people today, because you're in drier regions or in different parts of the country, you really need to use a brazier. We offer these wonderful double braziers that really, they're the perfect size. A full piece of firewood will fit in these. And they have a little door that opens on the side here. The grill on top is great, and there's even accessories, so you can put some other like kettles and stuff off to the side a little bit higher, and a heat shield underneath that you can almost use like a broiler in your oven. So these double braziers are wonderful and very popular. We also are going to be using a frying pan today. Now, if I was over the campfire, I'd use one of our spider skillets. These are like a 10-inch skillet with legs on it, so we can cook it right over the fire without any extra equipment. But we also offer that same frying pan without legs, so we can use it on the brazier like we've got here today. And we also have a couple of other smaller frying pans, one with a folding handle, which is great for trekkers or people who want to pack these in smaller packs, and then a standard smaller skillet here, great for the stove at home or for your camping trips. All these things, the brazier, its
Yo,
accessories,
highlights.
all these frying pans,
Was good.
are available in our print catalog.
He's not home.
Or you
He's
can
driving.
see them on our website. I'll make
Welcome
sure to
in.
put
I
a
don't know if you're
link
listening.
down
Probably not.
below in the description of this video. I'm gonna put a little butter
Some
in our
guy's spamming
skillet
bus.
and then wipe it
Buh.
out. About a quarter
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't
of a
have buh.
cup of our batter will work well per pancake.
Fortunately, there's no 7TV extension for WoW. That would be... Probably would be possible, I don't know how it works exactly, but I feel
Well,
like...
here are our Indian
It could work.
slapjacks. Of course, we need to put a little bit more on them. How
Is it going
about
to
a
free
little bit of
streamers?
butter? And
See which
of
tab
course,
do I
we've
use?
got some maple syrup.
Too many
Very
tabs.
traditional North American, topping for pancakes. And there we are. Let's give them a try.
It's better. You can see the whole thing, so.
Ooh, got a very interesting texture.
Shit.
Wait.
Insta digesting. No, I did not insta digest. Silly. It's better. You can see the whole thing, so. Oh shit.
Jesus.
Insta digesting. No, I did not insta digest. Silly. Oh shit. Here we go. Oh, wait for it. I think it was one more.
Jesus Christ.
The bwomp is fucking real. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. $6K followers.
Introducing Emmy.
Wait, this was 6 months ago. Damn. Wait, or was the clip a newer one? Yeah, no, it was 6 months ago. Aware. June was already 6 months ago.
We're used to these light and fluffy pancakes, usually with white flour, and they're really thick. These are nice and flat, and they have
Hey,
a
look.
wonderful
It's like
texture to them that you might not be
infinite hands.
used to as a pancake, but a very nice texture and a great little
Can I do
corn
something with
flavor.
that?
And of course,
not now.
butter and maple syrup. You can't
Wait.
go wrong with that. Great for the campsite. Very
I could
simple. Not very
probably-
many ingredients at all. Wonderful breakfast or even later in the day dish.
Yeah, I could.
I want to thank you for coming along.
Could,
As
like-
we experiment. We never know how this
And
is
then I
going to
go
turn out,
like...
especially around the
I
campfire.
don't know.
These turn out
Look, I
so
high-fived myself.
wonderful. I want to thank you for coming along with me as we
Ooh.
savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century.
Look ahead. It's so hard.
Today's
Yeah.
recipe
That's,
is called a
interesting
French
Twitch now.
salad, and it comes from Maria Rundell's 1808 cookbook, A New System of Domestic Cookery.
Accidentally
I know,
misclicked.
1808. Now that's the early 19th century, isn't it? But it turns out that this is very similar to a number of different 18th century recipes for salad. Salads have been around for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. We know
Lol.
that the Romans had salads, and especially in the 17th and 18th century, the French and Italians were known for their salads. Now the salads, this one's called
French.
a French salad.
All right.
and That's quite likely
A nice
because
emote, Palmer.
the English were so fond of French cooking, and in fact they imported French cooks to cook for them,
Cookle.
and so salads were kind of known as a French dish in the English culture. In the 18th century, salads
About
took
to
on
cook.
many different forms. Of course, they had their cabbages and their lettuces. In fact, today we know this as romaine lettuce. In the 18th century, it was just Roman lettuce. They also had
Romaine
a variety
lettuce?
of vegetables. Endive, radish tops, leeks, and green
Patience.
onions were commonly used.
Yeah, I feel
Some
a big
vegetable
mob
salads were raw,
grinding,
and
falling.
some were cooked or even boiled.
Real Zelda
Other
and Tomka.
salads used meats or
Already level
pickled
8.
fish.
Let's go.
They also used herbs in their salads, not just as accents, but as major ingredients. Things we might never put into a salad. Now, many people think of flowers in a salad as a new thing, but in fact, in the 18th century, flowers were very common.
Travel to
in
Silver Pine
salads.
Forest.
They had
Okay.
periwinkle.
Right,
and
where can I get
violets,
soul
nasturtiums.
guard
Those were
bags
all
from?
in 18th century.
Oh, right, from the
salad
quest,
recipes.
right, you said.
Sometimes they were
which I don't have
fresh,
right
and
now.
other times they might
Okay,
be
first of all, I go
canned.
to Undercity
They
and
were
to
favored
the fucking
for
bank.
not only their color, but their flavor also. Now what we're making
This is
today
soda pine.
is
Oh yeah,
a
I gotta
meat salad.
go to Undercity
Now,
anyways.
a common element that seems to tie all these kinds of salads together was the dressing, which was usually some kind
Can I go
of
to
a
this step?
vinaigrette. And that's where we're going to start. I'm gonna mince 2 or 3 anchovies.
I cannot.
Put those in a large bowl,
Rude.
mix them with 1 chopped shallot and about 3/4 of a cup of chopped parsley. The recipe calls for oil, about a tablespoon of oil, and I'm using olive oil here. Now,
Unseen,
occasionally
invisible
they would
mobs
use, say,
in
an
use
almond
in
oil
Undercity
also in an
Courtyard
18th century
aggroed
recipe like this.
if
That might be an interesting
AOD.
variation you could try.
What?
So now let's add the acid. We need about twice as
Level
much acid. The recipe
51?
calls just for vinegar. Now,
Is that the
likely what
level?
they mean is a malt vinegar in the time period. I'm not using malt vinegar
Really?
today, but actually
What?
half
Why?
lemon juice, about 2
Why are there
tablespoons,
invisible
and
mobs in
half
the courtyard?
distilled vinegar.
They will aggro
To
you if
this,
you
I'll
AoE
add
them
a
accidentally.
teaspoon of,
What
say,
the
the mustard
fuck?
of my choice, along with
That's
a little
crazy.
bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and I'm
At that
going to
point,
whisk
the
this
fucking that's
together.
just trolling, right? What the fuck is the point of that? Aside from accidentally aggroing them and dying in hardcore. Nor.
Now it's time for the meat. I have here some roasted chicken. It's about 3/4 of a pound that I had from earlier. It's completely cooled, and I can start to add this to our
Yum, yum,
vinaigrette.
yum.
This needs to be
I'm
covered
hungry,
and
man.
set aside for about 3 hours so that the flavors can blend. I suggest you store it in a cool place, like your refrigerator. So let's give this a try. Wonderful blend of flavors. They're all right there. You can get a little bit of that lemon juice, but it's not overpowering.
I don't
It works
trust it.
so well with that oil. It all blends together so well, and those flavors are just
Oh yeah,
boom,
Tonka, did you
right there. So
did you
this
even
one
hear
is
of that
really good, and
Igloo?
they
He's
likely
also
would
playing with
serve
us.
this over toast,
And he
or,
died
you know,
like
in a
level
modern
23.
context, this would go really good
fucking
on a
elevator here.
croissant, although they didn't have anything quite
Nar.
like that in the 18th century, but still.
That's
And you can
fucking
just eat it
unlucky,
just
man.
like this, just right out of a bowl. It is great. And I want to thank you for coming along as we try out
that is
these
fucking
really interesting recipes from history, as we
Rip
savor
those
the
are.
flavors and the aromas of the 18th century.
Jesus, and also he
Corn in
just
the 17th
like
and 18th
very.
century was
How did this guy
extremely
die?
important for not only native peoples,
Monka S?
but for European colonists also.
Oh yeah,
some
and
of
just
the
before
dishes
that, he
favored
bought
by
like
the
a
First
bunch of gold
Nations
from
peoples were also
people
favorites
like
of the
with IRL
colonists.
money,
Succotash is a very interesting dish. It remains popular
which no
even to
knocks,
this
I
day
guess,
in
but
certain
yeah,
regions of the
that
United
happened.
States. The very first
but apparently
recipe that we
most of
found
it on his
published
bank
for
out, so
succotash
it's
is
fine.
from the
So
mid-1800s,
holy,
but it's a
I mean,
much older
imagine
dish.
fucking elevator
To
shit
learn
could even
about
happen to
the
your bank account.
earlier
Like that,
history of this food, you have to turn to old travel journals of European explorers and settlers. The word succotash is a phonetic mutation of a number of similar Native American words. And the earliest that we've found this dish by name,
also playing
at
hardcore
least that
old
we
school
have
RuneScape,
found, is from
nice.
Jonathan Carver's book
I
from
never played RuneScape.
1778,
I don't know if I want.
Travels throughout the interior
I don't know
parts
if I want.
of North America. Here's
Salad
a
plus
little
chicken
excerpt.
equals old school
One
cooking.
dish which answers nearly
Yes.
the same
No
as bread
shot, yeah.
is in use among a number of Eastern
Interesting
nations
choices.
where
Oh right, I
Indian
have
corn
these things. I
grows. It
completely
is
fucking
reckoned
forgot.
extremely palatable
Holy,
by all of
some
the
guy gave them to me.
Europeans who enter their dominions. This is composed
Some
of
guy
their
being
unripe
Ziara gave these
as
to me, and
before
some
described,
random
and
gave this.
beans in the same state, boiled together
Nice.
with bear's flesh, which renders
Holy.
it beyond comparison delicious. And they call this food succotash. The earliest
Succotash.
reference we found to succotash did not call it by
Wasn't
name.
level.
It's a reference from 1674 by Daniel Gookin, and it is titled
Gookin.
Historical Collections of the Indians in New England. Their food is generally boiled maize or Indian corn mixed with kidney beans, or sometimes without. Also, they frequently boil in
To
this
join
cottage
Bank
fish
Alt?
and flesh of all
So
sorts,
their-
either newly taken
their guild
or
is called
dried.
Bank Alt?
Also, they mix with the said pottage several
Interesting.
sorts of roots, as Jerusalem artichokes and ground
I
nuts
see.
and other roots. and pumpkins and squashes, and also several sorts of
Tonka,
nuts
do you want bags? I can make bags for you.
as acorns, chestnuts, walnuts. These husked and
I will
dried
make
and
bags for you,
powdered
actually.
thicken their pottage therewith. By now, the dictionaries have settled
Where's the
on a
fucking-
spelling for succotash. And
Okay.
pretty much all the modern recipes you find for succotash are exactly the same. But as there were a number of ways
No,
to
that's
spell
it.
succotash in the 18th century, there were undoubtedly the same
does.
number of ways to fix it. Today's recipe is an adaptation. We're taking the mid-19th century recipe and we're adding to it some of the same things you'll find in the earlier references. I'm using diced jowl
It does
bacon
have-
for
it was
this,
an Undercity.
about
I did
4
not know
ounces. You can use regular
how
bacon
bad
if
for
you
them,
would
just
like.
so I was
I'm
so
going to
fucking
brown
scared.
this in our cast iron pot.
To
As I read
misstep like
earlier,
once.
the Native
I can
Americans
make
would
you
have
some
used,
armor kits
well,
later.
basically
Wicked.
any meat they
So,
had available. It's
you
likely
leather
that
working and
European
skinning?
settlers making this dish
Brand
would
when,
use salt pork or bacon.
How do I have
If you'd like
not
to
have
make a
dog brand? When you
vegetarian
see
version of this
Tonka, you
dish,
should
just leave
dance.
out the meat.
True.
Once that's browned, we'll
Yeah, you
add
are
2
leather
or
working.
3 quarts
Yes,
of
makes
water,
sense.
and we'll bring that up to a low boil.
Makes sense.
While that's warming up, I have to trim off the very last
I assume you have
bit
no
of corn
bags? Do you have
here.
any bags?
I've got 8 to
How many
10
bags should I make
You
for
want to
you?
be careful not to cut too closely to the cob. I'll explain why in just a moment.
How many
I've got
bags
about
you need,
2
Tonky?
pounds, or say 4 cups
Okay.
of trimmed corn kernels.
3.
In addition, we
Meaning
need a
9.
cup and a half of beans. Today I'm using
Okay.
trimmed
Trade simultaneously.
lima
Okay.
beans. Let's add the beans and the corn cobs to this boiling water, and I'm going to let this cook for about 20 minutes.
Oh,
If you trim
of
your
course,
corn
the
too
escape
close to
closes the
cob,
wrong one.
then they'll give a
Only
disagreeable
have
taste to
3.
the dish.
Makes
You can
6.
use canned or dried kidney beans in this instead of the lima beans. If you use the dried beans,
Is there any
make
point
sure to soak
not
them
turning my linen
overnight
cloth
before
into bolt of linen?
Other vegetables may have been
Aside
added
from
to
maybe
this, really
giving it to someone
depending
else
on
to level their
what was available in
tailoring.
the season. Now I'm making
Do I ever
a
need
summertime
linen?
version of succotash.
Oh yeah, I do
here.
actually
You could
for
do
first
a
aid. Never
fall
mind.
version or a winter version with dried beans, with dried hominy, and sometimes adding something like
No,
squash
I have not.
or
Indeed.
pumpkin. Hopefully in the near future,
I
we'll
have
have
it
an
though.
episode on making hominy. Jason Richards, one of our viewers, recently sent us a little cookbook on Native American cooking called Cherokee Cooklore. We were fascinated to find a succotash recipe
Dude, these
that
fucking
had
books.
dried corn,
Cooklore.
dried beans, and squash.
Oh.
Thank you so much for sending that little cookbook to us, Jason.
Yo, Taylor
Once
guy.
the beans and the cobs have been boiled
What do you-
for, say,
what do you
20
have for
minutes
me?
or so, remove the cobs and add the corn kernels. Season this with some salt and black pepper. Then let it boil for another 15 minutes.
Can the expert Taylor?
Well, let's give this a try. This is something, if you want to top this off with a little bit of butter, you'll probably enjoy that. So I'm
Cool.
going to add a little butter.
What does that do? What did I just spend 5 silver on? To get a journeyman Taylor. Do I get like more recipes now?
Wonderful summertime flavors.
No, I don't.
You get that beautiful corn.
just have a higher
like
level
sweet
cap now,
corn
okay.
flavor. The beans settle down
Yes,
very nicely
well,
in this. They don't come out too much.
no.
You know, I'm not a big fan of lima beans. Turns out really good in this dish.
You can progress further now. Yeah, yeah,
The
okay.
juice is wonderful.
Okay, so I basically
And
did
of
it kind
course,
of too early,
you
but
can't
it
go
doesn't
wrong with
matter.
butter and pepper on there as a seasoning. I'm sure they may not have had
Embrace the shadow.
those kind of choices, but still a wonderful, wonderful flavors. A nice medley. And of course the bacon flavor comes
Do you
out at
really
the
only
very
need 3
end.
bags? I can make another
Very
bag
nice.
if you want to.
This dish is
I need to level my
great with
Italian
its
anyways.
roots in 17th
Also,
century and
Monkas,
even
you're kinda
earlier
low on
Native
health there.
American cooking. I want to thank you for joining us today as we continue to experiment
Okay.
and try out these very interesting
Okay, and
foods,
as in,
we
I should
savor
make
the
more bags for
flavors
you?
and the aromas of the 18th century.
I can make 4 bags for you if you need.
Dutch ovens were
Oh, yeah, right,
extremely versatile,
okay.
and that's one of the reasons why they
Yes,
were
okay,
so
okay.
popular in 18th and 19th century North
My
America.
brain right now, for some
Today,
reason,
we're doing a savory
I can't even talk. For some reason, I thought
comes from Amelia
you
Simmons'
could have 5 bags
1796
equipped.
cookbook, American Cookery. If you haven't watched our earlier Dutch oven cookery series explaining getting these ovens up to heat, I would encourage you to do so. I'm setting my 12-inch Dutch oven over a bed of coals and putting a few coals on top to preheat it so that it's ready to go when we're ready to put this pie in. To prepare this pie, I'm using a 9-inch redware pie plate. These are the pie plates that our master potter Gary Nieder makes. They're wonderful pie plates. You can find them on our website or in our print catalog. I'm lining the outside of the pie plate here with puff paste.
Why is this level 65 tailoring? Holy.
In 18th century cookbooks to just line the outside with puff paste.
It's fucking garbage.
You can use either puff paste that you buy at the store. You can find
Maybe it's cheap for leveling. Let me check.
Or there's a
Worst case minus 2 silver.
on making your own puff paste. I'll make sure to put a link down in the description.
Oh, they take leather. Interesting.
Starting by placing a tablespoon and a half of butter in the
Right, I'm gonna
bottom of my pie pan. In this recipe, we'll end up using about 1/4 of a pound of butter, so be prepared for that. I've taken a 2-pound shoulder roast and I've sliced it into about 1/2-inch thick slices. And now I'm going to start to layer that in. So first, we put in a layer of our steak. This is a really nice cut. I've already trimmed all the gristle out. I'll follow this with a little bit of salt and pepper, and then I'll sprinkle a nice bit of flour on top of that. We want a good little layer here. This is going to make a great gravy.
Think about it
Next,
also.
I've got some nice
move
big
this maybe to
slices
here.
of white
That
onion,
blocks less.
and I'll top off this layer with another tablespoon
Less
of
random and
butter.
gooey.
Now we're going to repeat
Blocks
this
more
again.
gameplay now, I guess.
Again, we're going to put down a steak, a layer of steak, nice and thin. We don't want it to double up here. And again, we put on the salt and the pepper and the flour, and then the onions again. And after the onions, butter again. You should be able to get about 3 layers in your pie. Now that our pie has got all the layers built together, now it's time to put in some liquid. And we can use a couple of different liquids. We could use water.
Getting pretty hard to level,
we could use hard cider or a small beer or a light beer if you've got that. Anything is going to make a good liquid for our pie. I'm going to pour in some of the liquid right now before I put the top on around the edges, because it can be hard to get all the liquid into the pie that we want to get. Now it's time to put on our puff paste top, and here's our puff paste that we're going to put on the top.
Hindsight, I probably should have used should have done these until they turned green and then moved on to these.
Between the body of the pie crust and this top layer, this lid that we're
Maybe I
going to
make
put on.
more
So make
liner
sure
bags
to wet
just
the edge
for
if the top
our
isn't
people
gonna
potentially.
seal. Now make sure to pinch this lid down nice and tight.
And I just
Then
store
we're
them.
going to cut a little hole in the top and then pour in another tablespoon or 2 of our liquid on top of that, and then we're ready to bake. The pie is ready to go into the oven, and of course I've already preheated this oven, so it should be close to temperature. I don't need to worry about that. Let's go ahead and remove the lid and place this pie in here gently, and let's close this up. This needs to cook rather slowly.
Can't do that right now.
We don't want to overheat this, so maybe 300 degrees is what we're shooting for. We talked about trying to keep a lower heat in that earlier episode this series. In this case, we want maybe 1.5 scoops around the bottom edge of this Dutch oven. So make sure to refresh your coals after you've preheated.
I guess I can disenchant these now.
Maybe 2 scoops on top, 2.5 scoops max. We don't want to overdo this, or else our meat will be tough if we cook this at too high a temperature. And from an earlier episode, we want to make sure to remember that we need to continue to rotate this oven.
Cannot be disenchanted, okay.
Every 15 or 20 minutes.
So just sell it.
Picking up it and rotating it around, and rotate the lid separately. You want to keep rotating the lid. The problem, especially in this case where we've got the fire pit off to the side, it's going to be hotter on one side than the other. So that's why we want to keep rotating. And our coals might be hotter on one spot than the other. We don't want to
I hit level 75. Do I get some cool new recipes now?
Rotating the lid and the body around.
Woolen cape.
Someone asked in an earlier episode about the tools I was using, and really, I only need a couple real good tools
Bolt of
for Dutch
woolen
oven
cloth.
cooking. You can do without some
I
of
guess
these,
I
but you really need a couple of them
train
to
this
do
one
it well and to do it
already.
easily. Let's just say that.
Lady, watch over
Mainly,
you.
we're definitely going to need a Dutch oven. We sell a couple different sizes of those.
Wool
A
cloth.
trivet is probably the next most important piece.
Wasn't hard to get.
A nice triangular trivet. If you don't
Alright.
want to have a trivet like this, you can just use a couple of stones that are the same size, 3 or 4 stones.
Where's the next mailbox?
Or even an S-hook thrown in the bottom here.
Should I mail it to you, Tomka, or are
The
you
trivet
close?
does a really good job.
Probably
I
are,
like to
right?
use
Yeah,
a
you
real
are.
trivet.
Dorito, okay.
Impossible.
Probably just mail it to you,
A pie
right?
pan, these pie pans are great, and we use them so many times. It's if you want to keep things up off the bottom.
Yeah, just
you're
mail
gonna
it,
need to
okay.
cook on top of that trivet with something like a pie plate. Also, a pair of these little ember tongs, excellent for doing individual pieces. Sometimes you want to get pretty precise. The ember tongs help you pick those up and do some precise work. The Dutch oven lid lifter is a killer tool that really makes it much easier to get the lid off of these without them falling over. I mean, you can just use a hook, but the lid can tilt and all your ashes can drop right into the Dutch oven, which ruins it. The Dutch oven lid lifter helps you lift that up and with these extra prongs balance it so it stays level. So it's a really handy tool, and you can just use the hook to pick up the whole Dutch oven and rotate it. You really need that kind of tool. Also, you're going to need some kind of a shovel, and you really don't need a big shovel. These little
Couldn't I add you as a character friend too or something?
just the right
Wasn't that
amount of
another
holes,
thing?
and they're nice and
I guess.
small, and they don't have a handle that can burn.
Oh wait,
So they're really
can I just
handy
do this,
for
right?
working with these Dutch ovens. And the last tool I really suggest is a
Oh,
pair
I can
of
copy
leather
plan
gloves.
now.
We don't
Oh,
have
perfect.
these in the catalog. You can get a pair of welding gloves.
No,
Look
I
for
don't need.
something that's not looking too modern. You don't want blue ones. So if you can find a nice pair of brown welding gloves, these make it so much easier to get those pie pans out of there. Or to just lift up the oven or the lid at times.
Do you need potions, Tomka?
You don't want to burn yourself.
Since I'm
obviously.
already sending
These are
the mail,
really helpful to
I could
have.
give you like 3 health
There are
potions.
some other tools that we don't
No
carry
thanks,
that can
okay.
make it easier. Like sometimes there's a
Yeah,
special
that's that, I guess.
tool
Surely
to lift pie
that
plates
makes
up out of the
sense.
Dutch oven. Boy, that's a
Why
lot of
does it-
bother to carry.
What do you
two
mean?
tools.
This character might
This is
be
probably
someone you
enough for
don't
just
know.
about anybody.
I'm pretty sure not. Clueless.
Wow, this looks tremendous.
Oh, here,
It's
that
ready
was
to
that
go.
character
This
friend.
reminds
And then
me
he
of
wouldn't
the
have told
beef
me that.
pasty
Oh, well.
we did a number of years ago.
Surely I did not misspell
So we
it.
definitely need to let this guy rest. It can even be eaten cold.
Okay,
the
now what?
colder we let this get, probably the more it's going to come out in one piece.
I guess I store
I
the
can't wait
cloth
that
in
long,
here.
so let's cut into this so we can try it out. Okay, this really smells good, and
Could
it's
craft a
time
bunch
to try it
more
out. I really want to put some
bandages.
mushroom ketchup on it right away, but I'm going to wait because I want to see
Could
what
I
this
level
really tastes
first
like
aid like this?
before I put the wonderful mushroom ketchup on it.
Bro, how does it make me a cuck?
Is it worth it, I guess?
I was just
Yo,
watching.
Igor Kona... Bro.
That's a
My brain.
tremendous mix of flavors.
Igor Konasenkov. Yo,
The
thank
beef,
you for the floor.
perfectly
Welcome
tender,
in.
wonderful.
you
Puff
doing?
paste, you can't go wrong. And that onion flavor in there, along with the spices. And I did not put too much pepper. Don't worry, you can always put a little bit more on, but it's a perfect medley of flavors. Amazing. Now
Level?
let's try it with the mushroom ketchup. I know this is really going to set it off.
What level am I?
Mm.
I forgot.
Wow. That little bit of
Maybe
kind
12
of
or
vinegar
something.
taste and the extra salt and the mushroom flavor, to die for. I think I wanted, instead of the water, I should have just dumped mushroom ketchup in right on top before I cooked it. This would be a tremendous thing to cook at an event. Everyone will love you, so you should try this
Keep
one
forgetting
out.
to
The flavors
actually
are
look at the
tremendous.
video
It's
sometimes,
not
you know.
difficult to do. There aren't even that
I
many
don't think I've
ingredients.
looked at that
So,
video in like
definitely
fucking
try this
15
one out.
minutes.
I
10,
want to
15
thank you
minutes,
for
no.
coming along as we try these things out, as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. We're concluding our baking in the Dutch oven series with this wonderful little fruit tart. I think you're going to be surprised with this one.
I'm level
Thanks for joining us
13.
today on 18th Century Cooking. Our recipe today comes from Maria Rundell's 1808 cookbook, A New System of Domestic Cookery. This is a recipe for a minced pie, but it's a little different. It's got a different twist on it. It's a lemon mince pie.
Why did I type 12?
Today we're baking this in one of our 8-inch tart tins.
Sorry, I'm chatting him.
Hand made by Dennis Cooch, one of our
Because
tinsmiths.
the headlines asked me what level I am.
They're available.
And I told him I'm 12.
In the print catalog and on our website. The original recipe actually calls for making this
I don't need
in
yet.
patty
Okay.
pans. And probably the closest
I mean,
thing to modern
I got
kitchen
that
is a
anyways, because
cupcake
I
tin.
want to level my
This is actually
tailoring.
meant to be
So
small individual little pies or tarts.
don't worry about
Today
them,
we're
you know.
making this in one of these tart
I
tins,
can send
and
them.
of course, we're going to be baking in a Dutch oven. If you're going to be using one of these 18th century style tart tins, the bottom doesn't come out of this, so you want to make sure to butter it really, really well, or you'll never be able to get
47
it out of the
bandages
tin.
now.
This tart tin's already well buttered.
Do I
We
even
just
need
lay
them?
in our paste in the bottom, and a short paste, any paste will
Where's
work
the
fine here.
that?
A short paste will work great. And if you're interested in a short paste recipe, I'll put a link to our short paste episode down in the description section below. Our first ingredient is lemon peel, and you might immediately say, well, wait a minute, John, did they have
Plus eight.
lemons in the 18th century? Obviously, you see lemons all over in the cookbooks. It really depends on where you're located and the economic level of the person as to how common lemons would be in their standard daily
Lemon.
diet. But obviously, they're very popular in the cookbooks. In this particular setting, we're going to be using lemons. What we're going to do is we need lemon peel, and you can just peel
What?
off the
Unknown?
lemon, cut it off in one nice long strip. It'll make it easier to work with. And
Okay.
boil your lemon peel
I've never
about
seen that.
20 minutes. This is going to get rid
Why
of
is
some of the bitterness
why are
and
you
make it
unknown,
much
Tonka?
easier to work
What
with.
happened?
Once we boiled this lemon peel, we can take it out and mince it nice and fine.
I'm confused.
To mix this up, we need
What is
a
this?
non-reactive bowl.
Is this
something
because
like a
I'm
ceramic bowl or a
character
wooden
friend
bowl.
of you? I'm so confused.
Inside this, we've got
Huh?
one
I've never
large
seen
apple
that.
chopped up. It's been pared and cored and chopped rather fine.
a double
You'll want to
ganger.
use some baking kind of apple.
is coming
Golden
to kill you.
Delicious might work well in this. That's what we're using right now. To this, we're going to add the diced lemon peel that I talked about earlier, a quarter a cup of suet, a quarter a cup of sugar, the juice
Huge,
of
we can
1 to
make
2 lemons,
about
and a half a cup of raisins.
bandages.
Mix these up well. We are using suet in this recipe. It can be difficult to find. We do sell a USDA approved suet in our catalog.
Are
on our website.
bandages worth it?
You
I
may
mean,
be able to find
everyone's
some kinds
telling
of
me
suet in your local supermarket
first aid
or
is
at your
good and
butcher
shit.
shop. Again, if you're interested in suet, I want to point you
But
to
also I
the
always forget to
earlier
use them
episode we
anyways.
did on rendering
Do you
your
use them in
pie.
combat or are they like some other shit? That is shit. I don't need so many.
We need to cook
Very
this at
rough,
around
okay.
400 degrees, so we'll need to get
Good
this
to
Dutch
know.
oven nice and hot before we put this in. And make sure it's got plenty of coals. It's going to bake probably 20 minutes or so.
I probably don't need 20, right? For now, at least I will just sell 40. I'll just sell 20. Especially because they're the lowest one. As long as you don't get damaged, you can use them in combat. Wait, what?
And
What's the
there
point
we
then?
go. It is. This one's definitely cool enough to handle. If
You
we
get
wanted
damage in
this
combat.
To really set up
I mean,
so that we might be able to get
ideally,
it
obviously,
completely out of
I
the
don't.
pan,
Oh,
you'll
I
wanna
mean,
let this
it
cool
does make
overnight.
sense because I
Maybe
can
even in a
basically have my
refrigerator or someplace
White
really cool to
Walker
let it really solidify.
found everyone, heal him
because it's going to be
with
hard
my
to get
channel,
out of this tart tin.
and
Some of
also
those
just heal
juices have
myself
boiled
with
up out of it
bandages.
and come down the edges.
Makes sense, yeah.
So it's going to be hard to get out. I'm just going to
Oh,
take
I
a
remember what I
slice
wanted
out of
to
this
do.
guy because there's no way at this kind of temperature that it's going to come out whole. Let's give this a try.
How much is
That's got an amazing punch to it. This
lemon
is
claw?
wonderful. I can see why they call it a lemon mince pie. It's got a wonderful lemony flavor to it. That lemon peel
Or
and the lemon juice will really
linen
come through, and yet you
rolls,
get these
right?
other chunks, sort of.
No, what's
I
it
guess
called?
the meat of the tart, which is the apple and the raisin, which give you wonderful sweetness, but the flavor that really comes
Bolt
through
of lemon
is
puff,
the
I mean.
lemon. So this concludes our Dutch oven series on a wonderful note. This would make definitely a wonderful dessert. If you're in the field, you want to do a simple one, excellent. You can make the
5
right there.
per stack of 20. 5 silver per stack of 20.
So you can definitely do
Okay.
this in the field. So wonderful.
That's
If you get a
decent
chance,
price,
you
I
can try
guess.
this at home. Again, wonderful dessert dish. Definitely give this one a try.
1 stack of 10.
I want to thank you for coming along while we experiment
Okay.
with these Dutch
5
ovens.
per
While
is kind of
while we
expensive.
see exactly what you can do in a Dutch oven in the field. Amazing things, wonderful
Unit price.
dishes.
I see. Oh,
Great. I
this
want to
actually
thank you
tells
for
me.
coming along as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. Today we're going to be making a wonderful traditional pound cake. This recipe comes from Amelia Simmons'
25 stacks of
1796 cookbook, American Cookery. It's a simple recipe that I think you're going to find a little surprising. The term pound cake today generally refers to a cake that's baked in a round form pan, like a bundt pan, and they're generally much more dense than, say, a typical cake. In the 18th century, however, the term pound cake really comes from the amount of ingredients.
Can I not say I want to buy
so generally a pound of
all
butter,
the
a pound
25?
of sugar, a pound of flour, and a pound of eggs. And in Amelia Simmons' recipe, that's exactly what we got.
Okay.
Amelia also suggests a couple of other things: a gill of rose water and spices to taste. So Amelia Simmons' recipe it's too simple. It's only got just a few lines, really, to put together this seemingly complex cake. I mean, we might be tempted to just throw the ingredients together, mix them up, and toss it in the oven. But if you study other 18th century cake recipes from maybe a slightly earlier time period and books that have a little more information, we find out that we can't do that with this recipe. We actually have to use these other techniques from other cookbooks to make this properly. We need to start with
item was not found. What?
With our sugar. Now this butter
What you
has
talking
been
about,
softened
Wallace?
but not melted. Now in the 18th century
We
they
chillin'.
would mix
Very
this
good.
by squeezing it
We
together
tama.
with their hands. You can speed
We
this
Gucci.
process up by using a modern mixer
Tamaguchi.
on high for about 5 minutes. When it comes to spices, Amelia gives us basically no suggestions. She leaves this completely up to the cook. Now, many recipes in the 18th century would use something like caraway seeds. That's very popular for something like this. But today we're going to be using some nutmeg and a little bit of cinnamon, both
How about you?
also
I'm
very
sick,
popular
but
18th
otherwise
century
Gucci.
spices for this kind of a
Kinda got a headache and low
now that
energy. I
this
don't know.
is light and fluffy, we can add in our spices. I've got about a half a
Ja,
nutmeg
koek
here that's grated up, and maybe a teaspoon or a little bit less of nice ground cinnamon. And if you're going to be trying the rose water, now would be the time to add that in, and then we're going to mix this up for another minute or two. So let's talk a little bit first about rose water. And rose water is used in this, or she mentions rose water in this recipe. Rose water was very popular in the 17th century,
just sell my
early 18th
lower
century in cooking. And we
tier
kind of
bandages.
think of it as a spice, but
who
really
cares?
it's
Yeah.
more of an aromatic,
Whatever.
a perfume that
just
we
sell
use
it.
in these recipes. Another aromatic that's very popular is the orange blossom water, and you can find either one of these still available in either online or in Mediterranean markets. By the end of the 18th century, by the end of the 1700s, these things were really falling out of favor in English cooking. We tried this recipe out a number of times with the rose water, and we tried this on different people. And some people really thought the flavor was intriguing, and others disliked it because it reminded them the flavor of soap. If you're looking for that kind of traditional taste, I suggest you go ahead and try to find some.
It's love that there are a
rose
couple of
water
people that
or
died.
Orange flower blossom
I believe
water
soap.
to experiment in this.
With the
If you
last
can't find
words,
those, it's
no,
okay to leave them.
run.
Most modern cakes today use a chemical leavening to make them
Or
light and
sad.
fluffy, either baking soda or
Oh,
baking
no.
powder. In the 17th and 18th century, cakes most often used either a yeast leavener or
Wait,
an
this guy
egg
has like an
leavener.
add-on that
In other
puts
videos,
in
we
chat when
pointed
he's
out
near
that
death or
Amelia
something.
Simmons uses a
His
very
last words were
crude
healer
version
protection,
of
near
a
death,
chemical leavening in some of her
28.5%
recipes.
health.
In other recipes, she uses yeast as a
Aware.
leavener. In this recipe, she doesn't mention any leavening at
This guy
all.
doesn't have a depth
But
sauce?
we have
What kind of
lots of
sauce?
eggs. So what we need to do
fatigue?
is beat a
He
lot
died
of
from
air into
fatigue?
these eggs.
What's
As
that?
it cooks, these air bubbles will expand. That's
What is
going
fatigue?
to give us our leavening. If you wish to make this recipe as they did in the
Died to fatigue,
1700s,
lulle.
you'll need to whisk this for
Bleating
about
plane
an hour
strider,
handheld
screeching
with a whisk.
harpy.
If you're
No.
going to be using a modern appliance, then you'll
Means he
need
tried to
whisk
swim
this on
past the
high
wet
for
water?
not more than
No,
15
shot,
minutes.
what?
If you're using medium eggs, you'll need
Lol.
10 eggs. If you're using large eggs, just
that-
9 will do.
Oh, he's level
Before
5,
you start
okay.
to whisk
Was
these
probably
eggs,
trolling
make
or some
sure
shit.
your whisk is butter-free, or the eggs will not whip up properly.
GG's.
Carefully
Same,
fold the
take care,
eggs
last words.
into your butter mixture, and then sift in the
No,
flour a
thank you.
little by little.
Pull him. This guy also
Try
had
not to
no death
overwork this. We're
sauce.
trying to keep as much of the air in the eggs as possible. Now you can bake
This guy
this
died
in a
from
butt
falling.
pan
Where is
if
it
you'd
falling
like.
and
You'll
a little
need to
star?
butter it
Sometimes
very well,
there's like a
and
little,
you'll bake it
star
about
next to the
125
death sauce.
degrees for say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
What does that mean?
Other recipes we
I don't
found
know.
that used a cake ring, either a tin cake ring or a wood cake ring that was lined outside with paper and the inside buttered. But Amelia Simmons's
Last
recipe
words.
suggests baking
Hear
this for
him
just
now,
15 minutes.
hear,
Now
hear
this gives us
and
another
no.
clue
Good
into
boy.
how
I've
this been
been wasting away my
The
life
word cake in the 1700s could apply
on this
to a
blood card
great
game for too long, so I'm
we
gonna
covered something
smoke
like a great
some
cake
other
when we
dankest
did
cheese
our
and
12th
zeal.
night cake
Clarton
recipe. Now, these
misses
cakes
one
were
last
huge.
turn,
Sometimes they were 20,
with
30,
a pussy
40
red,
pounds
then
or
turn
more. But
himself
the word
dead.
cake can also refer
Fallen.
to something much
Dead
smaller,
from falling.
something that we today
Well,
would call a cookie.
he's a man of his words.
And in fact, the
58,
first kind of
and you die
reference
from falling.
in at least American cookery and English
Some
cookery
people, I
is
don't.
Amelia
What's up, man?
Simmons's reference to the word cookie here that she borrows
Is
from
there
the
an interface
Dutch.
option to have
So
your
if we
skills
take into
update to
account
the
this
highest rank, or
15-minute
you
cooking
always
time,
have to switch
there is
rank
no
1
way
out
that
for
this
rank
could
2?
be baked as a big cake in a bundt pan or in one of these
That
wooden
lol.
forms. This most likely was baked
I haven't been there on
as
the-
a cookie
this show
on a
yet.
baking sheet, probably on
It was a
paper.
Mel
They
Brooks
might have
movie,
baked
the
it in
second I
small, say,
saw.
little tart tins that were buttered,
Take it easy.
or even in
His last
a
words.
little paper tray or cup that we've seen some references to in 18th
His last
century
words
cookery.
that were,
We won't
"You
need to
going to
butter the
AOE?
people
I
or
think I
treat
can
it in
tank."
Anyway,
Clueless.
once these cookies cool all
No.
the way off, we'll be
Okay,
able to
I'm
just
reading the
peel the
deadlock.
paper away. If you're baking these at home, they'll bake for 15 to 20 minutes at a temperature of about 325
right, I'm
degrees
supposed to go to
Fahrenheit.
this
Make sure
forest.
to preheat your oven. You'll need to watch these closely so they don't burn.
I want them to give me a
cool
fucking arrow.
completely before you try to remove them from the paper. Let's give these a try. They look wonderful. It's actually got a really nice soft texture to it. They have a wonderful, simple yet complex flavor to them. Nice and sweet. Again, really, really good texture. Nice and soft. You can definitely taste the nutmeg.
I'm gonna refill my water.
The cinnamon in there. It would be really interesting to have these with a little bit of that rose water. These are wonderful and really simple. And can you imagine if you baked 4 pounds of these guys? It's likely that you either had a really big crowd to feed, or you would double bake these to dry them up so that they would last for quite a while. And let's look at one of these little bigger ones, this cupcake version here. And I can break this open here and you can see the texture. It's got a really nice cakey texture to it. This is not dense at all. Really, all that air whipped in there did a tremendous job of leavening this. It's really good. Today's recipe is a wonderful savory onion pie. Thanks for joining us today on 18th Century Cooking with James Townsend and Son. So today's recipe comes from the Little Primitive Cookery Cookbook. This cookbook is sort of a compilation of 18th century recipes that this particular 18th century author put together for people of lesser means. And this onion pie is probably sort of a substitute for a meat pie. It's a savory pie. You'll
I don't know how
find
to
this
leave
recipe
Rousseau's.
in Hannah Glass's
Lol.
cookbook and in some other
What is
18th
this?
century English cookbooks. So it's a
Staff
really
version.
interesting,
Oh.
fun recipe.
Can't use
Let's get
stars.
started. This recipe is very simple. We need an equal quantity of potatoes, apples, onions, and boiled eggs sliced up. So let's get started. I'm gonna pair up some potatoes here. You want to pair them up fairly thinly, and so that you have nice thin slices. And then we can move on to some apples. You'll need, again, maybe 2 or 3 apples, just like the potatoes. First, we're going to pair them, and then core them.
I have no clue.
And now slice them nice and thin. Next up,
here or something?
onions. I mean, this is an onion pie, right? Again, about the same quantity.
it is here.
So if your onions are a little bit smaller, you might need 3 or 4. And you'll want to, of course, take the outer layer off of these and slice them up nice and thin. Again, probably about 1/8 of an inch, maybe 1/4 inch max. And our last main ingredient here is boiled eggs. I boiled these up last night. Let's peel them up. And now I'm gonna kind of slice them. They're fighting me, but even crumbled up, they're gonna work just fine. Again, about the same amount. Now let's put together a quick spice mix that we'll need as we're assembling this. First, we have some salt.
Can you dive through there, or what's the idea?
Ground pepper. We want some mace in this, so I've got some mace here.
Not that I would want to risk
we need in
diving
every
through it.
recipe nutmeg, 1/2 teaspoon of nutmeg total. And now I'm just going to stir these up. Now we're ready to assemble this. We have all the ingredients set up, and I've already got a short crust put into this redware pie pan. You'll need to make sure to have a pie crust ready. If you are interested in this pie crust, you can go and check out the episode we did, I think back in the 3rd season. I'll put a link down in the description section. Let's assemble this pie. It's really simple. First, we're going to start off with a little bit of butter in the bottom. The recipe calls for just a couple little chunks here in the bottom. And now let's put a layer of
What the?
in the very bottom of our pie.
Jesus, I didn't know this game had that. What the fuck, man?
Stages together.
Those are some fucking bouncing tits. Holy.
We're gonna go with some apple here. Again with just
Golly.
a little bit of seasoning. It's good. Now we're gonna come in with some onion on top here.
So,
and now
such a random
egg. Now the instructions say keep going with the layers. Now depending on how thick your pie is, you may not have enough room
for a game of such
layer.
graphics.
I'm going to do a thin layer. Now if you
Golly,
look at this recipe here toward the end, it says
nice
you're going to end up using about 1 pound of potatoes, 1 pound of apples, 1 pound of onions, and 1 pound of eggs. That means this whole pie is going to weigh more than 4 pounds. It's a huge
totally not
pie,
disgusting,
at least in the
undead.
recipe. This pie in this
Warlock
pie plate
mummies.
is much smaller, so you won't need a full pound.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Obviously, it's going to fill this pie
Look at
right
the
up,
face
so
of
it's
mine.
going to be sort of heaping.
It's just a
but
fucking-
That's okay. It's going to cook down a little bit. We're going to finish this pie up now by
Okay.
placing some chunks of butter up on top and a little bit
Now
of
that's
water
a hot
too.
fucking
Maybe
face.
2 or 3 teaspoons. It calls for adding a little bit of
The
water.
fucking
We're sort of steaming
6 polygon boobs.
steaming the ingredients in this pie. And let's put this top crust on, and let's pinch this together and get this connected. So it's connected to the
This
bottom
area.
crust. Now that we've finished that up, we can just put little
Right.
slices in the top so this vents a little bit. We don't want
fucking
it to
son
sort
of
of bulge up with the
wrench
steam pressure on the inside. And
area.
here's our assembled pie. It's ready to go in the oven. If you're doing it in a standard oven in a modern kitchen, I would set the oven at about 350 degrees. And this guy's going to take at least 45 minutes, probably more like an hour to bake.
Kill walks as you travel
Wow,
toward
this
Earthland, loot them
pie
for their
smells
hearts.
great. Let's
Or
cut
walk
into
hearts.
it and see what it looks like.
It's turned day out of sun. Good.
Wow.
Oh look, my effect
That is really,
changed.
really good.
I'm throwing
It's
like
got a
fireballs with
wonderful
my wand.
mix of flavors and
Cool.
spices. And it's so wonderful and savory and moist still. I mean, with
Moist.
all that butter in there, you know it's good.
I'm
This
out
is a
of
great
range.
kind of full meal pie. Like, you wouldn't need to have a meat course if you had a pie like this that you were serving with maybe just one little side dish or something. It's a wonderful main dish. If you get a chance at all, and this is such an inexpensive, quick and easy pie to make up. It only takes an hour or so to bake, and the flavors are amazing. So definitely Give this one a
Wrong
try.
button.
You'll love it. The kids will like it. Even a little bit of mushroom ketchup on top of this, whew, it'll set it off perfectly. I want to thank you so much for joining me today as we come along and savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century.
I want.
Today we are going to make a recipe called Tiny
That is
Purses.
way worse
Thanks
than
for
what I
joining
had.
us today on 18th Century Cooking. This recipe
Cooking.
comes from a 1596 cookbook called The Good
Cookbook.
Housewife's Jewel. This recipe, although it's called Little Purses,
Excuse
is really
ya.
a date turnover. The first thing we have to do is stone these dates. I've got about 2 cupfuls of dates here. Ooh, this is sticky. Although, if you want to save time, you can buy your dates pre-stoned. Now that we've stoned our dates, let's mix our ingredients. First, we need our dates. Then we need a cupful of small raisins. I'm using Zante currants. The recipe calls for marrow. I'm going to use a tablespoon of suet instead. A good substitute
People
might
talk.
be coconut oil. We're also going to season it with a teaspoon of ginger, a teaspoon of cinnamon, and 2
Why do I
teaspoons
keep
of
clicking the
sugar.
wrong button
Now
right
that we've got all the ingredients,
My
let's
brain,
mix
bruh.
it into the bowl. Ooh, this is really sticky stuff. You really gotta dig into this. Now that our mixture is ready, let's put them in the shells. The shells are going to be puff paste, cut into about 5-inch squares. If you're
Okay,
interested
wargs.
in making
For
your
some
own
reason I was
puff
like
paste,
W.
I'll
Oh
put a
yeah,
link
they
down
probably
below.
mean wolves.
Lay down
Oh
your
no,
paste
never mind, they do. Okay,
and
I
put
got.
a flattened
I was
portion of
killing the right
filling.
enemies.
Make sure it's decent sized and flattened. Moisten 2 of the edges and fold it into a triangle. Make sure to pinch the edges. These are ready to bake at about 350 degrees. I'm not sure how long these take, but I'll watch them till they're golden brown.
Give me your
They
hearts.
smell great. It's so good, in fact, that I asked my dad to come and taste test with me.
Well, they do smell great. I could smell them in the oven.
My brain.
And, wow.
I'm clicking my auto walk
filled the
button instead
house
of my
with
fucking
wonderful smell.
accommodate button.
So, are we gonna try them out?
Which is very
they're
stupid.
cool enough. So let's give them a try. You
What's
pick
happening,
one.
man?
I'll take this one. They look beautiful too. They could even have icing on them, but I
Still
think
no
that
hot.
would be too much. That is a wonderful flavor. I really wasn't expecting that. I ate a few of the dates that she had raw, and the dates were actually obviously very good. But with the spices that
They
are
taste wonderful.
right, with that ginger and the cinnamon in there with the dates, and
No,
the,
Ollie
and
also
the,
died.
and the raisins of the
No.
currants. It's got an amazing flavor that I
Okay,
really
level
wasn't
9.
expecting,
Good
and a wonderful aroma. You did an
Yes.
excellent job on these. They look kind of really hard to smush up.
They are.
Yeah, it's a very sticky, the dates and everything, getting that all together. But I did a great job. Thank you for bringing us this recipe. It was wonderful. If you get a chance, this one, again, it's simple. Really not that many ingredients, and all these things you can find
Why does it still
at
say
the grocery store,
this?
so you should be able to do these easily. So thank you so much, Ivy, and I want to thank you for coming along and savoring the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. So Ivy and I today are working on a recipe. It's called To Make Black Caps. Turns out to be baked apples. Thanks for joining us today on 18th Century Cooking with James Townsend and Son. This recipe comes from the Dictionarium Domesticum, 1736, and it's Nathan Bailey. But this recipe shows up again in other recipe books, all the way up into like 1800 in Hannah Glass's confectionaries, complete confectionery. So, and you'll
When did
find
that
this
happen?
recipe
Whoops.
in variations in other 18th century cookbooks. But it's, it's pretty simple and they're all very similar recipes.
How do we get started?
Well, let's start off by, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to need sugar for later on in this recipe. So why don't you work at getting some sugar off of this sugar cone and bust it into this bowl. And I will start working on these apples.
Jesus.
What we need to do is
That guy's almost dead.
split these apples in half and take out the core. So the recipe calls for baking these in a mazarine dish.
What's a mazarine dish?
A mazarine dish in the time period was a metal baking dish with the sides that were turned up. Instead of using that, I'm going to use, because I don't have one quite like that, I'm going to use a tart tin. What the thing is, we're going to have liquids in here, and we need it to not run over the edge. So you couldn't just use a flat baking sheet. You need something that'll hold the liquids in. This baking sheet won't hold nearly as many as they call for. So I've just got 3 apples here. You need to put them face down.
I guess I kill some more
on the
woods.
baking sheet here.
It's weird, on my druid it told me to just buy the hearts from auction.
So our apples are ready. Now we need to make a little sauce to pour over them. It's a very simple little sauce. It's made with lemon juice. To that we're going to add some orange flower water. Now the original recipe calls for actually a good bit of orange flower water.
Is this Tomka stream? It is.
It tends to
very
be
much,
overpowering,
literally.
and it's not that easy to find. I've got some orange flower
Definitely
water
inspired
here.
by Tomka,
I'm just going
I would
to use, say, maybe a tablespoon. But you could probably do without it altogether. And the zest from just 1 lemon. And what have we got here? About maybe 2 tablespoons of sugar that we'll add to this also. Now let's just stir this up and pour it over the top of our apples. If you're doing a larger quantity, you might need more of this sauce. So the recipe does not have any real amount of ingredients here. We don't know exactly how much lemon juice or how much orange flower water. So we're just kind of, taking a guess at this. The sauce we mixed it all together, but really the sugar is supposed to go on last, so it kind of sticks on top of these. So you might, once you drizzle this on, try to sprinkle a little sugar up on top.
Where's my... Oh, did it go offline already?
May or may not stick. So this is basically ready to go in the oven.
How long does this take?
Interesting.
It should bake a half an hour, the recipe says, and it says a quick oven, which probably means, let's say 400 degrees is probably a good guess. So let's try these out at 400 degrees for a half hour.
These smell wonderful.
Didn't get in touch with COVID for 3 years.
Well,
of course,
we could eat these right now
system
as they
doesn't
are,
know.
but they're called black caps for a reason.
Yeah,
we aren't done yet. We need
why
to
was
brown
he
these on top.
expecting
So
it
they might
not to
have put these in the oven a little bit longer, made sure there was sugar up
Was
on
it like
top.
COVID is over,
But
so if
some
you
of the
get
other
COVID now,
recipes
it's not that
actually
bad?
call for coming in and using a salamander.
I mean, it depends.
To
Did he
brown
get
them up on top. So that's
vaccinated?
what we're going to do. We're going to use either a fire shovel or a salamander. We're going to try getting these to brown up or blacken. Salamanders would have been heated until red hot in the fire. Today, in a modern kitchen, you could use your broiler, but you want to make sure to watch it closely. You can serve these up in little individual bowls and pour in a little bit of cream, and they're ready to go to the table.
I guess someone was escorting the guy, but
I smell great. What do you think?
I don't know why
Let's
he
give
hasn't
them
come
a
back yet.
try.
Kinda cringe.
Wow. Wow, that is, whoa, the lemon juice.
That is good.
And the orange flower water, and really the orange flower water comes in here, really it's more of a top note, a scent, a fragrance that it gives it. So what do you think, Ivy?
I love the flavors, and it was so easy.
Yeah, a very simple recipe, some wonderful flavors.
Okay, I don't...
You got to give this one a try. It's so simple and it's easy, and it only takes a little while to bake. Inexpensive ingredients. It is a great one. So give this one a try. I want to thank you for coming along as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. Today is a fun and kind of a different episode. I'm out here in the woods today, and we're going to be doing a very simple Norfolk dumplings recipe. This one's from the Primitive Cookery Cookbook, but you also found it in Hannah Glass's cookbook of, say,
He said his immune system doesn't need
Thanks
vaccine.
for joining us today
No,
on 18th Century Cooking.
Really? Not an MRE from 1989? Yeah.
Well, I've got water
Sure,
on
it's
to
not quite as
boil.
good.
Let
I
me
can't
read
steal
you
your
this
content completely.
very simple recipe.
Which
in
might
this
be
little
true when
cookbook.
you actually train
It says, To make Norfolk dumplings,
Normal
mix a
day
good
doesn't give
thick
a good immune
batter.
system. Yeah,
As for
and the combination
pancakes,
makes it
take a half a
even
pint
stupider.
of milk, 2 eggs, a little salt,
But even
make
then,
it
like,
into a batter with
I don't know,
flour.
whatever.
Have ready a clean saucepan of water boiling into which you drop the batter before the water boils fast. And 2 or 3 minutes will boil them. Stir a piece of butter into them and eat them hot while they're very good.
But staying home all day
This is a super simple
doesn't give a good
recipe.
immune
It
system.
uses
However,
just
I already read
flour,
that
a
message
little
in
bit
my
of
fucking
salt,
brain.
milk, 1 egg. We want to make it
We're
a
just
really
waiting
thick
here,
batter.
man.
We don't want it to break up as we put it into
And then
this
what?
boiling water. It's going to take a good bit for
Does
this
one of us
water
get the
to
quest and
boil.
the others
The other
not?
trick with this recipe, if you're on the trail and you don't have some of these special
You're a
ingredients, you don't have eggs with you, which
slow
is
reader,
very,
my dude.
very common that you
Yeah,
wouldn't have
I am,
eggs.
indeed.
Milk is
Why-
something
why-
you're not going to have on the trail.
why did you-
The question is, would this work out just as fine
What made
if we
bleh.
didn't have
I can't talk. What
milk
made you
or eggs,
notice?
but we just used water and flour? I'm betting that's going to work out just fine too. That's probably going to be the most common version that you would do on the trail or in the camp when you don't have lots of ingredients to work with.
Why?
And I've got just the
This is so
simplest
stupid.
of mixing
Do you read
utensils
clever,
here. I've got a
dude?
little wire fork
I don't know.
and
I don't know
just
why.
1 simple wooden spoon along with a mixing bowl. Just
Doesn't have any
the
other effects,
minimal
just reads
equipment
slow.
is what we're going with here. And of course, I've got one of our tin cooking pots to cook our dumplings in. Let's start off with just 1 egg here and whisk this up. To this egg, I'm going to add, let's say, about a cup of milk. I'm going to hold a little back here in case the mix is a little too thick later on. Now, let's add some flour into this mix.
Because I clicked
And we're going to add enough flour that we think we're going to get to a thick batter. Of course, she doesn't say anything about how much flour. You just add as much as gets to the right consistency. And don't forget to add a little bit of salt before you get this fully mixed up. Maybe a little thicker than I would consider
I'm trolling you, oh God.
a pancake mix, but still a batter, not a dough necessarily. Well, my fire has built up nicely.
Does that
Just
mean
starting to
if
boil, so
the
let's
guy
put some
spawns now
dumplings
and
in, like a
the
spoonful.
top player accepts the quest, do I still have
I'm not
to
sure exactly what
like, do I have to
Hannah
wait
Glass
again?
intended when she put this very simple recipe in her cookbook.
And what a
But
stupid quest
the
then.
author or the collector of recipes for primitive cookery saw this recipe and knew that it was perfect for simple
Mr.
cooking,
Schwinschwindy,
for
what's the command
inexpensive
for
cooking, and that's
PFP?
why they picked it out and put it
Proper
into
pick of
this
a
little
person?
cookbook.
I
sort
think
of
it's
a
just dollar
compilation
PFP
of simple, inexpensive
and then the name.
recipes. There we go. They're ready. They've been in probably a little bit longer than the 2 or 3 minutes, but I didn't have a really, hot boiling thing going on here. So let's take a
Let's
look.
see. Massive.
So let's see
It's a
how
proper
these turn
picture.
out. They look pretty simple, and they are, obviously, just a few ingredients.
Big dick.
But they have a wonderful little,
Oh, he has no proper
kind of
picture.
a little bready consistency. Obviously,
Unlucky.
they've got. I mean, they're a little bland because there's just not amazing flavors in there.
Finally.
They put a lot of ingredients in there, but it's got a wonderful texture.
Bro,
And this
because
would
the
go
other player
great in
accepted it, I
something
can't
like,
accept it, and
a
then
stew
I guess
or
I have
a
to wait
soup that you
again.
make on the
This
trail,
is so
especially
silly.
a super simple one. On the trail, we can't expect
What? Who made that?
amazing, intense,
Who made that quest?
Flavors. Oh,
Why
this
the
is the
fuck
best
would the
thing I've
guy
ever
think
had.
to even
Sometimes
include
when
it
you're
at that
really
point? I mean,
tired and you're
I'd
cold,
expect that this
and,
shit's gonna happen.
you
huh?
you've just built a fire like this, and you've walked a long way. You've carried what you've got with you. This is an amazing meal
Oi, bruh.
because you've made it yourself, and you brought all the things along with you, and there's just a very, very few ingredients. I really
Big
want to encourage
vagina.
you to get out this spring,
I'm
get
not
outdoors, get cooking some of these
Extra
amazing
quest. Yeah,
simple
that's the other
things.
thing. Like,
They are
also seems kind of
incredible.
annoying.
This is such a wonderful
As a
time of
quest
year
in
to
itself.
get out and to get active.
I don't.
And to
I
really kind
don't
of,
want to do this shit.
get
But what the
into
fuck?
the groove again of
I don't
summer.
know. The guide's telling me.
I want to thank you for
I don't wanna
joining along with me
just
today in
derail
this
the guide.
experiment as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century.
Wow. We actually got through the fucking whole video. God damn it. There's for some reason 40 seconds of black screen in the end.
In this
Schnoom
episode,
state.
we're mixing two
This is
things
just
that
the
have
top
gotten
of the
a lot
iceberg.
of interest lately on the channel. One is North
So
American
when it
corn
goes fast like that,
recipes, and the
time to
other
make the
one
account.
is
True.
eels. That's right, we're going to be working with eels. Thanks for joining us today.
For some reason, we got into the fucking cooking marathon
So located
rail here.
just
I don't
here,
know.
15
I
miles
mean, I guess
south
it's
of
decent.
our store in northern Indiana, there's a waterway, a river, and it's called the Eel River. There is this
Eel.
hidden feature right on the river that one could easily miss if they didn't know what they were looking at. This is a stone fish
This is
weir
audible, yeah.
that was built by indigenous peoples long ago. The fish weirs
Feet
were
can,
used to
well,
harvest fish. They
I
worked
could.
by
Hey,
funnel
okay.
migratory
Thank
fish
you for
to
the
a single
follow.
point of the river, where basket
Appreciate it.
traps were placed to collect the
Excuse
fish.
y'all.
And in our research, we found two different 18th century travel journals,
Hey,
including
hey.
that of John
Welcome in.
Cadwalader, a
you
Moravian
find me?
missionary who lived
All
among
of a
the
sudden.
Lenape people. These journals mentioned the Eel River Indians, the native peoples whose name was derived from this very same river. So we're pleased today to present a traditional
what is
food
this?
that was
Well,
likely
due for
enjoyed by
repeat,
native peoples and
as you can
settlers
see.
alike. We're especially
Probably-
excited about
probably
this dish
redeemed by
because of
someone.
its possible connections to the
If I
history
had
of
to
this area.
guess.
History that's right under our feet, right here in northern Indiana. So what we're doing here today is another take on succotash. We have done two different episodes on succotash, a summer succotash and a fall succotash, but this is just another kind of variation on it. But this one's got a little different ingredients. Now the main ingredient on all these things, a real
I just died on my
staple here is
450
corn.
hour
And we're starting
hardcore.
off with a
In,
dried
what's called
hominy corn.
RuneScape?
This corn has already been processed in a process that the
Jesus,
Native Americans used so often that
Wait, were you the old school RuneScape
and kind of sort
player?
of
Or was it
caused it
someone
to
else?
swell
Man,
up,
my brain.
and then they went ahead and
I don't
dried
know.
it. The
Why
corn
is
we're
it like that?
using today is actually
And you
from
have
our good
no problem
friends
with it?
at the Iroquois
well,
White
I
Corn
mean,
Project. Great
the
people.
law is the law.
corn that they use is a
Got
variety
redeemed.
that's over 2,000 years old, and
So
it works really
it's
well.
redeemed now.
This is the Hulled White Corn product, which is a kind of a hominy corn.
That is-
This is great
that is-
stuff. The best
that
way to get
sucks.
this corn ready to go into our
That's kind of stuck
succotash
where I'm
is
like,
actually
why?
cook this overnight
Why am I even playing
in
hardcore right
a
now?
slow cooker.
Is
You
that
can
shit
do this
at some
without a slow
point
cooker,
probably gonna
but you'll
happen,
need to
or I
simmer it
just
for
stop
several
playing anyways?
hours to really get that water into it. It'll puff
kind
up,
of pointless.
and you can really see that it's
Way it is.
definitely
Let me
changed
guess.
its texture.
The person just respawned?
But
No.
a slow cooker overnight on low with
I did
several
not.
inches of water over that, and it absorbs a
could have
lot of
learned
water, like say
dance
rice.
in that
Takes up a
time.
lot of room.
Meet the love
but
of your
this
life
is,
while doing it.
You're going to need to
Bro.
pre-prep this. Okay, so
We
we can go
didn't.
ahead now and for
I just
our,
realized that my
succotash here, we've got about a gallon of water in our pot, and I'm going to put in
Discord is
a
not even
goodly
displaying that I'm
portion
live
of our prepped
for some
corn.
reason anymore.
Now for the rest of our ingredients, we have squash, one of the ones that's mentioned, one of the things that's mentioned in some of these writings. We also have a root vegetable here, and some root vegetables are mentioned. This is celery root, and we'll put in a little bit of that. I mean, you could put potatoes,
Now it's
I
enabled.
suppose,
Oh, that's
or,
annoying.
maybe
Whatever.
a parsnip. Now I've got some heritage beans here. These are soaked beans. These are actually given to us by our good friends down at Connor Prairie in Fishers, Indiana, an amazing, wonderful historic site that's down there. That's early 19th century, wonderful site. If you're in that Indianapolis area,
Okay,
you
I
really
guess
gotta check
let's
this
kill
site
more
out. They
wolves. Oh,
provided
wait.
these beans for us. We soaked these
Stupid
beans
fucking question.
overnight. Let's toss some of those in. And the last thing I'm going to put in now is a little salt and
range.
pepper. It's not necessarily likely that, of course, Native Americans would have had salt and pepper at least early on, but we're going to add it for our flavor. Now, before we put in our last
Juice of life.
ingredient, this is actually going to need to simmer for a little while,
Huge.
or actually boil for a little while, probably 45 minutes, we're guessing, but until these root vegetables get nice and soft and the beans have softened up a little bit. And the final ingredient that's going to go in here, it's not ready yet to put these in, but the eels get to go in next. In the writings of George Laskill in 1794, he mentions the Lenape and the Iroquois peoples. They'd made soup or stew with corn and smoked eels. These eels are going to need to have a little prep work done to them, so I'm actually going to have Kevin come in, talk to us a little
We
about
almost got
eels,
enough hearts.
and maybe do a little work to them.
You know, we've been wanting to do an eel recipe for a long time, and frankly,
Eel.
we haven't because we haven't been able to find them. And we finally found a source for smoked eels. These eels come out of Holland. I've always kind of wondered, why is there this river in Indiana called the Eel River? Because there aren't eels in Indiana. Interestingly, though, there used to be. Eels are a migratory fish.
Oh.
And they swam thousands of miles.
Got the hearts.
Up
Surely any
the
moment the
tributaries
NPC will
to
respawn,
spawn,
right?
and then they would swim back out to the ocean. And so the eels in Indiana, the eels in the Eel River, would actually end up in the Gulf of Mexico. Today in North America, you're going to find eels
crazy.
primarily in saltwater tributaries. Eels, they were everywhere in North America. Very, very common, used to be, no longer today. I'm going to show you how to prepare one of these eels. Now, this eel is very perishable. It's smoked, yes, but probably the way that Native Americans smoked them would have been to smoke them until they were dry, a lot like a jerky. So we're going to use what we have. So here we go. I'm going to start by taking one of these eels. Now these eels have already been gutted, so I'm going to start just by cutting their heads off. I'm going to cut behind the small fin right here. You can save these for later for like soup,
Holy
things
dude,
like
this
that.
fucking guy.
I'm going to take my knife and I'm going to run the knife right along the backbone. The rib bones are very, very fine, and we're probably just going to end up with those in our meat, and you probably won't even know that they're there. All the way to the tail.
Dude, now it's a fucking
Now, this eel
race.
is already fully cooked, and so it's very delicate. So if you're using an eel like this, you're going to have to be careful with this process. Now, beyond this,
That's a fucking
because
race
those
when the
rib
fucking
bones
guy
are so
spawns. Who
fine,
clicks
I'm not going
first?
to worry about them. I'm going to try and get to our spine.
There's a heart.
And I'm just going to
Excuse
pull
me,
this spine
okay.
out. Try and save as much meat as I can.
What's he saying?
Now I have these two
Or
fillets.
this group.
A little
Wait.
rough, but
I'll
they'll
invite
do
him to this
for
group,
our
I guess.
soup.
Tomka,
Now,
don't die.
You can leave the skin
Come
on,
on,
and
guys.
you'll get more of that
Oh, let's go.
of the fish flavor and the
We got
smoky
it.
flavor in your soup.
W.
I think John's going to thank me later for doing this, by the way. I'm going to go on ahead and cut the meat off.
Did he get the
of
quest
skin,
now
and
too?
It's real easy to do.
Oh, fucking iron. My brain! Bigger brain.
And I'm just going to leave it there, and I'm going to cut it into chunks. And we're going to get some real nice smoky flavor from some of that meat. So our eel meat is ready to be added to the soup.
I'm going to go ahead and put the eel skins in just for about 10 minutes or so to release some of that flavor, and then we'll pull them back out, a bit like a bay leaf. And now in goes the meat. Now this is really only going to need to cook for another 5 minutes or so.
Finally, man.
And now at the very end here, we're going to put in just a little chives at the very top, and now it's almost ready to serve. Here it is. It's time to test this out. I've got Kevin here to help me out because, I mean, eel chowder. We'll find out. Or, I mean, eel
soup.
succotash.
Yeah, succotash. There you go.
So let's give this a taste.
Wow. You know, a little more salt, a little more pepper.
The eel really held together. Got a great texture. In fact, there's all kinds of textures here.
Mm-hmm. You have the corn underneath.
That hominy flavor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there's a beautiful broth.
Yeah, it turns out with a beautiful broth. You know, we went
Massive.
ahead and put those skins in there, and you can see the oils come right up to the top of this. So this is a nice, rich, with those oils brought in a lot of the flavor, and they give it a nice rich broth. We went ahead and took those skins out, but it did not have any. You don't have any. Really, this is not fishy at all.
Not at all.
Not fishy.
Not at all.
So, great flavors and this great
What
connection not only to North America and these different cultures coming together, because
Prove your
eel is very
worth.
common in the European foodways as well as the Native American. And succotash was definitely one of those foods that was, adopted by the Europeans that came to North America.
This makes me appreciate very much the history of our local area. It's like history under our feet. I knew of the Eel River ever since I've lived here. I never knew the connection, the historic connection,
right?
And where that name came from. And to be able to actually taste this food that likely would have been eaten in one
Right
variation
here.
or another
Yeah.
right here is just really amazing. You know, if you don't have eel, I'm thinking, even herring or even an anchovy, I think you could get away with
some of that similar.
The oiliness, because I say oiliness, but that just contributes to the broth, the flavor of the broth. This is not an overly oily at all. So
very easy to make. This takes a little bit of time, but anything you want to do that turns out really good, it takes time. So take the time, try to get some eel, definitely get some of this corn because it is really, really good. And you can make this amazing dish. Well, we're back in the kitchen and we have with us a guest, a frequent guest and a great friend of the show, Michael Dragoo. And hey,
These guys are kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie.
It's simple
They tank a
and it's
lot.
complex.
And it's called
to
Compared
dress
to
a dish
before.
mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Sounds
Mushrooms.
great.
Not sure that maybe
Thanks
you
for joining us
should
today.
go and level up more or something. I don't know.
Okay, number one, mushrooms. She means, of course,
Mushrooms, but
Mushrooms,
this is from the late 1600s, so they may have called them that.
And this is from Martha Washington's Book of Cookery.
Yep.
And this actually is
I'm gonna double
originally
click it
was a
and
manuscript
fucking
book that
cancels
she
it
had in
again.
her possession, Martha Washington.
When
Silly.
she married her first husband, Daniel Custis, he gave her this cookbook, passed down in his family as a wedding gift.
Jesus.
A lot of the recipes from Martha
That looks
Washington
dangerous, I don't know.
come from the 17th
Is that
century,
dangerous?
So they're
Map
maybe
is
even
not telling me it's
old-fashioned
dangerous,
for
but
the
there
18th
is.
century.
Yes.
And you know
The
they're-
style of writing is different.
Yeah, let's
right?
just stay on the
Phrasing is
path. I don't know why I'm
different.
walking
So they're
off
a
the
fun
path.
book, and there's a great book.
Stupid.
There's a version of it that you can find that's called Martha Washington's Book of Cookery. It's done by Karen Hess, and she's a modern food historian. She does a tremendous job in this cookbook of interpreting these very difficult to interpret recipes.
Yeah, she doesn't modernize them. She doesn't make them right for American tastes. She explains what the phrase is, what the obscure words meant.
So, excellent book. I definitely recommend it if you're interested in 17th and 18th century cooking. Definitely go to check it out on Amazon. You will find it'll be a wonderful book. This one is a ragu, right?
Actually, go ahead.
It is.
No.
It's not.
It's a what did she call it again?
It is. It's. We are just
Dressing.
Yes, we're gonna
mushrooms.
cook some mushrooms, and we're gonna add some things to it to make them a pleasant
And
side dish.
so she mentions in this recipe, like preparing these mushrooms, cutting the red out of them, and all kinds of things.
Well, we don't know if these are dried mushrooms out of the larder, if they are fresh. We don't know what types, varieties, or sizes, if they're being... We just don't know why she's doing that. She's removing the gills sometimes. She's peeling them sometimes. I purchased several different varieties from the local market, and I'm going to use those. That's what everybody else can find.
Okay, wonderful. So regular market mushrooms. How do we get started with this?
I've already washed them. I've trimmed them up a little bit, and I'm going to cut them in half. She asks that we cook them, just fry them in the pan.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to start doing.
Okay, so we're cooking with our brazier with charcoal right here in the kitchen. Now, obviously, you cannot do this as a safety issue. In the 18th century, and in this situation, the doors are open, the windows are open to carry all the smoke away. I mean, normally we cook over here at the hearth. And the hearth won't draw unless air can come into the building anyway. And very frequently in the 18th century, they cooked over, little braziers just like this in their kitchen. And a very frequent kind of a situation. Safety-wise, you can't do this. You're obviously just going to cook it over your regular stove at home, or you're going to cook outside, like they might have done in the 18th century in a summer kitchen. In her original recipe, she's actually very worried about all the moisture coming out of these mushrooms and them filling it up and kind of stewing them. And these particular mushrooms, we are not having that problem. She actually says keep drawing the water off if water builds up in the pan.
Wanted to buy more
Water is
mushrooms.
not building up in the pan, so
go.
we're just
We have a
basically frying them up.
We have spirited
milk.
coals, so we're steaming as soon as it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's
the end,
taking
the end
away
effect's
a
gonna be the same, yeah.
Right.
If you'd hand me that piece of onion, just one of the pieces, just pop it in there. Yep. This onion is just adding a little extra flavor. It's not part of the finished dish. If you want to add the salt, pepper, and just to satisfy the regular viewers, a little nutmeg,
No,
please.
nutmeg. She calls for nutmeg in this recipe.
Except border crossing.
So we have some nutmeg, which
Oh, well, it doesn't auto accept that
definitely
one,
make
but
this 18th century.
Okay, our next step is to get the onions out and then just slowly.
And
So we're going to add some cream.
Yep. We're just going to let her thicken. Thank you. And then just to your taste, a little parsley.
A little parsley. Well,
I just coarsely chopped it.
I'm not the biggest fan of parsley, but
And then just put a little in. That's good.
there we go. Looks great.
We're just going to let that slowly simmer. Imagine this with chanterelles or morels. You know, you could be very specific. I've got 4 different kinds here, but when I was test driving this, I've done this a couple times for demonstrations. I let it go until it gets a little thick. Sometimes I've added some corn flour, some cornstarch. I know, but it depends on the weather and how much time I've got. But it's a great side for any kind of meat. Last time I did it with pork chops on the side, and it was just wonderful.
This looks delicious. Let's go ahead and serve this up. What
Sounds
do you think?
good. Thank you. Here's our finished dish.
Okay, well, I want to see you eat a little bit first.
I'm gonna because I love this.
I guess I could level to like level 14 and then end.
Wonderful.
I don't know if I wanna
It really is.
Could
commit
use
to
a little
that
more
long.
nutmeg, I think. Just the right amount of salt.
Getting tired.
I might add a little pepper to it even. Add a
Ooh,
little
another
bit
discolored
of
healing potion.
super
I
flavors.
don't think anyone needs that.
Really very quick and simple to create.
Do you still have bags? I do. I do.
Right. For vegetarians out there, you can do
In
this
hindsight,
with
I
whole
should have
milk,
probably sent them
even
to
in the
my
time
outer
period
cut or
with the
something.
milk or the cream.
So I could have.
Using this could be a Lenten dish.
I don't know where the
in the
closest
time
bank is
period,
right now.
so actually, it's a
And I have
quite
them
a
in my-
versatile
in my
dish.
bank.
Wonderful, wonderful flavors. Thank you so much for bringing this particular one to us.
So until I get to a bank, I
know,
can't really
it's going quick.
send them to you.
Thank you so much, though, for bringing this particular one, and it's been great.
But yeah, if you want them next time I
In this
get to a bank, I'll
episode,
send
we're
them to
doing
you.
another one of these wonderful 18th
No
century
problem.
German recipes. This
We'll
one's
send you.
called
Yeah, just tell me how many
pepeLaugh soup.
you need.
Thanks for joining us today.
You need 4, or do you already have some?
This recipe is simple, it's inexpensive, really quick to make.
Rage Wild
So it's going to be a
Scout.
great one, whether you're in the field or you can do this at home. If you're a historical reenactor, it's going to be a good one. And if you just want to try it at home, of course, this one is going to be great.
Okay, I
also.
wanna avoid the
It
elites.
starts off with beef
seems
broth.
like there are
I've
no
already got
elites
some
here.
pre-prepared beef
Only have
broth.
4
here,
slot
bone
1.
broth.
Okay, so I get.
You
I
can
send
check out
you.
our episode that we did
bags.
on bone broth, or even portable soup could be used if you're out in the field. But first, we're just going to pour. I think I've got, I don't know, a quart. So it really depends on exactly how many people you want to serve.
I think I get
I've got a quart
damaged.
here.
Do you
Let's
hit
put this
me or
on the
something?
fire. This needs to come up to a boil.
Oh.
Now comes the batter part of this recipe. It's a very
you.
simple batter with just a couple of ingredients. Calls for
Holy.
eggs. Just gonna whisk these guys up. I'm gonna add just a touch of milk to thin this up a little bit. And now it calls actually for 3 spoonfuls of flour. And we don't know how big our spoonfuls are here, so I'm just guessing that this is an appropriate spoonful here. I may only go with 2 spoonfuls. Let's get this flour whisked in. Here's another spoonful. We'll go ahead and get 3 spoonfuls in there. and we're going to add milk until we get to a batter. And the recipe says something like thicker than omelet batter, a thickish batter. So I'm looking for a right kind of runny consistency. You don't want it to pour right off, but you definitely want it to come off of this. You don't want it to stick to the thing. So that's what we're shooting for consistency. We probably want to make sure that it stays this consistency. You know, if you're like waiting for that to boil over here, we have to make sure that this stays this consistency. It could be that as it kind of sets for a little bit, it'll get too thick. We don't want it to be like that. So if it gets too thick, if it gets thicker than this and it's already starting to thicken up a little bit, add a little bit more milk. Make sure that when you're ready to put it in, it's this kind of consistency. Okay, let me check on the broth. So our broth is up to a boil. We want to have a nice, steady, rolling boil. Now we've got this nice, soupy batter here, not too soupy. And we start to drizzle this in slowly, okay? So we're going to drizzle this in. And what it ends up doing, if you're hitting the right temperature and the right consistency here, we're getting some little noodles. It's like making instant noodles as it boils. Now it's boiling again. Each time I put it in, it kind of slows it down. We also want to watch and not pour it right on top of noodles that are already forming. Okay, so I am battling this. It's going to be a lot easier. If you're in a modern kitchen, you can put this over your stove and you can get the temperature to really sit down and be right. Here, I've got to battle this fire. It's giant and then it's small. You kind of got to get a feel for exactly how much you want to put in, because obviously at some point you might have more batter than really what the broth will take. So you can't fill it all up with this stuff. But as you can see, it's making these little sort of again, instant noodles. It's a great process. It's really fun. Okay, this is looking really good. It's basically cooked up. I let it kind of set a little bit longer with these guys cooking in there, but most of them are pretty small, so they are kind of instantly cooked. As soon as they kind of all come up to the surface, we know it's good. I just let this, basically boil for a minute or two more. Looks really good, so I'm going to take it off the fire. There we go. It looks really good. It's smelling really good. It takes one last little ingredient here. Got some butter. It's a big, nice spoonful of butter. And we're going to put the butter in there and let it melt. And let me stir this around just to...
Maybe the video is a little bit too much in.
Now we can go ahead and serve this up into a bowl. This looks great. Let's go ahead and try this out.
It's not much difference. But,
well, here it is, and of course we've got some wonderful beef
goes so low
smell
when you
going
have
on with this, and it looks fun.
I guess I used to do that too with.
I guess some people might look at it and say, "Oh, I don't know if that's going to be good, right?" Well, we'll find out.
But no, I obviously can just let my guy tank.
Excellent soup with some really interesting texture because of our kind of noodles, and depending on, the water was boiling pretty furiously, and as you're pouring it in, depending on the consistency of your batter, it's either going to make big kind of noodles in there or small ones. And if the water's boiling too furiously, it's going to make really small ones. And if the batter's too thin, it'll make small ones. Such a great and wonderful recipe. And maybe if you're in this area, probably other areas of North America, you may already recognize this dish in modern cuisine as possibly under multiple names. The one I might know it by is Rivels, and the German word Ingelhofen, I think is something like that.
What?
I tried to push it through some translation
What are you
software,
waffling?
and I got run-in for the translation, or probably something like drizzle or pour in or something like that, which kind of makes sense. And so it is such an
German word you just try to pronounce made no sense. I don't know.
Sometimes made a little bit differently.
I could not understand.
This one is so easy, so fun, and right out of the 18th century German cookbooks. I really want to thank the folks down at
Then again, it's also
in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
old German language is a little goofy.
Project. I think it's called, I don't think it's out yet. I don't think it's published. It's called The Raised Hearth. They're still working on getting that ready. And you can go down and make sure to check out their website. It's Old Salem.
There's nothing dangerous here
Salem,
yet,
North
right?
Carolina. So I want to thank the folks down there.
I'm still gonna
And
stay
I
on
want
the
to thank
puff.
you for coming along as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. Welcome to this episode. We have our friend and frequent guest, Michael Dragoo, and he's brought us this. I'm sure it's going to be a great recipe. What is it?
It's a fish pasty the Italian way.
This is going to be great. Thanks for joining us today.
Wrong button. Wrong bouton.
Okay, Michael, where is this particular recipe from?
I found this in the 1805 cookbook from Hannah Class.
Okay, great. And you've done this lots, so you know exactly how this is going to go, right?
This is one of the episodes that I think we're going. I tried it once. It was an abysmal failure. And I think it's so obscurely written that I think we could use this as one of those what the heck did you do?
Okay, so we're going to figure out what the heck's going on here. You want to read it out?
I sure can. So here's what the recipe encompasses. Take some flour and knead it with oil. Take a slice of salmon, season it with pepper, salt, and dip into sweet oil. Chop an onion and parsley fine and strew over it. Lay it in the paste and double it up in the shape of a slice of salmon. Take a piece of white paper, oil it, and lay it into the pasty. Bake it. That's it. It's best served cold.
So it says, I mean, the title again is Fish Pasty the Italian Way?
Right.
What do you think they mean by the Italian way?
When we were trying to research this, we found many modern references to in Italian cooking for pie doughs using oil and flour. Okay. They would introduce other things in addition to that, salts.
So
water,
probably
like that.
the Italian
Wait,
way
what?
both has to do with olive oil being
You
used
start talking to me.
on the fish, and then the
Hey,
dough
yo.
being
Too much challenge, I
maybe
guess.
more Italian.
Yeah, I would say
paste.
the Italian way is using oil with the flour.
Okay.
She only calls for flour and oil.
Okay.
Doesn't say quantities. In the modern recipes, I was finding a general proportion of a cup of
I think
flour
if the White Walker misses a little bit
And you tried it with
and
just flour
doesn't
and
do
oil.
enough
I
damage,
tried it with
then
flour and oil.
And
reading
how'd it
it
work?
they,
well,
they usually
it wasn't
unaggro.
elastic at all. It was
Okay.
today we would
This
just
guy looks scary,
either
not
add
gonna
milk
lie.
or water without
Okay.
thinking.
Whatever.
And that may be something that should have been assumed. It just was assumed at the time. So I'd recommend if you're going to do this at home to add a little water. Got 2 cups of flour.
Right. And is this just all-purpose flour?
I
here?
used all-purpose
Yeah.
flour because that's what I got. This would be a gill or a half cup of oil. I'm going to sneak up on it.
Okay.
And when I tried this at home, it was feeling right. It just wasn't elastic. It was cracking. It was nice and soft, but it was cracking. It clearly needed another ingredient. And honestly, so many of these recipes that we find when we try them, they just assume you knew what to do
clicked
to
it
get
again now.
the thing started. And I have to start at face value just to, and then
See
sneak
if
up
that
on it.
works,
So
yeah.
this is what this is all about, just showing that it's okay if something doesn't turn out. You just have to keep sneaking up on it.
Okay, so you've got all the oil in.
Yes.
Time for a little bit of water.
I would put, once again, the recipe doesn't call for it, but I would put water in. Yeah, it's
Pretty
not,
crumbly.
it's not behaving.
So really, we're looking for just enough water to hold this together.
Yes, sir.
And keep it from cracking.
Keep it from cracking. It's the only difference to what I did in my test. I think we're all set.
Okay. Set that aside.
Yep, I think we're just going to sprinkle some flour on our
Okay.
table and roll this out.
Okay, there you go.
And I found that with the oil, it seemed to be very sticky, so I think we should oil or flour this thing
Okay.
as well.
Oh, you want me to do it? No, I'll let you do it.
That way, if there's catastrophic
Yeah,
failure,
if it fails, I
can
don't
blame
want to
the
be in
host.
charge of it.
Jesus Christ, man. Really stuns me too. Check it.
I think we're done. This is less than a quarter inch.
Okay.
Once again, she doesn't say what to shoot for. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got this on
oiled parchment. She says to
oil
oil
paper.
paper, and so we oiled some
Okay.
paper.
I'm going to set this aside and we can work on the.
We're gonna work on the salmon next.
Okay. Okay.
Alrighty. She says to apply salt and pepper to the fish, and then immerse it in
Right.
olive oil. When I did that, when I did my prep,
Green leaf.
I lost my salt and pepper.
Yeah.
So I'm going to oil it
We're
first.
going to reverse that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am. Just doesn't take much.
Who can?
So a little bit of olive oil on both
Yep.
sides, and now we're just going to sprinkle.
We're going to salt, pepper. My hands are yucky, so if you want to
Okay.
get salt around
Salt, both sides.
and pepper.
Pepper, lots of pepper.
Yeah. Well, yeah. and some minced onion.
And you want that on top here
Wait.
too.
The fucking
And parsley.
unknown Floppers
And
level 9
probably,
rogue is still
if we
level
were doing
9.
this right, a little
But the
nutmeg.
real one is level 10.
And we need more onion.
Very
Oh, you need
odd.
more onion and parsley on the other side. Okay.
Alrighty.
And there we go. That looks beautiful.
Yep.
And we're going to just put this in the middle, right?
We're just going to put this on the side.
Oh, yeah.
And wrap it around, wrap it
Scared.
over.
Okay.
It's just like a
It's all
pocket
good.
sandwich.
You're out leveling your
Pinch it around the edges.
And the directions actually say
your evil
in
twin.
the shape of the
You won't be able to.
Well, yeah, and the slice,
so you know.
yes. So we're just enveloping the piece of flesh here. And we want to do a good job of pinching the edges of this because in her recipe, she says this should be eaten cold and it can be stored up to a month. So this, I need to keep the steam in
to a
as this thing
month.
is baking. And also we just need to keep the air out. So
And if we have any little cracks, we want to patch those up so they're nice and tight.
She says bake it. She doesn't say how long.
Okay.
She doesn't say at what temperature. In my experimenting, 425 for
Ivar the
30 to
Foul.
45 minutes got me a nice brown crust on the outside.
a door.
And the thing is steaming on the inside. So.
Okay, so I'll put this into a hot oven.
Yep.
And
Ivar's
we
head
will
was
see what it turns out like.
Very good.
Smacked my mic.
So this, it looks beautiful. She actually references that these should be eaten cold, or can be eaten cold, and that you can store them for quite a while. She says up to a month. I don't think we would do that today.
Again.
But obviously, I don't, this looks elegant and beautiful, and in fact, we brushed the crust to make it brown up a little bit extra.
With some milk, right?
Yeah, there's just a little bit of milk on this to make it brown up beautifully.
Well, it's a passy's a pocket sandwich.
Yeah.
We're from where I'm from. We're familiar with it in the Upper Peninsula, from Finland. So I'm guessing.
Should we? I guess we're just gonna pick this up and eat it because it's a pocket kind of food.
You know, it's steamed in this thing. The onions released moisture.
You could definitely store this and not worry about it breaking up.
Yep.
If you carried this, in a pocket or something, it would hold up. But the crust is not, it's not a bad crust at all. Wonderful tasting. So this is a wonderful Hannah Glass recipe. Obviously, it's got an Italian take from, at least in this English cooking. So it's an interesting recipe for that aspect. And I think I think we definitely could maybe get a little bit more of those kind of Italian
Fucking
flavors, which I think she was trying to get at.
Well, and adding the oil when you're making the dough and having that be the main softening agent is
What the fuck happened here, man?
And Kevin and I both had trouble researching recipes for the oil. We found modern Italian recipes for the oil and introductions.
Wonderful flavors. A really interesting one, a different take. So I'm happy to see this.
That was fucking goofy.
Pocket sandwich.
I just ran back into the house and my fucking guy full of it.
So wonderful. Thank you, Michael.
That was kinda dangerous,
for bringing this up. And Michael, tell me about, you showed up on a different show here recently. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, the manager of Martin Station,
The healing's pretty good.
had an opportunity to have an episode
more
of
beneficial for my
Bizarre Foods with
guy.
Andrew Zimmern filmed it there. They were doing a Daniel Boone's Wilderness Trail episode, and I was allowed to participate. He asked me. I drove 8 hours to get there, and the only I had to use ingredients they either brought with them when they came to that site to build the fort, or they could have found in the area. So I used local ingredients, and just had a great time.
We're here at Conner Prairie in Fishers, Indiana today, and Conner Prairie is a special place. Everything they do here is in first person.
It's dangerous, man.
So this episode will be a little bit different. I'm gonna have to pretend like I'm in the 19th century. Here we go. Ma'am, I am so parched.
Ah, well, sir, you've come to the right place. This is the Golden Eagle Inn. I'm Martha Zimmerman. Who am I speaking to, sir?
I am Mr. Townsend. I am traveling up north, but I'm here
Scary.
for this trip.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Why don't you join me in our tap room here?
I would love to.
Okay, we Gucci, we Tama.
So, Mr. Townsend, I have something very special here.
Okay.
This is
I am
a
forsaken.
beer that is very near and dear to my
12%
family.
upgrade.
It's
Wow.
called
Cool.
Pennsylvania Swanky.
It sounds interesting. I don't think I've had Pennsylvania
I
Swanky.
don't think very many people outside of Pennsylvania have had it, sir. So I'll give you a small glass to start, and we'll see if you'd like more.
Certainly.
Gotta.
Would you join
Okay,
me?
I'm so
Oh, I
close.
certainly am.
I'm definitely gonna get to level 14 Fahrenheit here. Maybe I do that.
Yes. That is
How
very
far am I
refreshing.
away? Like 600.
I don't know if I
700,
have those
600.
flavors right there.
Less than
What is
600.
in this?
Well, it would be much easier to actually show you. In fact, I'm brewing today. And to defray the cost of the beer that I just
Role
poured,
player.
if you'd like to help.
Oh yeah,
Very
because of the
interested to be
video.
able to take beverages with me,
Sure.
and if I have to make my own, I have to.
Very
Well,
close.
so why don't
Come
we go
on,
into
can
the
they
kitchen
stop fucking
and we'll make
instantly
some
tracking me
Pennsylvania
constantly, man?
That would be wonderful. I'll follow you.
All right.
Ben, are you level 10?
So
Let's go.
we have most of what we need
Nice.
here to make
Congrats.
Pennsylvania Swanky.
I'm almost level 14.
It's a recipe that my mutter and Oma,
I could
my mother
fucking
and
start
grandmother
moving
made
here. Jeez,
in
man.
Pennsylvania, and I suspect that not very many people drink it very much anymore, but I find it very refreshing.
I certainly did.
And what's unique about Swanky is that it's flavored with something very unique. It's flavored with star anise or star anise, and it is aniseed.
The good thing is I think
From the same plant. Okay.
Yes, and so
this guy can
it's a
save me from the son
yes.
of
tends to cool
Arugal, right? Surely he will be able
So
to
it's
tank
very
enough
nice in the
for me to
summertime.
get away.
So what we'll do, if you wouldn't mind helping,
Oh, of course, of course.
take about 5 or 6 of the star anise,
Okay.
and I would say most of the seed there that you have for the mortar and pestle, beat them, not savagely.
Vigorously?
A kind beating.
Yeah.
A kind beating.
There we
just
are.
to break that. Yes, and just open that,
Yes.
the smell of the spice. Let me grab a good copper pot here, and I'll make just a gallon of Swanky at a time.
Just get this guy.
It is a
Just to
drunk
be safe.
green, so it doesn't last very long.
So it's not to be kegged up or...
No, sir.
I see.
So it is ready to drink in about 4 days, and it lasts 2 or 3.
Is that enough?
That looks very good.
Yum.
To start with, we're going to put about 4 1/2 cups good sweet wheat bran.
Bran, yeah.
Yes. Now, and a lot of folks would tell you that wheat bran does not make good beer. It's not beer of the well-to-do. But it's perfectly drinkable for a small beer, which is what we're making today. So a small beer is for family consumption. I generally don't serve it to guests, but you were an exception today. So about 4 1/2 cups of that bran, and then if you would add the spices there that you ground. Here we have hops that we grow here in our garden at the Golden Eagle Inn, and we want a good, generous handful. I like a bit of hop in my small beer.
Okay.
So, truly, that is all that there is
To start this up.
to start this up. So, what I'll do now is I'll get about,
Oh, I
I've got
fucking
some
turned. I'm
water
stupid.
boiling on the fire, and we'll pour about a gallon and a pint or so of water on top of this, and then set it to boil.
Ding! Level 14.
So now we've got our mash that's been strained, and it has come to blood
So it's
temperature.
not corruption
hot
here.
anymore, yeah.
If you stick your finger in,
Oh, it's instant cast,
just a
cast
little
now.
warm.
Just barely.
But what we're going to do now is
Massive.
we're going to add some
Grits, thank you.
sugar syrup. Now,
Very
you can
cool.
use molasses
Now what?
in exchange for this 1 cup.
Do I
but
grind? I
molasses
don't know.
tends to overpower
I think
that
I'm gonna
light taste
go to
of
bed.
the
Is
star
there an
anise
inn
and seed. And so
somewhere here,
what
or
I've
is this
done here
just
is I've
fucking
made a sugar
no
syrup
man's land
using,
all the way through?
3/4 of a cup of brown sugar and 1/4 of a cup of water, and just mix that until that sugar is
So I don't really want to log off
So
in
what
the
do we
middle
need
of
to
it.
get it to ferment?
Well, you need some yeast.
Or at least go back to
we've
the
got
path
some
to
yeast
log
here,
off.
and this is flaked yeast. So when we go to Indianapolis to pick up a beer that we serve to our guests in the tap room, we also get barm from the yeast.
Oh yeah,
So
right.
that's
It's
that
instant
hop,
cast now.
that
Yes.
foam, that slurry that comes up as the beer ferments, and we take that, we use it to rise bread, but we also dry it and we spread it out thinly in wooden spoons, and we dry dry it in the sun, and then we flake that off, and we can use that as our yeast. And if you want to stir that up just a bit, and that will start to break down, and within 5 minutes or so, we should start to see some activity here. So
Jo,
we'll
gør
let
det, jeg
this
er
set.
Hey,
I
thank you
put
for
a towel
watching.
over the top of it,
How you doing?
and
Gør det, jeg
we'll come back to it
I
when
feel
it's
like
a little happy.
So you
never
said this
being
is
in my
like
chat
it's
before,
going to
but I
start
guess not.
percolating and brewing.
It will start fermenting within, as I said, 5 or 10 minutes, and then what we'll want to do is we'll put it in a jug and we'll bung it, and you can tie your bung down if you want, because it may just pop off, but you shouldn't put it down too tight. Leave it loose just in case that fermentation does rise above and it can flow over.
Any moment now,
Sets for a
I'm
couple
gonna
of days.
run into the fucking
Swanky,
sun.
like most small beers, should be drunk
What the fuck is
within
that?
4 or 5 days, and
Which of the parts of my stream
and then
are you referring to?
3 days. It tends to lose its fermentation, it's that effervescence after a few days. But the one thing that you want to do before you start to drink it, on that 4th or 5th day, you want to strain it to a cheesecloth, because all of that activity that happens at the top as it fermented will eventually settle
what do you
down to the
mean?
bottom, and that's
Nothing.
your emptins. And the wonderful thing about emptins, though, is that you can use it to make bread. In fact, I made this
What
from
do you-
here using the emptins, and they look just a little bit like a gravy almost.
Bread
What are you referring to?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Brother.
And with all we would need from, you know, the store or difficulty getting would be, say, the hops, correct?
Yes, the hops could be a problem, and for you, if you're traveling, the spice maybe.
Okay, this is getting fucking Muga RP, man. Jesus.
It'll be more difficult for you
Too
to
much
spice,
RP.
but don't despair, because I know a receipt for
Oh,
a
they
brute.
aren't RPing fully, right?
We've
I
had
don't
a
know.
brute before.
But they're talking too much.
A brute is an unhopped ale, and it is flavored with
It's
herbs.
not about cooking anymore.
In 1516, Reinheitsgebot,
Just some boring
German
history,
purity
basically.
law, was declared.
I'm over it. Okay, I don't know. Now what? All I wanted was this fucking chill-ass cooking videos, not
This is macaroni.
these 3-hour in-depth history guide on some random ass shit.
We usually
Does it catch that? Probably not. What's on Forsten's return? Huge, massive. Somehow not dead, surely. Copson. New clone. Let's go. Why is it bugging? There we go. It's not bugging anymore.
think of fried chicken as, well, traditionally an American dish. But today I'm going to share with you an Old English recipe from 1736 that I think will change the way you make fried chicken. Thanks for joining us today on 18th Century Cooking. The recipe today
Kind of
comes
slow right
from
now,
the
'cause
little recipe book by
around the
Nathan
dead
Bailey
field and
called
turn night
Dictionarium
flash
Domesticum from 1736. And it's an odd little cookbook. It's set up like a dictionary, so it's in alphabetical order, and this recipe you find under marinade.
He had us
so
sweating,
that's where
yeah.
we need to start with this recipe, with
That
the
was-
marinade.
that was,
Now this one's actually
unusual.
pretty simple. It starts off
sure was
with the liquid
trolling a
portion,
little.
which is lemon juice and verjus or vinegar. Verjus is actually a very common ingredient you'll find in early 18th century recipes.
Especially
It
with all
comes
the
from
fucking
the
like
juice
the
of unripe
red
grapes,
the
unfermented. And while
moderators
it's
of
very
Slash
sour,
Force
it
and make
actually
him a
has a
fucking
very
pose,
mild
making it seem all
flavor.
official.
If you're going to use
That's
vinegar, the vinegar that would have been typical
well done.
in an 18th century, especially English setting, would be malt vinegar. In the time period, they called it wine vinegar, but it's actually malt vinegar today. If you can't find that, or you want to use something that doesn't quite have that kind of a flavor, then you can use cider vinegar or even distilled vinegar. Lemons were available as well, depending on your location and your social position. And interestingly enough, lemon zest or lemon peel was the second most common a type of spice you'll find in many of the 18th
No
century
point in being a
cookbooks.
pussy.
So
I guess I can
very common.
push a little.
In this case, I'm opting for the juice of 2 large lemons and an equal amount of distilled vinegar. The recipe suggests salt, pepper, cloves, and bay leaf, but no real amounts here, except for the
Press it
number
twice
of
again,
bay
man.
leaves, 2 bay leaves. So we're guessing maybe a teaspoon of salt, a teaspoon of black pepper, and a quarter of a teaspoon of cloves. And the last ingredient is something called chibols. And we had to look that one up. That's spring onions, or as we would call it, green onions. I've got about a half a cup.
Oh, I don't like this
Shallots are
situation
something that you could
at all.
substitute in this place. Shallots were very common in the 18th century, and it would probably make a very
saw a
interesting
bear back
flavor.
here anyways. Somewhere. Oh, there he is.
The recipe calls for quartering your chicken. I've actually cut it up into individual pieces so that it'll go a little farther. The recipe suggests marinating this chicken for 3 hours. And
Jeez,
you
man.
should
It's
probably
getting ganged up
stick to
again.
that. If you use some of the more powerful, like the malt vinegar, it can really enhance the flavor too much. So 3 hours is a good time.
Still recharging.
We're coming up on our 3-hour mark, and it's time to work on the batter portion. And this is a little bit different than what
fucking
I'm used to.
resolution
Like
low,
our
whatever.
marinade, the batter is also very easy to make. I'm using about 1.5 cups of flour. Just regular all-purpose
Okay,
flour will work
I think
fine.
because I'm
And
kind of
enough
tired.
white wine, like a Rhenish
wanna end it
wine
here.
would be good.
Now maybe
Adding
fucking
enough to
save a
make this
spot in
into a
whatever
thin
this shit
pancake
is.
batter. And finally, I'm going to add the yolks
whatever.
of 3 eggs.
get this guy.
You can top this off with a little more wine if you need to get to the right batter consistency. And finally, a teaspoon of salt will finish this off, and mix it so that it's nice and even. If you don't want to use wine, you could use cider instead, or maybe just water. There was no suggestion of the particular kind of oil to fry in the 18th century. They would have used lard probably, or even a clarified butter. You can use the modern oil of your choice. We are deep frying with oil right over an open fire. Obviously, you have to be very careful when you're doing it like this. You want to heat your oil to about 350 degrees. You should see a little shimmer in the top, definitely not smoking. We're going to fry this in batches of 3 or 4 pieces, maybe 5 pieces. Really, it depends on the size of your pot. And I'm not sure exactly how long you want to cook it, but you want to get to the point where the color is a nice light mahogany brown.
You know what, I'm just gonna pick up the fucking bears in the path. So the path. While I go back to a somewhat safer place.
Before we serve this, there's just one more component that we need to do.
I don't know, I guess I could also
Fried
look
parsley.
off
Now,
on
you
the
may
path.
think that's strange,
That
but
feels wrong.
trust me, you'll love it. Before you fry this parsley, make sure it is very, very dry. Completely dry, blot it as much as possible, or the results can be disastrous. Fry it in small batches for several minutes until it gets nice and crispy. We'll crumble this over the chicken as a tasty garnish. Well, there it is. It looks wonderful. Let's find out just how it tastes. Wow, 18th century fried chicken. And the flavors are definitely a little different than what you're used to. That
Whatever.
marinade does something
I'm
really
gonna risk
special.
anything here.
You get a little bit of that lemon flavor comes through, just a little bit, a hint of that, a wonderful flavor, and the crispiness. The fried parsley is really interesting. I really love this recipe. This one is great. Who would have thought 18th century fried chicken? It's great. If you
Where's my
give this one
button
a
not
try,
working?
I really hope you go down in the comment section and tell us how it works out. I love this one, and I think everyone should try it.
I want to thank you for coming along as we experiment. We try these really interesting things out, this food from history. I want to thank you for joining me as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century. If you're new to our channel, I want to welcome you. You can subscribe by clicking the button right up here. Also, check out our related videos. Thanks so much for
Jeez,
watching.
man. My Chatterling is bugging. Oh god. It just immediately autoplays into these fucking 2 hour and 20 videos. Why? Can it not autoplay into normal videos? What the fuck is this shit? Whatever. Whatever. So trash and then Witama.
Does that better? Our time will come.
I haven't got all day. Dark Lady, watch over you.
That is not an inn, is it? Nope. Whatever. Okay. Yo, Devon code. Was good. Glorp. How you doing? Welcome in. Unfortunately, I'm ending. But yeah. Hi, hi. I'm surprised.
Yo, how's it being a cuck?
Hey, yo!
I was just watching.
No way! People 8,000?
Yo, how's it being a cuck?
What are you...
I was just watching.
What's up, people? And also thank you for the follow, people, and Devon, of course. Just lurking, I guess, people. That's okay. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Awesome ending. Sword training, -10 silver. Lul E. Did you train sword for your rogue? Oh, yeah, where can you train different weapons and when does it make sense? Like, does it make sense to get like staffs on Warlock or some shit? I fucking gotta put more emotes in my emo folder just to have it go even more wild. Yeah. Wait, yeah, for... I probably shouldn't ask like three questions at a time, huh? Right. Well, oh yeah, right. Should rate someone. Tuesday was live. So I guess let's rate this guy, that guy, this guy, this Tuesday guy. Unless someone else, I guess, I don't know. My chat arena, there's no one else live. Yo, people. How did you end up in here? It was good. I watch you sometimes. Very cool. Chill streams. Hi. Unless I'm misreading. No, that is a real one. Yeah, this is a real one. Okay. Cool. Welcome in. Alright. We Raiden Tuesday. Recognize your name showed up in recommended channels. You recognize my name? Interesting. I guess I type sometimes in the chat. Very cool. Well, hi. I don't know. And thanks for hopping in. Thank you for the follow. And thank you everyone for joining and chilling. And have a good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. What the fuck is the stream about? Chubby Cheek Punk Kid. Well, the stream is about ending.
Bro, how's it being a cuck?
Thank you for the follow. Chubby Cheek Punk Kid. What the hell is happening? Just as I'm about to end, I get a fucking 3 followers and one joining. Okay. Well, anyways, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Doppel. Bye, Wigmuff, Devon, Chubby Cheek Chunk Kids, Pibo, Tomka. See ya.